There's something I often hear in the One Piece community, that One Piece doesn't get good until Arlong Park. That, yeah, there are some cool moments, some neat panels, but it's a bit of a slog until you get to Nami's backstory. And I think that mentality had an effect on the production of the live-action One Piece. Let's introduce Nami right away, she's the focus of Arlong Park. Let's make the villains of the Baratie the Arlong Pirates, because that way there'll be more of a build-up to Arlong Park. Let's zoom through and gloss over Usopp and Sanji's introduction so we can hurry and get to Arlong Park. So that gets me to ask a question. Why not start the series at Arlong Park? Why, quote-unquote, waste time in Syrup Village on the Baratie? Why spend a whole chapter on Gaimon? I mean, people complain about the ever-expanding assets of Nami, but Gaimon was literally just a chest with legs. Or, let's put it another way. What is the point of East Blue? Now, I'm going to preempt some comments. Well, duh, East Blue is all about Luffy recruiting his first 4 crew members and getting his first bounty. And yeah, that's the surface level of it, but an intro to a story, especially fantasy stories, which One Piece is, has 3 goals. Building characters, especially the main cast, building a world, or at least setting the stage for one, and introducing the core themes that will hold the story together. Now, to not get confused, let's differentiate world building and themes, because sometimes people combine the two. World building is the physical, the observable, the things that literally exist in the world. Themes are the subtext, the ideas, the philosophy. They're also a bit subjective rather than objective. Now that that's cleared up, those 3 goals are weaved into the plot of the introduction, and a skilled writer can do this so naturally that you don't even realize it's being done. To take a line from Red Letter Media, you may not notice it, but your brain did. My goal in this series of videos is to outline how the first saga of One Piece lays the foundation for the entire story. That while it doesn't necessarily hit the highs of later arcs, that it does so much more than just get Luffy his first few members of his crew. So, let's start with the actual intro of One Piece, Chapter 1, Romance Dawn. The first chapter of any manga needs to pull a lot of weight, especially in Shonen Jump, where series can disappear without warning if they've failed to capture an audience. So, what do we see? Luffy stabbing himself in the face. Neat. But more important, this first chapter is a story of how Luffy discovers the pirate he wants to be. Luffy's, and perhaps even the audience, have a surface-level understanding of what it means to be a pirate. Being tough, not being afraid of getting hurt, having courage. Then the rest of the story is Shanks clarifying what that means. It's not about being tough, as in I'll beat anyone up who disrespects me, but a different kind of tough. It's not about not being afraid of getting hurt, it's about not being afraid of getting hurt for what you care about. It's not about having a reckless courage, but a noble courage. And you can see Luffy's pirate philosophy concisely explained by Shanks' crew. Pirates always have a good time, there's lots of islands to explore, or to put it another way, it's all about the adventure, and best of all, pirates have freedom. And then Shanks' first mate adds one more tidbit for captains, that the safety of the entire crew and ship rests on his, the captain's, shoulders. Luffy eats the gum-gum fruit, gets kidnapped by mountain bandits, and a giant sea monster appears, then Shanks saves him, losing his arm in the process. We all know it, we all love it. Before Shanks gives Luffy his hat, Luffy vows to himself to be like Shanks. Then finally, the iconic hat-passing scene appears, and Luffy makes the promise to return Shanks' hat back one day when he becomes a great pirate. I mean, technically it's Shanks saying, "Promise me," but it's implied that Luffy agrees to the promise. But the chapter is still not over. 10 years pass and we see an older Luffy and his growth. His claim of being able to punch like a pistol, an obvious exaggeration, is fulfilled with his first gum-gum pistol, being able to ward off the beast that he was helpless against as a child. He then states his immediate wants, a crew of 10 should be enough, and a flag. Then finally he affirms that goal, and note I am very intentionally saying goal here and not dream, to become king of the pirates, unchanged from when he was a child. Then the first chapter finally ends. Let's mark it against the criteria. There are only 2 real characters of note in this chapter, Shanks and Luffy, the series' first pirate and the boy who wants to be like this pirate. There are, of course, the surface layer observations about Shanks, his desire to protect his friends, his easygoing nature, his seeming aversion to violence, only wanting to use it as a last resort. Then there's what we can infer from the company that he keeps, so we can assume the three things, like having a good time, enjoying adventure, and wanting freedom, that his crew states about pirates is also true about Shanks, and also what his vice captain says about captains, that Shanks protects his crew. Then there are things that we can infer, namely Shanks' possession of the gum-gum fruit. He's in possession of a rare treasure, but also knows it can give you powers, but has not eaten it or had anyone in his crew eat it. Then again, Shanks says that a pirate who can't swim is no good, so maybe we can take that reason at face value. He took his treasure from an enemy ship, and we don't know where from or who from either. Finally, we learn that his hat means a lot to him. We don't know why just yet, but we'll find out eventually. Really, what we see of Shanks is what Luffy sees, someone worth admiring. We see the traits that made Luffy want to become a pirate and aspire to be even greater than Shanks. And for the next several hundred chapters, we'll only get crumbs of information about Shanks. Yay. But Luffy is the focus here, and as outlined, we learn his foundation for why he wants to be a pirate and what pirate he wants to be, his inspiration and his short and long-term goals, and a little taste of his strength going into the story proper. Nice. We see that he doesn't appear to have any parents in his life, and we establish a little bit about his powers, that he seems to be immune to blunt blows, he can stretch his body, and while he couldn't swim before, now he definitely cannot swim. He can also punch a giant sea monster hard enough to knock it out, I think? We don't actually see the monster pass the blow here. Not as cool as scaring it away just by looking at it, but it's a start. We're also introduced to one other character, just for a page, Gold Roger. We see him smile in the face of death, we see him start the Great Pirate Era with his proclamation, but other than that, the man himself and his treasure are a mystery. Roger at this point in the story is more of an idea, a driving force. It's not until much later the King of the Pirates will be humanized. Oh, actually there's one other character introduced here, Nami. On the big Chapter 1 title page, she's in the forefront right next to Luffy. Just thought it was worth mentioning. I think this is probably because a Nami-esque character appears in the One Piece prototype one-shot, also sharing the name Romance Dawn, so this is kind of an Oda saying, yep, this character is also returning, or something like that. Speaking of which, the world. Let's rapid fire. 1. Pirates exist. 2. Other criminals exist, or to say not all criminals are pirates. 3. Bounties exist. 4. There are these strange fruit that give you weird powers but take away your ability to swim. 5. These fruit aren't super common, or most people don't know about them, or at least if something strange happens, they don't immediately think that it's the work of these fruit. 6. There are giant sea monsters. 7. Shanks can scare away a sea monster just by staring it down. No, I'm not going to say that this is the first introduction of Haki, I'm just saying exactly what the first-time reader will see. 8. There's the title of Pirate King. 9. The story takes place during a Great Pirate Era. Notice that one thing is missing here. There is not one mention, at least in the official English translation, of One Piece, or The One Piece, or anything to that effect. The closest we have is Roger announcing his treasure is somewhere and it is yours if you find it. So there's a grand treasure somewhere out there that is a goal for many, if not all pirates. But it doesn't yet have a name. That's a lot of world building, but first chapters normally introduce a lot of information about a world by necessity. Finally, themes. The first chapter of One Piece sets up the East Blue with two important questions. What does it mean to be a pirate, and what does it mean to be a captain? One Piece tackles so many themes over its run, but these two questions are pretty tied specifically to the stories of the East Blue saga. But to get to one of One Piece's core themes, we'll have to move on to our second East Blue arc. I can already tell during script writing this video is going to be long. Nika, help us. Chapter 2 introduces us to two contrasts, Alvida and Koby. First, let's look at Alvida, the oft-overlooked second pirate we ever see in One Piece. If Chapter 1 showed us a pirate who was relatively peaceful, fun, caring, and a captain who is more of a servant leader type, we're introduced to the opposite in Alvida. While Shanks peacefully resolved an altercation, Alvida jumps to violence. Shanks was willing to give up an arm for a friend, Alvida will brutalize her own crew. Shanks laughs along if his crew laughs at him, while Alvida will discipline you if you don't affirm her to be the most beautiful of them all. And we see the result of this too. Her crew members going behind her back to have a sneaky drink because they fear her. There is no trust or respect in Alvida's crew. She commands them with fear only. Compare that to Shanks, who, in his confrontation with the mountain bandits, left himself open because he trusted his crew to have his back. None of this is stated. Luffy doesn't say, "Wow, you're a much meaner pirate than Shanks. Your crew doesn't trust you at all." It's just there. Show, don't tell. Koby, on the other hand, is a contrast to Luffy. Luffy is happy-go-lucky, strong, blunt. Koby is perpetually scared, weak, hiding his feelings. Luffy affirms, Koby denies. And then Koby is inspired by Luffy to become a different kind of contrast. Koby's dream is to become a Marine Admiral, in semi-conflict to Luffy's goal of being King of the Pirates. Not to mean that both cannot be achieved simultaneously, but that their goals will force them to oppose each other. And Luffy affirms and supports Koby. This is another chapter chock full of Luffy character. He fully supports Koby in pursuing his dream and helps facilitate him. We see his bluntness, we see his confidence, though funnily enough mixed in with a little self-reflection. We see his reaction to being in a life-threatening situation. We also learn that Luffy is very incompetent at being a pirate, at least in the ways of being able to handle himself on the open sea. Keep this in mind. And at the very end of the chapter, we see the side of him that will form the strongest part of his character. His refusal to judge others based on what other people say, especially if they don't know the person they talk about. The final character that sort of gets introduced is Zoro. A clever guy, a demonic beast, truly a diabolically evil genius. I can't wait to meet this mysterious character. As for world building, here are the new things we learn. Number 1, the Navy exists. Number 2, the Navy, though this might be obvious, stand against pirates. 3, there are, for lack of a better term, different pirate philosophies, the Shanksy kind and the Alvida kind, at least so far. Number 4, it's not just giant beasts that make the sea dangerous. Number 5, we finally get the name of Roger's treasure, One Piece. And it's important that Koby says it too. It's not just pirates that know of Roger's treasure. Yes, technically Koby is serving aboard a pirate ship, but he's not a pirate. It's widely known, and it's lost too. Number 6, we also hear about this dangerous place called the Grand Line, also known as the Pirate's Graveyard. Theme-wise, we finally touch on a core theme of One Piece, dreams and the pursuit of them, and the Luffy Liberation Loop, as I like to call it. Koby's story is a condensed version. The steps of the Luffy Liberation Loop are as follows. Number 1, someone is restricted or oppressed in some way. 2, Luffy shows up and liberates them, either mentally and or physically. 3, the liberated person is then free to pursue their dreams and or goals. Remember this liberation loop, it will happen again and again and again and again throughout all of One Piece. But to outline this with Koby, Koby is an unwilling cabin boy to Alvida, abused and oppressed. Luffy shows up and inspires Koby, first mentally liberating him, giving him the confidence to become a Marine, and then physically liberating him by freeing him from Alvida, and then Koby leaves with Luffy in order to join the Marines, to follow his dream. I do call it the Luffy Liberation Loop, but really the core theme is liberation itself and freedom in general. But Luffy gets personified as somebody who brings liberation, and boy howdy does that take a whole new meaning in over 1,000 chapters time. Finally, we touch on those questions again. What does it mean to be a pirate, and what does it mean to be a captain? We now see Alvida's answers to these questions. Dominate your crew, have them fear you, do not allow any kind of disrespect. Very different to how Shanks' first mate described the role of a captain. And then we're off to pick up our first crew member. The first couple of chapters are very densely packed with the core of One Piece's themes and world building. It may seem like I'm going into too much detail, pointing out things that may be obvious, especially to longtime One Piece fans, but think about it as a first-time reader, picking up One Piece with no idea what you're about to experience. What were those first readers of Weekly Shonen Jump experiencing as this strange new series started gracing their magazine every week? What are you picking up without realizing? How is the most successful manga series of all time started? How is one of the most detailed worlds in fiction introduced? What did you not notice, but your brain did? Next video, it's time to pick up our first crew member. With a crew member comes a crew member recruitment process. Here we begin to learn what Luffy finds important in his crewmates. We also learn about the Marines, their structure, and the types of people who make up the Marines. And most importantly, we get introduced to Zoro. Oda has already introduced a lot of different world building pieces at this point, but knowing that Marines are going to be a core antagonistic force to Luffy and his crew, he makes sure that their introduction is multifaceted. To longtime readers, it's easy to take for granted the Marines and, by extension, the world government, but in their first reveal we see a self-aggrandizing person in charge who demands blind loyalty. The person in charge has a descendant who does whatever he wants and everyone is too afraid to stop him. The Marines under the leader are shown to be fearful of the leader, unable to disobey even though they know what they're doing is wrong. They're even willing to die for the leader, and disloyalty is met with death. The civilians meant to be protected by the leader are instead terrified of them and pay tribute to them, and it doesn't matter how poor they are either. This description of Axe-Hand Morgan could also be given exactly to the Celestial Dragons, who we're not going to see for hundreds and hundreds of chapters later. But while we look at the stereotype of supposed to be protector, drunk on and abusing their power type of Marine, we see the contrast. The Marines who defy Morgan's orders, even at the threat of death. The Marines that celebrate at their captain's defeat. The Marines who, against the rules, salute pirates and thank them for rescuing them, and then punish themselves afterwards. The type of Marine that does want to protect the innocent, the type of Marine that Koby wants to be. We'll get back to this when we cover the themes. But first, let's meet Zoro. I touched on this in my issues with a live action video, but Zoro's introduction is impactful, not with how cool he is, but the situation we find him in. All we've heard of Zoro so far is that he is a demon, a beast, powerful, intimidating, clever. And here we see him strung up, starving, even a bit pathetic in how he seems to beg Koby and Luffy for food in his starved state. Then, of course, we see his soft side as he eats the beaten-up, dirt-addled rice ball given to him by the girl he rescued, and Luffy makes the decision that he wants this man on his crew. Not some super strong, cool dude that Luffy has personally verified the strength of, but this strung-up, literally dirt-eating character. Zoro is painted as someone to whom words matter greatly. He accepted his punishment because he believed that Helmeppo would keep his word. He joins Luffy not because Luffy necessarily inspires him, but because he gave Luffy his word that he would join his crew, even if Luffy pretty much blackmailed him into it. Heck, some of the first words out of his mouth are that he is a man of his word. This importance of words is given meaning with Zoro's flashback, contextualized as Zoro's life flashing before his eyes as the Marines are about to shoot him. We see why his word is so important to him, because he gave his word to Kuina, his deceased rival, to become the world's greatest swordsman. If he breaks his word, then that weakens the strength of his promise to her. Oh, you swore you'd become the world's greatest swordsman, eh? Well, you've promised a lot of things and not followed through. It's a common complaint that Zoro is a bit boring character-wise. Sure, he is the rule of cool, but he has some of the coolest moments in the series, but his character is relatively static, at least for the first saga of the story. But I think that just shows how strong his core beliefs are. Unlike so many others, Zoro is not someone struggling against himself, against his past. He has reconciled himself with what he must achieve and pursues his goal. Zoro's story is that of someone overcoming greater and greater obstacles in the pursuit of strength. And the only interruption to that is his dedication, his promise, to his now captain to whom he owes his life. Here's an interesting thing to notice as well. This is one of the very few arcs where Luffy doesn't land the final blow on the big bad. It's Zoro. But notice the dynamic here. There's several layers to this final blow. Luffy saves Koby from Helmeppo, and Zoro protects Luffy from Axe-Hand. But also from Luffy's perspective, he shows his absolute trust in Zoro and leaves him his back to protect. Zoro is literally watching Luffy's back here. There's one more level to this interaction too, but I'll touch on it in Luffy's section. I may be reading too much into it, but I feel like this is an establishment of a pattern. Luffy recklessly pursues the goal that he thinks is right, and Zoro covers his back. This theme of Zoro covering Luffy's back will evolve throughout the series, as he does it in more than just a literal sense, but I'll point to those when they happen. This is why it's important that Zoro is so stalwart in his character. Something solid that can keep Luffy grounded throughout the series. Koby also gets some wonderful characterization this arc. We see the type of Marine he will be, and more importantly, what he thinks about Marines that aren't fulfilling their duty of protecting the innocent. Destroy them. And he's not just talk either, he is willing to sacrifice his life to defeat the Marines that he has been so eager to join all of his life. Koby, going forward, won't fulfill orders just because a Marine gives them. He will do what he thinks is right, even if against orders. Even if we won't get confirmation of this until hundreds of chapters later. To top it off, he echoes Luffy's sentiment from the previous arc that he isn't afraid to die in pursuit of his dream, with actions that speak louder than words. And Luffy, we learn what he wants in a crew member, a good guy. Though good is a very subjective term. What is good to Luffy? Well, Luffy first becomes inclined to have Zoro on his crew when he eats the girl's crushed rice ball. Actually, no. It's when he tells Luffy to tell her it was delicious. Actually, no again. Was it beforehand when Zoro says he has a dream? Luffy loves those things, but no, that's not it. When he learns the truth about Zoro's imprisonment? Not yet. Luffy first expresses that he wants Zoro as part of his crew when Helmeppo reveals that he lied to Zoro, or rather Luffy finally decided at that moment. It's supposition, but I think Luffy was fairly keen on Zoro after his first interaction, but there was something stopping him, Zoro's word. And Luffy could tell that Zoro's word is important to him. Luffy wants to form a pirate crew, wants to go to the Grand Line, and he wants Zoro, but Zoro's got another 21 days in order to keep his word on accepting the punishment to protect the girl. If Luffy takes him earlier than that, he's forcing Zoro to break his word. And our rubber boy isn't going to wait 3 weeks, not this early on in his adventure. So he has to, unfortunately, leave Zoro behind. When he hears the Marines aren't keeping their word, well, now there's nothing stopping him from rescuing Zoro since they were never going to uphold their end of the bargain. Therefore, Zoro is recruitable. Hooray! And now that Luffy knows it's possible without forcing Zoro to break his word, well, now he'll get Zoro by any means. He'll blackmail Zoro, he'll break into a Marine base, he'll use Axe Hand's son as a meat shield. Damn the consequences, he wants something, Luffy's going to do any ill-advised thing to get it. Now let's get to the final blow again. Luffy strikes Helmeppo, Zoro takes down Axe Hand. Here's the reveal about Luffy. He's communicating on Zoro's level. Zoro has promised to become a pirate, and Luffy has placed his trust in Zoro. Trust in Zoro giving his word. And only then, when Luffy has taken Zoro's word for truth, Zoro calls Luffy his captain for the first time. Luffy has turned a one-way relationship with Zoro, Zoro giving Luffy his word, and turned it into a mutual relationship of trust. Luffy is just so good at knowing how to communicate with people, and you're damn right I'm going to point it out every single time. Speaking of which, a quick aside. I wasn't sure where to put this thing I noticed about Luffy, but it's this panel right here. Look at that expression on Luffy's face. This is the face he pulls right after he's caught the little girl thrown over the fence. I mean, that's a pretty wall-looking fence, by a Marine after Helmeppo orders him to. I think this is a rare moment of us seeing when Luffy has put it together that something isn't right. The next panel we see Luffy is when he enters the yard to even suggest that he's looking for good men to join his pirate crew. I think that face that Luffy has is the moment that he decides to do that. But yeah, that panel just stuck out to me for some reason, aside over. But we're still not done. I'm going to lift this next part directly from my issue with live action video, summarizing what Luffy and Koby's parting of ways shows us about Luffy. We're also robbed of Luffy and Koby's farewell. The two of them depart in an interesting way. Koby, interested in joining the Marines, is asked if he's with Luffy and Zoro, two self-proclaimed pirates. While he grits his teeth and says that he's not with them, an honest choice of words for such a good little egg, when the Marine inquires further, Luffy takes the wheel. Once again showing the depth of his emotional intelligence, he recognizes that Koby won't be able to hide his past, so he brings it up clear as day in a way that provokes Koby into hitting him. He then proceeds to beat up Koby so far that the Marines accept that they can't possibly be friends. In one slick move, Luffy has both laid Koby's past bare so he can't be accused of hiding it in the future, and gotten Koby to show how much he isn't a pirate and rejects his pirate past. Last quick point, Helmeppo. We don't know at this point that he's going to show up again, but Oda knows, so he gets a bit of characterization too. The interesting thing about Helmeppo is that, yes, he's awful, but there is something in him that can be redeemed. His father may be irredeemable, slaying subordinates and ordering them to kill children, but Helmeppo, he's not that far gone, at least not yet. This sets us up for his growth. With proper guidance, how can this formerly spoiled brat living using the status of his father become better? Perhaps this means that others raised in a corrupting environment can also potentially change and become better. And whew, we're finally done with the characterization part of Zoro's introduction arc. There's just so much to say about Zoro's character that it ran a bit long. Now for world building. This is the first time we discovered that there are atypical ways of fighting. Previously we saw guns, swords, clubs and fists, but now we see normal fighting methods warped. Zoro uses 3 swords. We've become numb to it after such a long time and how prolific One Piece has become, but 3 sword style is ridiculous. We also see a guy with an axe as a hand, so that's neat. Sure, we've seen the wackiness of Luffy's rubber powers, but that's different than seeing how non-powered people can go beyond normal means. This is the starting point for all of the weird and wacky fighting styles that we see throughout the series. I mean, if there's something like 3 sword style, what other sword styles are there? We're less than 10 chapters in, yet our imaginations can run wild. We also learn about Marines, or rather how there are different types of Marine. That not all Marines are good little beans like Koby, or evil ne'er-do-wells like Axehand. Much like how the previous arc contrasted Alvida to Shanks to show a spectrum of different pirates, and the type that Luffy wants to be, Koby and the Marine Lieutenant are contrasted to Axehand as the type of Marine that Koby wants to be. It's a good way for Oda to say, yes, pirates can be conventionally good or villainous, so can Marines. Don't just decide that because someone falls into a certain group that they'll be a good guy or a bad guy. The world that I'm building is more than that. And of course, we learn a little bit about the Marine hierarchy. Just a few positions at first. We already learned of admirals from Koby, and Axehand is a captain, and there's the lieutenant that defies him. The important thing to draw on here is hierarchy, and that there is a strict one. Those lower on the hierarchy are expected to follow the orders of those higher up. Because this arc was so Marine and Zoro focused, nothing else is really introduced, so finally the themes of this arc. As stated before, this chapter introducing the Marines foreshadows how the world government works as a whole. The whole concept of superiors and inferiors, something natural to a military hierarchy, twisted into those who view people as superior and inferior based on their positions in the hierarchy. And as mentioned previously, this foreshadows the introduction of the Celestial Dragons and their twisted worldview as those who stand at the top of this pyramid. Similarly, it introduces the theme, albeit without mentioning the words, of the different kinds of justice, something personified by the different Marine admirals that we won't meet until later. If Axehand's justice could be called rank makes right justice, then Koby's is honest justice. We're going to see many more types of justice down the line, but it all starts now. We get the theme of dreams getting reinforced here by Zoro, so we know it just wasn't a one-off thing from Koby. We also get introduced to the core theme driving Zoro, honor. Right now it's just embodied by how importantly he sees giving his word, but we'll see this theme of Zoro's evolve as the story continues on, and how it will shape Zoro's interaction with others in the future. The Luffy liberation loop makes another appearance as Luffy liberates Zoro from imprisonment, allowing him to continue pursuing his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, as well as liberating the whole town from Morgans' tyranny. With a Marine-focused chapter, you'd think those East Blue questions wouldn't get an answer, but I'm not so sure. It's actually a bit more complex than you'd think, as we get the question in an opposite direction. What does it mean to be a pirate? Well, what changed in the 10 seconds between Zoro saying he wasn't a pirate and then saying that he was one? He defied the Marines and ergo defied the world government, and more importantly for Zoro, he said that he was a pirate. It seems strangely arbitrary, doesn't it? It's important that Axehand is a villain too, shown right after Alvida. The two are pretty much identical, ruling their subordinates using fear. They're also both captains, yet one is a pirate and the other is a Marine. Identical actions, but the government allows one, but not the other. Strangely arbitrary. I wonder if the people in charge of the Marines and the world government also make arbitrary distinctions based on personal taste. Wouldn't that be interesting? Unfortunately, I'm much less subtle than Oda is. Or maybe I'm stretching. Just a little. One Piece was going to be a fifth of its current length. Oda said that he was going to wrap up One Piece in 5 years. Hard to imagine now, post chapter 1000, but that's another reason that I'm making this series, because at this point in the story, Oda had no clue about his success. Looking around at various places, an average Shonen Jump manga can last less than 6 months of serialization in the magazine. That's 26 chapters, assuming no breaks. If you're successful, you can last a couple of years, and if you're wildly successful, you may manage to last even longer than that. Long-running series like Bleach, Naruto, Hero Academia, and especially One Piece are the incredible outliers that have managed to achieve the impossible. Because we remember these absolute titans of Shonen Jump serialization, it seems like Jump is full of long-running mega successes. Looking at Shonen Jump from 1990 to 1997, the year One Piece was released, of the 104 manga that began serialization, only 18 managed to last longer than 3 years. I'll put up a breakdown on screen, pause to read it. That is to say that, in the early days, while Oda was confident, he didn't know how much time he had to write the series he'd been thinking of since he was a young boy. So every single chapter counts. Now, I don't believe Oda's original estimate. You can tell by other interviews that he's the kind of author that gets taken hostage by his own characters, and the series expands in length because of them. But even so, it means that the opening chapters of One Piece were Oda writing in a way that meant he could reach the ending sooner rather than later. If you don't know, concepts like the Seven Warlords and the Supernova were all introduced kind of on a whim, and think of how much those two concepts expanded the story. So, as we read through these opening arcs, keep that in mind as we continue discovering what is the point of East Blue. Now it's time for Orangetown, and we get 2 more major introductions, Buggy the Clown, and Nami. We start off with a bit of wacky comedy, where after some light-hearted banter, Luffy gets carried away by a giant bird. And I mean a giant bird. It's something to literally carry us into the next arc, and a tidbit of knowledge that giant creatures don't just exist in the sea, but also in the air and potentially in other places. Zoro literally runs into, or should I say rows into, some pirates. They tell Zoro about this beautiful but terrible woman, yet unnamed but who we later find out to be Nami. There's a lot that can be said about Nami, so much nuance and depth to her character, and as Oda is oft wont to do, we start with a subversion. We see this poor, helpless girl desperate to be rescued, willing to give away a treasure chest for her safety. And then the facade melts away immediately. She's tricked these pirates, bamboozled them even, making up for a potential lack of physical ability with cunning. But that's not all we find out. We see her accurately predict a storm to the degree that she can get herself to a safe zone and at the same time shipwreck her pursuers. This is Nami, and she is cunning, intelligent, and very good with predicting the weather. And we also get introduced to her as someone who deceives others, who puts on a facade, quite a contrast to Zoro. Zoro comments, not so subtly, that this girl would make a great navigator, and as he does, Luffy literally falls into her path, and Nami uses Luffy to get away from some pirates. I'll mention one thing here. Luffy does first say to Nami, "I don't want to team up with you." And I had to reread that a couple of times because it seemed a bit odd that he'd say that and then shortly after invite Nami to his crew, but I think Luffy is saying it in response to Nami's invitation to rob pirates and make a fortune together. So he's not saying, "Wow, you rob pirates? I don't want to have a crew member who does that." Instead he's saying, "Nah, I don't want to team up to get rich robbing pirates. I have other things to do." Maybe it was clear to other people reading it, but I felt like I needed to clarify. We get an intro to Buggy, who I'll cover later, I'm covering Nami right now, and then Luffy and Nami sit in a house and have a conversation, one that Luffy is totally not paying attention to, which is hilarious. We learn a few more things about Nami. She doesn't steal from civilians, she only steals from pirates, she's aiming to buy a certain village, she hates pirates, and she is a navigator, or at least we get confirmation of this. Luffy, in desperate need of a navigator, only after learning that she isn't stealing from civilians, invites her to his crew. In fact, he actually asks if she knows anything about navigating and then invites her. So the order of operations is, she says she doesn't steal from civilians, she says she's aiming to buy the village, Luffy asks if she can navigate, not that if she is a navigator, she confirms, and then Luffy invites her to his crew. Remember that we're still learning Luffy's criteria for crew members and his moral compass. He's pragmatic, sure, he knows he needs a navigator, but the invite only comes after he confirms she does not steal from civilians. Not that it seems to bother him that she might be, Luffy is very much a you do you sort of guy, but it's not what he wants on his crew. A neat thing to pay attention to is Nami's expression in these early pages. I mentioned the facade earlier, but we can read some additional detail from Nami's expressions. Every panel but one, Nami is putting on a face for others, except one, which I'll get to. And usually it's a smile. There's a couple of exceptions, like the surprise when Luffy literally falls out of the sky, but as soon as it's time to win someone over, she's smiling. When she's trying to ingratiate herself with Luffy, it's all big smiles. When she tells him about Buggy, it's a light frown. Luffy manages to break her briefly, and maybe as a result, we see the real Nami for a moment. Her displeasure of being thought of to having robbed villagers, and then most importantly, a look of determination when she mentions her goal to buy a certain village. Luffy picks up on this, but then Nami puts on her cell face, and once again tries to win Luffy over. Then Luffy asks her to join his crew. And now we see Nami's disdain. Her smile and optimism gone. Immediate rejection, her smiles turn to a sneer. Though again, for a brief moment when Luffy mentions his hat as his treasure, Nami pauses. Someone who has talked big about making it rich, stealing treasure, getting lots of money, all material things, seeing Luffy talk about a materially worthless hat as his treasure makes her stop for just a moment. Of course, she's so jaded she shakes off the thoughts and declares her mission statement: hate pirates, love money, and tangerines. Let's get back to the face we don't see Nami make. It's the one when she's running away from Buggy's crew with the Grand Line map in hand. The one time when there's no one to see it. It's hard to tell, but she looks a bit desperate. Yes, you could say it's because she's running for her life, but I think it's a little more than that. She sees this map as her big break, an opportunity she's been waiting for who knows how long. I see a desperation of getting an opportunity and fearing that she may waste it. But maybe I'm reading too much into it. Nami then deceives and betrays Luffy. It's hard to really say betray because it's not like she's ever sworn any allegiance to him, and Luffy rescinds his invitation to his crew. And for her benefit, she brings Luffy to face Buggy. Time to take a break talking about Nami, though I'm definitely not done, and it's time to talk about Buggy. I've been a big Buggy fan for a long time, and boy is current One Piece a good time to be a Buggy fan. But here we get the Clown Prince of Piracy's introduction. It's a strange contradiction. He's a clown, big red nose, face makeup, flamboyant outfit, his crew are a colourful bunch, a literal circus crew, but he's introduced in this menacing, laid-back pose, someone who knows he's untouchable, the top of the food chain. We've heard earlier from the pirate Zoro ran into that he's eaten a devil fruit, but all we see is him doing, well, let's call it like it is. It looks like he's force choking a dude. It's also important to note that Buggy is of different temperament to Alvida. There's definitely a level of fear to Buggy's interactions with his crew and a level of abuse, but it mainly seems to be in relation to his mood rather than his default setting. Check out this party scene here and contrast it with the one with Shanks' crew. If the going is good, Buggy's crew has a good time. Alvida's crew is just seen working, going behind her back to drink and relax, but Buggy, he at least seems to know one of the key tenets to being a pirate. Luffy even points it out as something pirates are supposed to do. Throughout his introduction, we get his quirks, his violent anger at the mention of his big red nose, his brutality, but also his showmanship, his goofy side, his willingness to have a good time. And then it's as everyone is drinking, celebrating, having a wonderful time, that Buggy initiates Nami into his crew with a choice: kill Luffy. I say choice, but it's not. It's kill or be killed. Back to Nami. Even at the risk of her own life, Nami can't kill Luffy. She will use others for her needs, she will take advantage and betray pirates just to get one step forward, but she won't kill them. If she does, she'll be as bad as a pirate. Keep this in mind. And Luffy calls her out on it. Luffy reinforces his idea that pirates are those who risk their lives, and to go against people willing to put their lives on the line, you too need to put your own life on the line. Once again, pay attention to the exchange between Nami and Luffy here. Nami is bringing her notions of what pirates do, being prepared to kill someone like it's nothing, and Luffy, dropping his smile for a single panel, rebuffs her with a blunt no. Why does Nami have this idea? Well, we get a hint in a couple of pages after Nami has dropped her facade and refusing to murder Luffy. You pirates took someone dear to me, I'll never become what I hate. And importantly, Luffy notices. And now we see what I think is a character-defining moment for Nami. She throws away her weapon, grabs the lit fuse in an attempt to put it out with her bare hands, and shows her back to the enemy, actively trying to kill her. Luffy is a pirate, she hates pirates, but in this moment she goes beyond just refusing to actively kill him. She's not willing to passively leave him to his fate, she's actively trying to save his life. She may deceive, she may betray, but when it comes down to it, Nami is someone that wants to save others. Zoro shows up, flexing his East Blue reputation, and takes Buggy down. Or not. We finally meet our second Devil Fruit user, the eater of the Chop Chop Fruit. And what a great introduction. Same but different. We've learned that Luffy is pretty much impervious to physical blows, any sort of strikes as well as bullets, but he's vulnerable to blades. Buggy is his Devil Fruit opposite. He's completely invulnerable to blades, but vulnerable to blunt hits. Though he's better suited to dodge blunt hits than Luffy is. I also love Luffy's reaction to seeing another Devil Fruit eater for the first time. Zoro gets stabbed in the back, Luffy gets annoyed and says he'll clobber Buggy. Nami has two great panels where she first refuses to run because that means Luffy will die, and second when she thinks Zoro is deserting them. She is still thinking of a way to try and save Luffy. They fire a Buggy ball at Buggy's crew, and then in a brief moment of reprieve, Luffy says definitively that Nami is their new navigator. She denies it of course, but she has this great face of, "What am I going to do with you?" Then Zoro lifts the cage like a madman, and the three escape, with one more panel of Nami questioning her notions of what a pirate is for good measure. Now it's time for liberation! And for liberation we need someone to liberate, so let's meet Mayor Boodle and Chouchou the dog. Now here's a serious question. Why Chouchou? Or is it Chocho? I'm just going to keep calling him Chouchou. Like, seriously, think back on what I said about every chapter mattering in the early days of One Piece. We spent 2 of the first 13 chapters on a story about a dog. There's a reason why Chocho... I'm saying Chocho now. Damn it. Well, there was a reason that Chocho was cut entirely from the live action. But they shouldn't have. Because Chocho is the template for the story of the rest of the East Blue Straw Hats, and a story for the audience to understand what it means to lose your treasure. I'm really starting to run long, so I'll do an abridged version. Chocho's treasure is the pet food store whose owner has died but left it in Chocho's hands to protect. Moji and Richie come across the store and simply see it as a means to an end. Richie wants a snack. Not to mention they don't think of it much beyond its value that it provides them. Despite being obviously outmatched, Chocho fights as hard as he can against insurmountable odds to protect his treasure. Then Luffy comes in at the last moment to save the day, defeating the villain and protecting... No, Luffy is not there. He doesn't get there on time. Chocho loses his treasure. Despite trying his best, Chocho's strength was not enough. Unlike Usopp, Sanji, and later Nami, Luffy isn't there to stop Chocho's treasure from being taken from him. When Luffy rounds the corner and sees the store ablaze, there's a moment of cold shock. Then he takes a moment to take it in, to process what he's seeing. Somebody losing what they treasure. When he confronts Moji, we see something from Luffy that we haven't seen yet in this series. Rage. Then we get what I like to call a prototype. There are a few prototypes in the series, panels that are very similar to other panels. Obviously you can only call them prototypes with the benefit of hindsight, but the finishing blow on Moji, at least to me, looks like Luffy's blow on Bellamy. A blow of righteous anger against someone that in one case has trampled on the treasure of another, and in the other case trampled on the dream of another. It's a great punch in both cases. It's tenuous at best to say that Luffy's experience with Chocho increased his determination to protect the treasure of others, but what I can say is that for the rest of the East Blue, Luffy isn't going to let us, the audience, see someone's treasure get destroyed. But we did need to see it. It's one thing for Luffy to state that his hat is his treasure. All we can really understand is that, okay, Luffy's hat is important to him, but what Oda can do instead is clarify using Chocho's experience. He can show us, no, a treasure is more than just something you think is important. It's something worth putting your life on the line to protect. It's something that goes far beyond its physical worth. It's something devastating to lose. A treasure is something that villains do not understand the worth of. But a treasure is something that Luffy does understand the worth of, even when it's not his own treasure. Chocho's story is also important as it's the start of a turning point for Nami. Of course, she sees Luffy immediately in the aftermath of the destruction of the store, and she's livid. Despite just trying to save Luffy's life, she outright says she ought to kill him before Luffy gets enough power to cause the sort of destruction that Buggy's crew has. I think Luffy is starting to understand Nami though, so he doesn't take her too seriously. She then watches as Luffy gives Chocho the final box of pet food, and once again, her notions of what a pirate does is overturned. And for the first time, she gives Luffy an actual, genuine smile. This is why Chocho's story is important. We see what it means to lose your treasure, we see Luffy's rage for the first time, and we see Nami's genuine smile for the first time. Now, after all of that, some comedy. I love the 2 lines of "that boy must have used some diabolical rubbing technique" and "beaten by a masseur." Ah man, I love Buggy. Alright, back to the plot. Nami actually apologizes to Luffy, and Luffy, funnily enough, states his emotional intelligence outright for once, and also, classic Luffy, and I will bring this point up in a later part, says that he doesn't want to hear the details. We hear the backstory of the mayor, and once again we hear about someone's treasure. The theme of the story certainly isn't subtle, is it? Of course, Buggy immediately destroys another large portion of the town as soon as the mayor has finished his story, destroying the house Zoro was sleeping in the process, and the mayor, finally having reached his wit's end, charges off to face Buggy. I love this interaction right here. Nami tries to dissuade the mayor from being reckless, "getting yourself killed won't accomplish anything," and tears in his eyes, the mayor acknowledges that, "Yeah, I am being reckless." The implication being the same as with Chouchou. It doesn't matter if the odds are impossible, he needs to protect his treasure. Nami says that he, the mayor, was crying, but Luffy doesn't see it that way. It's kind of a glimpse into what Luffy sees in Usopp when we get to his arc. Luffy isn't seeing the fear that the mayor has, he's seeing his determination and willpower to take on Buggy in spite of it. Luffy respects that and states that he's not going to let the mayor die. Nami then agrees to join forces with Luffy, a big step in comparison to how she was a few chapters back, though she explicitly states that she won't become a pirate, and then the 3 of them, including Zoro, go off to face Buggy. Now, I get to talk about Buggy again. First neat thing to note is that he does have a bit of honor. The mayor challenges him, and though Kobaji wants to intervene, Buggy doesn't let him. It's another case of, alright, this guy isn't just a pure villain, there is an undercurrent of real piracy about him. And we finally learn why Buggy is the villain of this arc specifically. Because Buggy doesn't believe in personal treasure, he doesn't believe in value beyond the dollar figure, he values gold and jewels, he values literal treasure. This arc is revealed to be a clash of ideals between those who have personal treasure and those who don't. And that's why Nami is introduced in this clash. Ostensibly, she's got the exact same ideals as Buggy, at least from a surface level. Treasure, treasure, treasure. But one core thing makes them different. Nami seems to understand the value of personal treasure, while Buggy does not. When things seem darkest for the mayor, Luffy shows up and knocks him out. Man, Luffy is great. I love his straightforward way of thinking. I also like that Zoro is totally on the same wavelength too. Then we get a great reveal of a literal expansion to Luffy's abilities, the Gum Gum Balloon. It's a great reveal. So far we've only seen Luffy extend his limbs, but now we've seen him inflate himself, a natural but also very cartoonish addition to the list of things that the Gum Gum fruit lets Luffy do. I wonder if Luffy will be able to use this concept of intaking air to expand himself in different ways in the future. Who knows? Alright, it's time for the showdown with Buggy, and gasp, plot hole. Nami states that he pile-drived a lion. I don't think she actually saw that. Oda's a hack. Just kidding, let's get to the showdown. First, Zoro versus Kobaji. This fight has a couple of notable moments in it, none of them involving Kobaji, frankly. First, let's talk about the Luffy moment. He makes sure Buggy doesn't interfere with Zoro's duel. Luffy understands Zoro's honor as a swordsman, as pointed out last part, so in a duel between swordsmen, Luffy won't interfere, which will be more important later. And then there's Zoro. I've not talked about his moments this arc because they really didn't flow with the recap smoothly, so I'm just going to talk about them all here. Zoro is freaking tough, and stupid, but tough. We see him lift a giant cannon, a heavy metal cage, both after being stabbed in the stomach, then after a short nap, which gets interrupted by an explosion, which the normal people think killed him, he claims to have recovered, which Nami's reaction is appropriate. And now, finally in the duel with Kobaji, we see the peak of his nonsense after Kobaji continuously attacks his wound, and his response is to make it worse, cause why not? He needs more of a handicap. If he loses a fight because his guts are spilling out, he could never become the world's greatest swordsman. The absolute madman. We also see Zoro's fight philosophy. He gets pretty annoyed at Kobaji because, despite claiming to be a swordsman, he's using tricks instead of just his sword skills. I think Zoro doesn't see that as honorable swordsmanship behavior. Our boy Zoro isn't going to supplement his sword skills with other weapons and other nonsense. He's a man of his sword and a man of his word. And we see the outcome. When Kobaji finally goes to strike with just his swordsmanship skills, he gets destroyed in one move. Luffy versus Buggy. Before we get to the actual fight, Luffy and Buggy have a conversation, and it's pretty illuminating. First, Buggy implies that he's been to the Grand Line before when he says that Luffy won't last there. This is important because the Grand Line, as stated previously, is also known as the Pirate Graveyard, yet Buggy has been there and come back to tell the tale. Interesting. Now, something I find just as interesting is when Luffy says he's going to be king of the pirates, and Buggy's response is dismissive. If you're king of the pirates, then what am I, god of the pirates? He's dismissing Luffy as an upstart, but unlike many pirates we'll see, he's not saying, "What? No, I will be king of the pirates." He's just throwing shade on Luffy's ability to become the pirate king. He does say that the world's treasure will be his, which I interpret in the context of the previous panel of him saying he wants all the treasure, that he wants the treasure, see gold, jewels, etc., that the One Piece contains, but he doesn't want the title that goes along with it. Let me know if you've got different interpretation, or whether I'm thinking this way because of revelations in later chapters. The two fight for a while, and Buggy intentionally targets Luffy's hat, which makes Luffy really angry. Then Buggy does the real reveal. He was crewmates with Shanks way back in the day, and we're treated to a flashback. We see on the ship that Shanks was raised on that Buggy was a bit of an outlier, that the rest of the crew is more like Shanks, and that Buggy was the only one really obsessed with treasure. He, in a line that only gets funnier as time goes on, calls the rest of the crew soft. We do see that they did like to party though, so at least Buggy picked up on that. I suppose that explains the slight similarity between the two. Buggy accidentally eats the devil fruit, loses his ability to get the treasure on the seafloor as a result, and Shanks saves his life. We see a couple of other characters in the flashback, but, well, we won't understand their significance for a long, long time. Oh, and Shanks doesn't have the scar on his eye yet, just thought I'd point that out. Back to the fight at hand. Buggy goes after Nami and the fight changes to comedy as Luffy takes advantage of the fact that Buggy can't see what he's doing to his other body parts. Nami has a moment of thieving philosophy, I guess? And then we're treated to a variety of great Buggy faces as Luffy abuses his feet. Nami ties up Buggy's disparate parts as Luffy launches a miniature Buggy into the sky Team Rocket style. Now, in the wind down part of the arc, we start wrapping things up. Luffy gets his hat, Zoro wakes up, Luffy admits to knocking out the mayor and to being a pirate because our sweet rubber boy is physically incapable of lying. They run as the townspeople chase them and Chouchou comes to their defense, and they make it back to Nami's ship. The mayor wakes up and in a great symbolic gesture he tears off his protective gear as he chases them down, shedding his armor, and now defenseless he sincerely thanks the trio for what they've done. There's one last very sweet interaction at the end of the chapter, as it's revealed that Luffy left 500,000 berries of the treasure Nami took from Buggy at the town to help them rebuild. Nami is initially angry, but as we see her biggest smile yet, she affectionately calls Luffy an idiot. She loves her treasure, but Luffy's act of giving it to people who need it, well, she's not too angry about that. One final reminder that there's more to Nami than meets the eye. And finally, the arc concludes. I think I've covered everything we need to know about the characters. Well, actually one more thing about Zoro from the very start of this arc. I didn't mention it in the last video since it could be wrapped up tidily with the start of this arc. Everything that everyone in the East Blue knows about Zoro is a lie. While him being referred to as a demon is cool foreshadowing for all his hell and devil named moves in the future, the main reason he's called that is there's this perception of evil about him. Just look at the silhouette that he has when Alvida describes him, which we definitively discovered last arc wasn't true. Now the last two pre-descriptions of his character are pulled away. First is that of Pirate Hunter. Now I'm not saying that Zoro didn't hunt pirates, he obviously did, but his reasoning is revealed here. He didn't go out seeking fame and fortune hunting pirates and collecting bounties, he set out to sea for a different reason. And only because he needed money to survive that he thought, well, I have a very limited skill set, so the quickest way to earn berry is to turn in pirates for their bounties. He has no real attachment to his title as Pirate Hunter. This also shows something else. Remember how Zoro was called clever? Yeah, well, that was a lie. It was kind of dumb how he ended up in this whole situation in the first place. He literally got lost. I wonder if that's going to happen to him again. Really, as opposed to his dark and intimidating demeanor that we first met him and how he is first referred to by others, we see a pretty cheery, happy Zoro. He's perfectly capable of comedic outbursts and wacky expressions. He doesn't act like a "I'm too cool for you" stoic badass most of the time. When he's relaxed around his nakama, he is friendly and has more than one expression. I mean, just look at him laughing in this chapter. Take notes, live action! Also, Nami is really good at drinking. I think it's a neat character trait. She's trained herself to be a great drinker so she can drink her pirate targets under the table and loot them while they're passed out. And the important thing about Luffy, which happens at the very start of this arc. This one panel right here, after Zoro says they need a navigator, Luffy says in response that we need a cook and a musician. He's acknowledging that, yeah, they need a navigator, but equally important to the person that makes sure they don't get lost and die at sea is a cook, which makes sense in the context. They're literally talking about how they're lost and starving, but then Luffy says musician. This won't be the only time Luffy mentions that he wants a musician on the crew either. We can guess why that is at this point, but we'll get an answer in another 80-something chapters. Alright, I think that covers character. Let's get through world building. There's some juicy stuff this chapter. I mean, it's always juicy when we learn more about the elusive Shanks, though frankly we don't know how cool this flashback is just yet. But more important to the world building, we learn a bit more about devil fruits. Mainly, well, they grant different types of abilities. We didn't actually know that. We also see that Buggy's fruit looks different to Luffy's, though they both contain swirls, so that's something we've learned now too. We saw the introduction of giant creatures in the sky, expanding our knowledge that there's more than just giant sea creatures, and we get the reinforcement of bizarre fighting styles with Kabaji, even if Zoro isn't amused by them. We also just get that people look weird. Sure, Alvida and the yet unnamed member of Shanks' crew, yes, I know his name is Lucky Roo, but we don't know that yet, are comically fat, but in Buggy's crew we get, well, Buggy himself with his big red clown nose, and Moji whose hair is... I'll just look at it. I think that covers world building. Finally, the arc's themes. It's been mentioned multiple times, but the big theme introduced this arc is personal treasure. It's another theme that's pretty native to the East Blue Saga. Luffy's hat, Chouchou's pet store, the mayor's town. And I'd hazard a guess that Zoro's sword from Kuina is his treasure. Then we contrast that to Buggy, who doesn't appear to have a personal treasure, but is just obsessed with more conventional treasure, gold, jewels, money, etc. And then we meet Nami. The one character that doesn't state her treasure in this chapter, but she's got one. And that's not just future knowledge speaking. The tell is that those who don't have a treasure don't respect the personal treasure of others. That's why Buggy blows up the town, damages Luffy's hat, destroys the pet store. He doesn't have something he values as a personal treasure, so he can't understand the treasure of others. Dreams, surprisingly, aren't actually covered this arc. I know, astounding. Koby was introduced with a dream, Zoro was introduced with a dream, but Nami doesn't have one. Yet. Interesting, let's keep it in mind. I guess with all the talk of treasure, we didn't have much time to talk about dreams. I feel like it's obligatory at this point, but once again, Luffy's liberation loop makes a stunning appearance as Luffy liberates the town from Buggy's tyranny. And then, once more, let's talk about those classic East Blue questions. What does it mean to be a pirate? And what does it mean to be a captain? This arc is definitely more pirate question focused, and we get some juicy info. First we get the Buggy perspective. Real pirates are all about that booty. It's all about finding treasure, getting treasure maps to find treasure, and accumulating wealth. It's about the doubloons, baby, but purely the pursuit of personal material wealth is Buggy's downfall. First in his youth is his desire to deceive others to smuggle the devil fruit to resell it, resulted in him not only accidentally eating it and missing out on the wealth that way, but also losing the ability to pursue the treasure marked on the treasure map. He tried to get too much wealth and ended up losing all of it. Poignant. It's the same reason he's defeated. He gets distracted during his fight with Luffy and literally splits himself to stop Nami from taking his treasure. Before this point, Buggy and Luffy were pretty evenly matched in my opinion, but Luffy kept his eyes on the prize, defeating Buggy, but once again Buggy's pursuit in protecting his material wealth meant that he lost it all instead. Then we get the pirate perspective from Nami, and it's all about killing and abandoning, ruthlessness and selfishness, and in dozens of chapters we'll find out why she thinks this way. And that's it. Because Gaimon's story is so short, after we get through it, I'm going to point out some things I've noticed from the last few arcs that didn't make it into the previous parts for one reason or another, normally because I noticed it during editing. With that covered, let's get into the story of Gaimon. Before our trio reached the island of strange creatures, there's a nice short scene where Nami fixes Luffy's hat, only for him to poke another hole in it shortly after. Nami stabs Luffy with a needle in retaliation, Luffy and Zoro convince Nami to share her food with them, and then after they see an island, Zoro and Luffy ignore Nami and row towards it. There's a few things to notice in this prelude. First, it's Luffy's trust of Nami. He's letting Nami handle his hat. Remember last arc as someone tried to touch it, and Luffy wasn't so keen on that. Even though Nami hasn't agreed to join Luffy's crew yet, Luffy is trusting her with his treasure, at least to repair it. Nami stabbing Luffy with a needle is also pretty cute. It's also something that, retrospectively, is of note. As a first-time reader, you can pick up that Nami is pretty considered in her actions. If you were reacting without thinking, you'd probably just hit Luffy, but Nami makes sure to stab him because she knows hitting him won't do anything. I mean, Luffy even agrees with her. In retrospect, this scene is of note because in the future, Nami can and does injure Luffy with just her fists. So much so that there's jokes and even theories about how and why. I'm going to keep an eye out to see exactly when she gains this ability, but at least for now, she doesn't have it. Finally, we see the difference of experience between Luffy and Zoro and Nami. Nami knows how to survive at sea. She knows what is needed to survive. She's able to judge an island's usefulness at a glance. She's also able to sew, shown when she repairs Luffy's hat. She has a wide set of skills. That's why she's able to survive at sea operating by herself. Zoro and Luffy are limited in their abilities. They're pretty much just surviving on Luffy luck and little else. They really need Nami. She even wonders how on earth they're still alive. They reach the island and Zoro taps out for the chapter and the story proper begins. You can see the beginnings of a common Oda arc introduction structure here, and it's really fun. Luffy and crew arrive at an island, and sometimes Luffy drags his crew to an island because adventure. They explore, there's something that makes the island unique, then the plot starts to happen. In this case, it's Luffy and Nami. They arrive at what they think is a deserted island, but wait, the animals here seem to be strange half and half creatures, and then the guardian of the forest speaks out to them, warning them not to proceed any further. Of course, Luffy couldn't care less about anyone or anything telling him not to adventure, so he ignores the voice and continues onward and gets shot in the back. And boy, wasn't that fortunate. I mean, Luffy is thankfully immune to bullets, as Nami now learns, but if Gaimon aimed for Nami, well, that wouldn't have been too good. But yes, the Guardian of the Forest is revealed to be Gaimon, a man who 20 years ago got his body stuck in an empty treasure chest and has been stuck that way on the island ever since. He has truly become one with the treasure, his whole identity now entwined with a treasure chest. I wonder if that's symbolic. Their conversation takes a turn as Luffy mentions the One Piece and the Grand Line, and for the first time we see the world. Yep, it's hard to remember, but this is the first time we see the world of One Piece, in this single chapter story about a man stuck in a chest. Nami describes the world in a way that's perhaps a little outdated. First she says the world has 2 oceans or 2 seas, and then she says there's a town at the center of the Red Line, which, I mean, she's not talking about Fishman Island, so she's not entirely correct, but it goes to show that to even a skilled navigator and someone who we'll later learn is big into maps and cartography, she doesn't fully understand the nature of the Grand Line. At least we'll discover that in retrospect. Now, as mentioned, Gaimon has been stuck on this island for 20 years, but he was a pirate before that, and we learn that the Great Age of Pirates has been happening for 20-something years, so we can glean a few things from this revelation. Number 1, the King of the Pirates was executed somewhere between 20 and 30 years ago. 2, even 20 years ago, early into the era of piracy, the Grand Line was still known as the Pirates' Graveyard and a place of horror. So it's not due to the Great Pirate Era flooding the Grand Line with pirates that it became the place that it is. It has always been that place. 3, we actually learn what the Grand Line is. Everyone's been describing the Grand Line as a place, but now we know it's a sea route. One that, when looking at the world map, runs perpendicular to the Red Line and circles around the entire world. Oh yeah, we also learn about the Red Line. Of course, none of this information phases Luffy in the slightest. He's all like, I'm lucky, we're good. And I mean, yeah, Luffy is very lucky. There's a whole movie based around him being canonically really lucky. But Luffy's confidence makes Gaimon realize that the two of them share something in common. Hope. Or really belief. Luffy believes, really truly believes, let's forget his early moment of introspection back in chapter 2, that he'll find the One Piece. That's why it's not his dream, it's just a checklist item, a grand adventure that he's confident he will succeed at. That's why he doesn't proclaim, I'll try to be king of the pirates, or I'll do my best to be pirate king. It's always the affirmative, I'm gonna be the king of the pirates. Gaimon's hope isn't so grand, but he does believe in something. So we go back into his flashback, where we find out his, well, when you think about it, actually quite tragic backstory. And hey, wait a minute. Gaimon, you liar, you said you used to have 2 eyebrows. Anyway, first I'd like to point out that unlike someone like Buggy, who found treasure and tried to keep it to himself, Gaimon legitimately did try to share the treasure with his crewmates. If anything, it's kind of rotten of them to just leave him there. I mean, the island doesn't seem all that large and his captain was just there. I reckon they could have found him, but nevertheless, Gaimon falls after catching a glimpse of the treasure chests and lands in the empty chest that his captain had found earlier and gets stuck. On one hand, now he's alone, the treasure is his, and on the other hand, he can no longer climb to the treasure because of his predicament. And now his desire for a treasure that is out of his reach consumes him for 20 years. He drives away pirates, fearing that they will find the treasure that's rightfully his. Hell, he would have killed Luffy if he wasn't a rubber man, and then he'd still be stuck all alone on the island, pining after a treasure he could never reach, but he believes that it's there. Even after 20 years, even though the only other chest they found was empty, there is a treasure up there. Gaimon just knows it. Thankfully, Luffy is a good guy, and hearing Gaimon's story, he agrees. Yep, it's Gaimon's treasure, and then Nami offers to get the treasure for him, and not with the intention to steal it either. Of course, she makes Luffy retrieve the treasure, and he launches himself up there with ease. He confirms the existence of the chests, Gaimon celebrates and tells Luffy to throw him down, and just look at this expression. It's amazing what a few minor details can do. The slight shadow under the eye, the tiny sweat drop, the line at the corner of the mouth. Luffy is panicking. He doesn't know what to do. He can't bear to reveal to Gaimon that his last 20 years of hoping have all been for nothing. He can't reveal that the chests are empty, so all he can do is just refuse to bring the chests down, play the villain, let Gaimon stay ignorant. But Gaimon knows. And he knows that Luffy is just trying to protect him. He doesn't blame Luffy, but even as he justifies it to himself, he just breaks down. Well, now Luffy bursts out laughing. He's found his solution. If the treasure was a bust, you better come find the One Piece with us, the greatest treasure of all. He invites Gaimon to join his crew. Luffy is great, isn't he? It wouldn't be a stretch to say that getting this treasure has been Gaimon's dream, his purpose, and when Luffy is confronted by the shattering of this strange little chest man's dream right in front of his eyes, his solution is to dream bigger. In other stories, the reveal that that thing you've believed in is a lie would be the end. The moral of the story would be that even if it hurts, even if it stinks, learning the truth about something is the real reward. But not in One Piece, not for Luffy. If you can't achieve something, if what you believed in is false, then you don't give up. You set your sights even higher. Gaimon, in the end, turns Luffy down. All those strange animals that were shown at the start of the story, well, it ends up after 20 years Gaimon is quite fond of them, and their uniqueness makes them a hot commodity, so he decides to stay to protect them. And now liberated from his self-imposed guardianship of the treasure that doesn't exist, he can live his life and actually enjoy it for what it is. He wishes Luffy and Nami well, and we see one more shot of Zoro fast asleep, and the final shot is of him surrounded by the island's strange creatures as the trio sail off into the horizon. I'm going to quickly brush over characters and world building since I kind of covered them in the flow of the story recap. Character-wise, the only additional thing would be to point out that even with the potential of great treasure, Nami doesn't make any attempt at any point to try and weasel Gaimon out of it. You could say it's a grey area as he's an ex-pirate and Nami only steals from pirates, so his treasure is off the table, but still, it goes to show that she's not the shallow treasure first person that she appeared to be on the surface if the last arc didn't already make that clear. Luffy's attempted recruitment of Gaimon shows, I'm not really sure what to call it, but his honourable side? I'm not sure Gaimon has really fulfilled Luffy's good guy criteria, but Luffy feels obliged to invite him to his crew. He's taking responsibility for having revealed the truth to Gaimon in the only way he can. It reminds me a little bit of when Robin joins the crew, and he more or less just takes her in as an act of obligation, though that said, I'm not up to that part just yet, so maybe I'll find more nuance when I cover it in depth. World building wise, aside from all the stuff revealed about the world, the Grand Line, the Great Pirate Era, the Red Line, and so on, not to belittle those things, reveals like that could justify a chapter all on its own, the island's strange creatures are also a hint of what is to come. Giant sea serpents, giant birds, a lion, all these creatures are within the realms of the expected. But now Oda's introducing us to weird and wild animals, and trust me, they'll only get stranger from here. Oh, and there's 6 chests on this island. 6 empty chests on an island. So, no, it's not God Valley. I know I had to mention it, otherwise someone else would. We see both islands and how they look, and God Valley was in the West Blue. Alright, now let's talk about themes, the juicy part of this chapter. First, Gaimon being stuck in a chest. I mentioned it before, but I reckon that's a very intentional choice. His body has literally grown into and molded itself into an empty treasure chest. An empty treasure chest has literally defined his life for the last 20 years, controlled the way that he acts and interacts with others. I like that by the end of the story, Gaimon isn't freed from the chest, even though he's been freed from his mental prison of pining after the treasure. While it would have been the easy symbolic gesture to be all, "Ah yes, once he was freed from the mental prison caused by the treasure chests, he got freed from the physical prison of the treasure chest." But not being freed, in my opinion, is better, because yeah, he can't just erase those 20 years from his life. Those 20 years have, literally, molded him into the person he is today. He may no longer be burdened by the treasure, but he has been shaped by it. If not for those chests up on the cliff, he wouldn't have become fond of the strange animals around him. Or maybe I'm just putting a bit too much meaning behind a goofy character design. The chapter is also a good bookend to the Orangetown arc. While Buggy was so treasure-obsessed that it caused his downfall, in Gaimon we see someone who lets go of his desire for material treasure and instead finds that the other animals are the actual treasure that the island holds. It's almost like a recovery process, the loneliness of the pursuit of material wealth versus finding your treasure outside of gold and jewels. I also noticed that aside from that one joke frame where Gaimon and Luffy both laugh at not being able to read maps, Gaimon doesn't smile until he believes the treasure chests are in his grasp. But by the end of the chapter, he's smiling in almost every frame, especially in his final farewell. Of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Luffy liberation loop. Though this is one of our first purely mental liberations, which is another way that this chapter justifies its existence. Previously, Luffy liberated people from literal oppressors, and while there was a mental component to his liberation of someone like Koby by giving him the confidence to pursue his dream, Gaimon is all about liberating his mind, freeing Gaimon from the mental shackles of having to guard a treasure that didn't exist, that was causing him not to be able to enjoy his life, and liberate him from that and give him new purpose. Finally, let's talk about the elephant in the room. One Piece has been going on for 25 years, that's 5 years longer than Gaimon was stuck in the chest, and Gaimon found out that his treasure was empty. So, I mean, Oda knew what the One Piece is going to be, so I don't know. Oda has said in interviews that there will be a treasure. Well, that at least the One Piece is a physical thing, not something like the friends we made along the way. But I think this chapter is foreshadowing that it won't be gold and jewels. In Gaimon's story, the real treasure, so to speak, were the weird and wonderful creatures of the island. So what will the One Piece be? A bottle of sake, a story about a strange boy who brings laughter, a big red button that says, "Press this to destroy the red line." I think Oda is warning us here to not get trapped in an empty treasure chest. Don't get molded by an expectation that may not be fulfilled. Don't commit so hard to something that you haven't seen yet that you end up disappointed. Maybe, just maybe, a silly rubber man will show up and give you the opportunity to pursue something greater. Though, that being said, Gaimon says that it happens all the time that somebody's already taken the loot, and that could be foreshadowing that any one of Luffy's other rivals is going to get to the One Piece before Luffy does. I mean, it could be possible the latest chapters make it seem like it's anyone's game. Is somebody going to get to the One Piece before Luffy? I don't know what this means. Did he plan this far in advance? Curse you, Oda! Alrighty, that's the chapter done. Time to cover things I've picked up during editing. The words used when Luffy acknowledges Koby's willingness to die to defeat the corrupt Marines is "good guy." I think that this is the moment where Luffy would be happy to have Koby as a crew member. It's literally his requirement. But obviously because Koby's dream is to become a Marine, Luffy doesn't invite him. We only ever see Zoro with his bandana on for the entirety of his recruitment process. But once he's acknowledged Luffy as his captain and Morgans is defeated, we see him in the next scene without it, and also smiling and relaxed. It's an introduction to business Zoro versus relaxed Zoro. It's a fun way to tell if Zoro is taking a fight seriously. He puts on his bandana. I guess I didn't mention it, but it's interesting that Zoro uses 3 katanas. We've seen a fair few swords at this point, but only Zoro, so far, uses a distinctly Japanese-style blade. Most other pirates use larger, more cutlass-style swords. Put this one in the small details that may or may not have ramifications later on, or I could be quickly disproven, who knows. Throughout Zoro's flashback, he's only ever using 2 swords. It's only once he inherits Kuina's sword and her will that he starts using 3. To me, it shows that it's not Kuina's will overtaking Zoro's or replacing his own, it's additive. Zoro and Kuina's will together will be what makes Zoro the world's greatest swordsman. When Koby says that finding the One Piece is the goal of every pirate, it makes us wonder, why did Shanks never mention it? You'd think in the opening chapter of a story called One Piece that the series' namesake would serve as an inspiration to Luffy, but, as will become apparent later, finding the One Piece for Luffy may be a fun adventure, but it's also a necessity for him to become the king of the pirates, which is a goal that he needs to achieve in order to pursue his true yet undisclosed dream. And remember, Shanks did not mention the One Piece at all. Devil fruit, fruit of the gum gum tree, fruit of the devil tree. What's up with that? It's kind of neat that no one that we have come across really understands what devil fruit are, that it's clouded where devil fruit come from. It even happens again in this chapter. Gaimon calls Luffy's fruit the fruit of the gum gum tree. Are there individual trees for individual powers? Is there one tree with lots of devil fruit on them? Who knows? Well, maybe Shanks does. He calls it the fruit of the devil. It's one of the secret treasures of the sea. I'm thinking Shanks has a pretty good idea of what devil fruits actually are. I totally didn't catch during the last video that Nami tying up Luffy was a great foreshadow to her tying up Buggy. It showed that Nami is really fast and skilled with a rope, and that devil fruit users are weak to rope? I'm kidding on that, but it's still cool to see that Nami was able to defeat, for lack of a better term, both Buggy and Luffy using the same method. I love how Nami says, "Darn, I couldn't help myself," when she knocks out one of Buggy's crewmates to protect Luffy. It implies that it's an automatic response for Nami to rescue others, that it's part of her nature. As much as she likes to play the villain as a thief, she is also a morally righteous person through and through. We see it again soon after the whole throwaway weapon sacrifice body to save Luffy scene after, but we will also see it later in the story when she acts automatically even when it appears to be out of character. I also noticed when Luffy offers to team up with Nami, he does it on her terms, appealing to what she wants. He's already said that she's their new navigator, but he's easing her into the role by working with her for her own goals first. Clever Luffy, very clever. And finally, this is probably the biggest one. The question, what does it mean to be a captain? I'm thinking of rephrasing it to, why does the villain fail as a pirate captain? Or better, when they are against Luffy, why do they lose? I think that's why I've struggled answering both questions each video, so from now on the two questions are, what does this arc tell us about being a pirate? And why does the enemy captain fall short of Luffy? So with Alvida, she falls short because her crew just doesn't like her. Koby betrays her, the rest of her crew don't back her up, and she just isn't strong enough, though she's the first arc villain so it's not that deep. Morgan's falls short because he doesn't trust the people serving him, or rather he sees them only as tools, adding another layer to the final blow against him, as it isn't Luffy who beats him, a leader defeating another leader, but Luffy's underling. Luffy trusts and leaves the big bad to Zoro, so an underling, it's weird to use that term to describe Zoro, defeats Morgan's, throwing a spanner into his rank means everything philosophy. Buggy, as I mentioned last video, doesn't get his priorities right. He gets distracted by material wealth and therefore he loses, while Luffy literally beats him into a bag of treasure and then shows himself as not worrying about treasure when he leaves his portion to the villagers. With both Alvida and Morgan's... It's actually Morgan, isn't it? I think I've been saying Morgan's like Big News Morgan's. It's Captain Axehand Morgan. Okay. With Alvida and Morgan, it's that they abuse their crew. With Buggy, it's that he values material wealth too much and he can't focus on his role as a captain. And we'll be getting the answer for Kuro, Krieg, and Arlong soon enough too. Alright, those are the things I picked up during editing. It's time for the introduction of Usopp, the everyman, and in some ways a very tragic figure. Why is that? No, not because of his comparatively tame backstory, not because Usopp is someone who lies to others, though that is certainly true, but because Usopp is someone who can't help but lie to himself. But let's look at how Usopp is first introduced. It's a clear, beautiful day, the early morning, Usopp overlooking the peaceful waters, and he decides, yes, today is a lovely, peaceful day. And then we see him shouting, "Horrors, we're doomed, the pirates are coming!" But most of the villagers aren't bothered. Even one uses it as an indicator that it's time to go to work. This is normal for them. This is a usual, peaceful day, shouting included. Then with a giant smile and a loud, "Just kidding," Usopp runs away from the pursuing villagers and congratulates himself on a job well done, bringing a jolt of excitement to his boring village. Next, we see Usopp's crew, 3 youth, Pepper, Carrot, and Onion, who we also see yelling about pirates just as Usopp was. Of course, Usopp doesn't believe him, some foreshadowing for later, but when Onion mentions Buggy's sign on the sail, Usopp makes a break for it, saying something about snack time, making an obvious lie about a medical condition. But he gets a touch of courage when he hears there's only 3 people and goes to defend our village and leads the way. There's several things we can immediately draw from Usopp's first scene. 1, he's been doing this pirates are coming routine for a long time. 2, he's a liar, obviously. 3, he sees his village as boring. 4, he's a pretty good runner. 5, he has managed to gain some followers that look up to him. 6, he's a coward. And 7, despite being a coward, he does want to protect his village. In regards to that last one, I can see it as Usopp being a bit of a realist. He's not a Zoro or Luffy type who is all, "It doesn't matter how many there are, I'll take them all down." He has a more realistic idea of what his capabilities are. If it was a full crew of pirates, he knows he doesn't stand a chance and wants to run away. But only 3? Well, maybe he'll be able to figure something out. Once he meets up with Luffy and the gang, we see 3 more aspects of him. 1, when he talks about Kaya, he acknowledges her wealth but says that nobody's more unfortunate than her. 2, he wants to be a captain, he offers to be captain for Luffy's gang. And 3, before all of this, he says an interesting line, "I'm a proud man, which is why they call me Proud Captain Usopp." So these are 10 things we learn about Usopp in his chapter of introduction, and in classic Oda style, we get both the surface level look at Usopp and hints at something deeper. On the surface, Usopp doesn't seem like much. He's a troublemaker, a liar, he talks himself up, yet he's a coward. But give him a moment's consideration and some interesting things come to light. He, legitimately, is trying to protect his village the only way he knows how, through deception. Yes, we the readers know that Luffy, Zoro and Nami are all good people, but they are flying the notorious pirate Captain Buggy's flag. Usopp is legitimately showing bravery, staying behind even when his crew flee. Following the previous 2 stories of Buggy and Gaimon, his line about Kaya also gets the audience up to speed about how he views material wealth. Indeed, Kaya may be rich, and Usopp acknowledges that, and even sees how someone with material wealth can help Luffy and the crew, but in spite of her wealth, to Usopp, no one is more unfortunate than she is. Oh, and about Usopp's crew, he's got one. Yes, they're young children dressing up as pirates, but for one reason or another, Usopp has gained himself 3 followers. And he hasn't deceived them into following him either. They're more than capable of calling Usopp out on his lies. There is something about Usopp that is worth following. And Usopp is someone that wants to be followed, even needs to be, because beneath his bluster and his lies, there is something Usopp wants. I lead 80 million men. They call me proud captain. I'll be your captain, even getting the villagers to chase him in his first scene. That is Oda setting up the tragedy of Usopp, someone who does not find value in himself, but can only measure his worth by being seen by others, and trying to influence how they see him. But how does Oda use this intricate first chapter setup for the rest of the story? Well, as we come to learn, the story of Usopp in Syrup Village is about the power of lies, and in Usopp's case, how his lies can be used for good. Rather, I should stop referring to them as lies. In Usopp's case, they are given the moniker of stories, tall tales. A story of a fictional pirate that he dreams of one day becoming, and the adventures that this pirate goes on. Speaking of which, time to introduce a new concept to this series, the Hawk of Death treasure chest, named after the viewer that suggested it. Often in One Piece, things will be mentioned only to become relevant dozens if not hundreds of chapters later, so to save me the trouble of mentioning whenever something will be revealed in the future, I'll throw it in the HODTC to pull out again later. So, inexplicably, I'm going to throw in some of these tales of Usopp's in there, namely the one about the giant goldfish and an island of little people. But why does Usopp admire pirates so much? Well, we quickly find out. His father is a pirate, and not just any pirate, a pirate on Red-Haired Shanks' crew. More so than that, the fact that Usopp's father is a pirate is something that he is proud of, that he refuses to lie about, even if his life was easier as a result. And we get a phrase which is very important when talking about Usopp, a brave warrior of the sea. We are now beginning to piece Usopp together. He admires pirates, sees them as brave warriors. That's why he fashions himself as a pirate captain and tells stories about his pirate adventures, because he wants to be seen as a brave warrior of the sea. He doesn't see himself as a brave warrior of the sea just yet, but if everyone else does, well, maybe that's good enough. Of course, we see the price for lying to yourself and others for such a long time, as when pirates do show up, same as the classic fable of the boy who cried wolf, the village does not believe Usopp, thinking that this time is like all the other mornings when Usopp has ran through the village shouting doom via pirate invasion. But here's the thing, Usopp has never used his lies to hurt others. His lies are to build himself up in the eyes of others, the only exception being the morning pirate raid lie, which we'll learn about in due time. But the village doesn't realize that, even when they're surprised that Usopp has apparently turned to violence, and not even Kaya, who ironically said that she loved his lies because they were romantic. She most of all should have realized that because this lie was not romantic, it was not a lie at all. His own Usopp pirates who do believe him so much that when he does actually lie to them that pirates aren't invading, that they believe that lie. They are disappointed in Usopp because they know that Usopp wouldn't lie in this way. But with this lie, we see another way that lies can be used for good, to protect others. He protects his crew by making sure that they are away from danger. But now we'll take a break from Usopp and talk about the villain of the story, because at the start of this video I said there was not one liar, but two. And the second is of course the villainous Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Kuro is interesting because this is the first time that the main villain is not a reflection of Luffy, but is instead, in this case, a reflection of Usopp. Usopp lies openly and is known as a liar. Kuro has been living a lie and has been lying for years and getting away with it. Usopp uses his lies to connect to others, to make them smile. Kuro uses his lies to isolate Kaya and make her life worse. Usopp is proud of his pirate heritage and sees the pirate life as aspirational. Kuro is desperately trying to escape his pirate heritage and looks down at piracy and pirates. Usopp lies to Kaya to give her something. Kuro lies to Kaya to take something away from her. Usopp lies to protect his village and crew. Kuro lies to damage the village and plans to kill his crew. Everything about how Kuro lives, how he thinks, and how he lies is antithetical to Usopp's modus operandi. Usopp lies for good, Kuro lies for evil. And of course, we see Kuro projecting himself onto Usopp. He warns Kaya that Usopp is only after her wealth, but obviously, that's his goal. When he accuses Usopp of turning to violence when faced with difficulty, what does Kuro do when his plans start to go awry? And when we see Kuro describing his plans to Django, we see a final difference in his and Usopp's lies. Usopp struggles to lie to himself. He makes proclamations about how he's brave, a leader of men, but he doesn't believe it. He tells lies about himself, but his tragedy is that his confidence in himself is so low that the only lie that he tells that he does believe is that he isn't good enough. He isn't brave. Kuro, on the other hand, willfully deceives himself. He says he's not murdering Kaya, removing himself from the responsibility, but that's obviously not true. He says that he's gone legitimate, that he's a pacifist, but that's just a lie that he tells himself. He's convincing himself that he's gone on the straight and narrow, but he's still a criminal. But let's get into specifics on Kuro/Klahadore. This is Oda's first time trying to do a twist villain and, well, he's not very subtle about it. I mean, it starts off promising. The very first panel, well, actually second panel, that we see Kuro, he's drawn entirely in black. It really stands out against the white rendering of Kaya and her home, but when we next see Kuro rendered entirely not in silhouette, he's got two big piles of poop on his jacket. I mean, it's a choice, I guess. Despite Kuro looking clean, professional, well-mannered, well-respected, he's a big old pile of poop. And yeah, the way that he lies to Kaya and lies so that he can isolate her, he really is a piece of crap. He guilts her into doing what he wants. He lies about his origin to gain Kaya's trust. He twists Usopp's reputation as a liar to imply that he would hurt Kaya. When he feigns regret, he's only doing it to get Kaya to feel bad. Every lie that Kuro tells is self-serving and in a way that drags others down. There's a bit more to say about Kuro, but we'll get back to him in a moment, because it's time to talk about Usopp's most defining scene in the story, when he resolves himself to face the Black Cat Pirates. And this scene is really important, and it's a sentiment we'll see echoed far into the future. When Usopp cares about something, and when the chips are down and it's do or die time, even if the odds are against him, Usopp is willing to put it all on the line, to protect his village, to protect Luffy's honor, to protect Nami, to protect the Going Merry, to rescue Robin. He'll be crying and trembling, but Usopp will do it. And it's sad that he thinks, because he is afraid, that this isn't bravery. Zoro and Luffy even say as much to his face. Even though he's afraid, that doesn't mean that they pity him or think less of him. It's the opposite. Because he's so afraid, yet willing to face the pirates alone, he's noble, and they are impressed. That's why they're willing to help him. Later on during the fight itself, it's when the Black Cat crew mocks Usopp's bravery and resolve that we get a moment of Luffy's actually mad. Laugh at Usopp again and I'll kill you. Yikes. It just goes to show how much he respects Usopp's bravery, similar to how he respects the bravery of Mayor Boodle back in Orangetown. When the Black Cat pirates come, we complete the Usopp puzzle and we get to see how he fights. We saw briefly his ability with his slingshot echoing his father's abilities as a sharpshooter, but we also see that he uses tricks, deception, any sort of tool that he has at his disposal. Usopp is versatile, he thinks on his feet, even if he doesn't necessarily think things all the way through. And it's great how this part of Usopp's character stays consistent. His tools may evolve, but he never devolves into being just a sharpshooter. Oh, and of course I missed one more thing. Usopp's true captain quality. When his crew is in danger, even if it puts his own life at risk, Usopp is willing to die to protect them. All the way back in Chapter 1, that was the role of the captain that Luffy admired most, and Usopp fulfills that criteria. Kuro does not. And let's get back to talking about him, because once the fight starts and Kuro shows up, we really get to see his true colors. Where do we start? I think I'll start with the fact that Kuro, canonically a really smart character, according to Oda himself, is far too proud of his own intellect. So much so that his pride is his downfall. It's another way that he contrasts to Usopp. Usopp is great at thinking on his feet, adjusting as the situation demands it. Kuro, on the other hand, even when all these obstacles show up, even when his plan has obviously irrevocably changed, even when better options show up, he's so damn proud of his 3-year plan that he can't possibly fathom doing anything different. He's absolutely, completely inflexible. It's kind of sort of foreshadowed a couple of chapters prior. Kaya has gotten Kuro a custom pair of glasses, made so that he won't have to keep adjusting them on his face like his current pair. A very thoughtful gift, one that shows Kaya has been paying attention to him and his needs, the sort of gift that makes your life better. And what does Kuro do? Destroy them. Even on a surface level, that's just stupid. Wear the dang glasses, it will literally make your day-to-day life easier. But no, Kuro doesn't want to receive anything from Kaya now because he's going to take it all later. On a more metaphorical level, giving Kuro glasses could literally be viewed as Kaya giving Kuro a new perspective, a literal new way of looking at things, something that is more comfortable, a life with her. There has been no indicator that Kaya is terrible or a hassle to serve. Mary seems quite happy looking after her. But Kuro rejects this. He cannot replace his original vision, his original plan, even if it doesn't fit properly, even if it isn't the best option. He won't consider a new path. He won't even try the glasses on. This gets doubly affirmed when Kaya literally offers him her wealth. Take everything, just spare the village, but no. Kuro wants it his way. His vaunted 3-year plan means that Kaya needs to be accidented to death the way that he wanted. And this, getting back to the original point, is his downfall. He is so confident in his plan that he can't possibly see it failing, and he causes it to fail himself. He lets Usopp go, who obstructs the Black Cat pirates from reaching the village and who protects Kaya from Jungo. Even originally, if he didn't drive Usopp away from Kaya when all he was doing was telling her stories, Usopp wouldn't have gone to the beach where he overheard Kuro's plan in the first place. There are several moments where he could have killed Usopp's crew or Usopp himself, but he's so fixated on Django hypnotizing Kaya and getting her to write the will that he doesn't do it. Hell, if he just joined the fight and took down Zoro while he was occupied with the Meow Band brothers instead of stressing everybody out with a 5-minute timer, he would have won. He was so fixated on keeping his hands clean and having his ex-pirate crew do all the work that he ruined his own plans. Jeez. Got a little heated there. I do actually like Kuro when put against other East Blue villains, his style, his demeanor. He's a bit like a prototype Crocodile, but still, unlike Crocodile, Kuro was missing several backup plans. His plan falls apart, he gets defeated by Luffy with a fitting headbutt showing that there's more than one way to use your head, and he gets thrown back to the crew he abandoned. I'll talk about Luffy and Kuro's fight in the next video. Yes, this will be a two-parter, but let's round out the rest of Usopp's tale. He first convinces Kaya and his crew to lie and not tell anyone about what happened with Kuro and the Black Cat pirates. Another good way to lie, to protect the peace of the village. No need to make them afraid of something so rare, let the village remain its peaceful way of life. The other side of the lie is to show Usopp's selflessness. He's been lying for most of the story to build up his image, but now he can legitimately brag about being brave, about protecting everyone, but he doesn't. Even if being seen as brave, as heroic is something that he wants, it's not worth sacrificing the peace of those around him. I also love the scene as the village wakes up and they try to do their usual morning routines, but something is off. Usopp isn't running around causing a ruckus. Some people accidentally sleep in, others don't realize it's time for work. Their mornings just aren't right without Usopp. It's a nice way to show that even this lie really did bring something positive to his village. But let's talk about one of my favorite scenes of the arc, Usopp disbanding his crew. We see him feigning that he feels fine, but panel by panel he struggles more and more until he breaks down crying. But the best part of this scene is him getting his crew members to declare their ambitions, their dreams. Then he tells them to keep the fire of those dreams alive. In the same way that his father left him, abandoning his wife and child to pursue his dream of being a pirate, Usopp does the same, leaving the village he loves, the people he cares about most, to pursue his own dream. But before he leaves, he makes sure that his crew will follow their own dreams. It's a bit of a sad scene when Usopp joins the Straw Hat crew, not because he's saying goodbye, but because it shows that despite all the acts of heroism that Usopp has shown, his self-confidence is still non-existent. He's surprised when Luffy and Zoro tell him to get aboard the ship. He can't believe it. He's overjoyed. He was fully expecting that he'd have to go out to the sea alone. Let's put this doubt about his place in the crew in the treasure chest for later, shall we? There's a little more to Usopp's story, mainly his backstory, detailing how he started lying about the daily pirate invasion due to a hope that his father would one day return. And I'll put this lie about a wonder medicine that can cure any illness in the chest as well. It provides additional context to some of Usopp's actions, and how, at least as a child, his lies, or as his mother put it, wild tales, is Usopp's way of dreaming. If he can tell a story about this medicine, maybe it might exist. Maybe if he calls himself a brave warrior of the sea enough, that's what he'll eventually become. And that's the tale of two liars, of Usopp's introduction, the brave young man with no self-confidence, who wants to be a pirate, who sees pirates as brave warriors of the sea, who tells stories about his exploits to others, and lies about his real achievements to himself. More than just a sharpshooter, and someone who inspires others, even Luffy and Zoro, to follow him. The fourth crew member of the Straw Hats. Let's start with something most peculiar to a first-time One Piece reader, something that doesn't actually occur in Sirit Village. Let's talk about Buggy. Yes, I know I'm a Buggy fan, but that's not that reason. You see, for the vast bulk of cover pages of One Piece, Oda's been doing these little illustrations. They're fun, they're full of whimsy, and then we get one of Mini Buggy on a raft escaping some fish. Well, that's pretty funny. And then the next chapter comes out, and this time the image bears the title, Buggy's Crew After the Battle, Part 2, Moji and Kabaji. And we see this pair running away from Mare Boodle and Chouchou, Kabaji's wounds still fresh after his fight with Zoro. Part 2? That's interesting. Then we get Part 3, 4, and 5, and it continues after Sirit Village too. You find out, as a first-time reader, that this isn't Oda just drawing random images as a cover page like he always has been up to this point, but that he's telling a parallel story of something else happening in the world. I'll cover the rest of Buggy's cover story now so I don't come back to it at a later part, but we see Buggy, still missing his tied-up torso, having a misadventure, coming across giant birds, crabs, Gaimon, and then a mysterious woman with a familiar hat, one who is also looking for Luffy. We see Buggy's crew mourning what they think is his death, which, mind you, tells us that Buggy is a well-loved captain despite his violent fits of rage, then getting back in their own bit of trouble only to be rescued by Buggy, who has managed to get his body back. That's 28 different covers in all, spanning over the next arc and a half. But why are we being shown this cover story? Why should we care about the fate of Buggy? Well, I guess we'll leave those questions in our minds and the story in the chest for now. That out of the way, let's get into the rest of Sirit Village, and I think I'll start by covering the different characters and what we learn about them this arc. I'll start off with Nami. Similar to the story with Gaimon, we get further affirmation of her preparedness and knowledge of travelling on the ocean. The group have gotten a slightly better boat after their encounter with Buggy, but Nami knows the ocean and knows that these tiny little things are nowhere near what they need if they're actually going to make it to the Grand Line. Nami's also the first one to call out Usopp on his lies when they first meet, and I like to think that's because she's a much better liar than he is. But the first real meaningful scene is when they're talking to Usopp about Kaya, and Nami gets this expression when Usopp mentions that she's rich, but unfortunate, and that both her parents have died. She immediately says to forget about finding a ship in this village, and it makes me wonder why. I'll rag on the live action for a minute, but as some people pointed out during my problems with the live action video, in the live action, Nami steals from Kaya. I think this scene in the manga is a repudiation of that. We may not know it yet, but Nami may have a bit of a soft spot for orphans. That's why it's only after hearing this information from Usopp that Nami doesn't seem to want to take advantage of her, even if she is wealthy, much less steal from her. She doesn't steal from civilians after all, only pirates. I also find it cute that when the trio decide to help Usopp, that Nami says that the treasure is all mine. Not because, haha, Nami's all about the treasure, but because treasure hasn't actually been mentioned at all. There may be none at all from their upcoming pirate encounter, but Nami's justifying her desire to want to help Usopp by claiming treasure that may not actually be there. It gives me a similar vibe to when she says to Luffy, "After all, this is one fight we gotta win," only to then follow it up with, "There's treasure on the line," right after. Once again, we may not know it yet, but Nami has certain feelings about villages and pirate invasions. I think it all clicks together at the end of the fight when Nami catches Luffy as he falls, saying, "Good job," and I'll make a note that we don't see her expression here. The moment doesn't seem to me to be a "good job, we protected the treasure" moment. It definitely seems to be a more sincere "good job on protecting the village." And I'll point out that, between the pair's time with Gaimon and the latter half of the fight with Kuro, including this scene, Nami has shared some pretty special moments with Luffy. Notably, in this, she was the only one to witness Luffy getting furious and shouting at Kuro, "Don't you care about your crew?" And it's pretty surprising that we get a full-width reaction shot from Nami in this scenario. Maybe a hint that a captain actually caring about their crew is that big of a deal to her. And I also like the detail that Nami is the one to return Luffy's hat to him at the end of the fight. It'd also be remiss of me not to mention Nami being the MVP during the fight, risking her life and limb to retrieve Zoro's swords and to wake up Luffy. It reminds me of when, during her introduction, she's trying to think of how to save everyone's life. In this scenario, she knows they're in a bit of a predicament, and their best chance for victory is for her to put her life on the line in order to get Zoro back to full strength, i.e. with all his swords. The final scene is when Mary, the butler, starts describing the technicals of the Going Merry, and Nami just takes over. You're wasting your breath with those two. I find it interesting that Nami is learning how to use Luffy's ship, especially considering what happens in the next arc. After Nami, we'll talk about our resident swordsman, Zoro. He's got a couple of fun moments in this arc. Starting off, I love how he teases Usopp's crew when they think that Luffy and the gang have literally eaten Usopp. I like seeing Zoro's darker sense of humor, and he's not usually the one that cracks jokes, so I appreciate the scene. Then we've got some stellar moments of him in the background, comforting Luffy when his request gets rejected, holding Luffy back from finding Kuro before they knew what he was. Then when we see Usopp running after hearing Kuro's plan, Zoro's first reaction after realizing that Luffy isn't with Usopp is to go to the beach. Something must have happened to Luffy. It's something I mentioned a few parts back in Zoro's introduction. Zoro is watching Luffy's back, holding him back when violence would be the wrong answer, and he thinks about Luffy's well-being first before being concerned with whatever Usopp is yelling about. Even later in the arc, when Luffy uses the wrong saying when thanking Kaya, Zoro corrects him so he doesn't mistakenly insult her. These are all small moments, and they're often played for comedy, but they're showing an underlying pattern of behavior for Zoro. Zoro's also the one that verbally recognizes Usopp's bravery twice. He's also the one to explicitly invite Usopp onto the ship. It makes sense since Zoro is someone who values honor, and Usopp's actions were honorable. It shows that Zoro, despite not being the type to lie, since as previously established he takes his word very seriously, he doesn't mind liars conceptually. It's only if their deceptions are used to hurt or betray. I also love the expression that he has after cutting the branch for Usopp to make the shot against Django. I read it very much as, "Now, show me what you're made of." That sort of expression. The fact that Zoro trusts Usopp in this situation speaks volumes of how much he actually does trust him despite Usopp not yet being a member of the crew. But you know, when we get a really good insight on Zoro? During his fights. He is a battle-centric character after all, probably why Oda left him asleep on Gaimon's island. There are no fights there. First, we see how Zoro reacts against an opponent that he views as either unwilling to fight or, I guess, forced to fight, and not a threat, for lack of a better term. He violently threatens them. And we've seen it before too, when he was up against the Marines in his introduction. Zoro talks mean. I mean, he says he's going to kill Nami earlier in this chapter, but he's actually a bit of a softie. He's just not very nice about it. Since Zoro is an honourable swords boy, he gets completely bamboozled and gets his sword stolen. It seems to be a weakness of his, getting outsmarted or deceived in fights. First against Buggy, though I mean, who expects a dude to survive getting cut in half? But now in this case too. Even in Zoro's one-on-one with Kabaji, it was full of trickery. Someone give this man a fair one-on-one swords fight. What's the worst that could happen? As a result, we see Zoro only using one sword, which he says he's not very good at. But still, Zoro's not good at is good enough to take two higher-ranked members of a notorious pirate crew 2-on-1. It's a good thing to know, both that he can fight with one sword, and also that his standards are high if this level of skill is not good. Though Zoro's standout scene in this fight is soon after. When Usopp attempts to intervene and assist him via slingshot, Zoro intentionally moves his body to intercept the shot, resulting in him giving the enemy an opening and getting injured. And then he reprimands Usopp for trying to interfere. It's clear that Zoro watches Luffy's back, but he also protects the other members of the crew, even if Usopp isn't officially a crew member yet. Even in this case from their own bad decisions. Even before he starts to fight, he makes sure Usopp and Nami retreat to safety first. When Nami goes to retrieve his swords, you see what I think is a moment of panic, when he knows he's not able to protect Nami from his current position. After Zoro comes Django, because he shows up again in the story. I was thinking about mentioning it in the last video, but it's interesting that Kuro's first mate is a hypnotist. Kuro is a liar, and Django is someone that can convince someone that lies are a reality. He is like the perfect facilitator for Kuro. Though what I want to talk about is how Django is a bit of a Helmeppo, and spoilers, he does become a Marine in the future. By that I mean, Django is not irredeemable. When the young Usopp pirates ask him to show them his hypnotism, he obliges. When Kuro repeatedly gives Django the order to kill them, he doesn't. He tries to incapacitate them first. When Django thinks he's killed Luffy, he seems to be a bit remorseful. Yes, he's violent, but he stops short of active murder. The only times he does seem to actively go for the kill is when Kuro is watching. The other interesting thing about Django is his power. This is the first instance of a seemingly bizarre and supernatural power that isn't the result of a devil fruit. And what a power it is. Hypnotism that can essentially erase and rewrite memory in the case of Morgan, heal wounds and provide super strength, Butchie and the Black Cat crew, cause instant sleep, and get people to perform actions against their will. That's a pretty wild set of skills. It expands the world and allows for more possibilities and abilities that aren't just for combat. Alright, now let's talk about Luffy. I'm not sure if this is the case for anyone else, but this arc really made it hit home that Luffy is kind of a selfish jerk. I mean, I love Luffy, but some of his behaviors made me re-examine his actions in previous arcs, and while certainly present in previous arcs, they are a lot more explicit in this one. I'm not going to gradually expand and reveal it like I usually do, I'm just going to state it bluntly. Luffy does not give a damn about Usopp's village. When he learns that the Black Cat pirates are going to sack the village, his response isn't, "We've got to stop them," it's to hurry and get meat before the butcher leaves town. So why does Luffy decide to protect the village in the end? Well, he says it best. Usopp made him. And that's when it clicked for me. Luffy only does good things coincidentally to satisfy his own selfish desires. He takes a shine to Usopp, either because he found him funny, likes his dad, or Usopp showed him where to get some food. With Luffy, it could be literally anything. So when Usopp expresses concern about Kuro's plan to kill Kaya, Luffy tells them not to. Not because he cares about Kaya, but because he cares about Usopp. He decides to protect the village not because he cares, but because Usopp wants to. When Kuro asks why Luffy is interfering, he responds, "Because there's someone I don't want you to kill." Then with that realization, we can work backwards. He doesn't care about Orange Town, he's even cheerful about asking Nami if she's robbing the abandoned houses. He has no intention of confronting Buggy. When Buggy blows up the houses, he's not like, "How dare he do that?" We see his anticipation, but not his reaction. But we do see Nami's, who is disturbed by the destruction. The reason he decides to clobber Buggy is because he backstabbed Zoro. Luffy also takes a liking to Chouchou after hearing his story and seeing him in the aftermath with his fight with Moji, and so Luffy defeats Moji. With Axe Hand, Luffy is amused by the town's fear more than anything else. He doesn't want or care to liberate them, though I will note he doesn't just let the little girl thrown by the Marines hit the ground. Then he takes a liking to Zoro. He's not even the one to take down Morgan in the end, he punches Helmeppo because he likes Koby. And with Alvida, Luffy treats Koby like dirt initially. He just wants a ride to continue his pirate adventure, but he takes a shine to Koby when he finally gets the guts to tell off Alvida, and that's when Luffy steps in to help. It has bugged me in the past when Luffy says, "I'm not a hero," because, yeah, sure Luffy, you're pretty thick, but how can you not see you taking down these oppressive powers as heroic? But this really helped me see it. Them being oppressive powers are merely incidental to them negatively affecting the lives or desires of the people he actually cares about. Luffy is a simple guy. He likes Usopp. Usopp wants to stop the pirates from invading the village, so if Luffy does that, Usopp will be happy. It wouldn't matter if it was an overly aggressive duck that was threatening to make its way into the village. If that was the thing bothering Usopp, then Luffy would gum bell it too. That sort of view suits Luffy. He became a pirate to be free, so why would he reprimand others for their actions? It was a throwaway line in the first part of this series, but a young Luffy is told that a pirate does all manner of heinous things by the crew he admires most. So if Luffy didn't meet Usopp, then he probably would just look at the invasion and say, "Wow, those guys seem to be having fun." Though, yes, Zoro and Nami would probably get Luffy to stop them. So that then gets us to readdress something we've been trying to puzzle out so far this series. Why does Luffy recruit his crew members, or more broadly, why does Luffy take a liking to people? What actions or traits do they share that make Luffy want to intervene in their lives? The first commonality is action. They speak louder than words to Luffy, and he himself is a man of action for better or for worse. Ignoring the crew members, which have already been covered extensively in previous parts, Koby, Mare Boodle, Chouchou, when all of them take action, and even in the case of Chouchou where Luffy doesn't see it, only the aftermath, that's when he takes a shine to them. With Usopp, it's hard to tell the exact moment. It certainly could be him resolving himself to defend the village, but I reckon even at their first encounter, Luffy takes a liking to Usopp. It may just be that Luffy finds him funny, but maybe then he noticed Usopp standing against him to defend his village. But that's just half of it. The second half, at least I think so, is the drive behind the action. To try and distill it into a sentence, I think it would be putting one's life on the line in order to uphold their beliefs, pursue their dreams, and or protect their personal treasure. Koby, Mare Boodle, and Chouchou all do. Zoro is more than happy to risk starvation to uphold his word. Nami risks her life to save Luffy because she refuses to kill anyone. Now Usopp is willing to put his life on the line to give his village one more peaceful day. And it reminds me of when Luffy reprimanded Nami, that to go against a pirate means you are prepared to risk your life, and if he's competing with all the pirates to become the Pirate King, then his crew needs to be ready to put their lives on the line, same as him. Now, to be fair, this isn't the only reason that Luffy recruits people. With Gaimon's offer, that came from a place of responsibility/obligation, which we'll see again in a later crew member. And long into the future, we'll cover another type of recruitment too. So, Luffy is a selfish jerk who likes people who put their lives on the line. Great that characterization has solidified this arc. What else do we learn? There's one line that I read a bit differently over 1,000 chapters in. With Luffy reprimanding Kuro about abandoning the pirate life, he says, "And if you want to compare plans, mine's much bigger." As a first-time reader, it obviously reads as, I plan to become the Pirate King, a much bigger goal than to rob a rich orphan, but with current knowledge, Luffy does have a plan as far as Luffy is concerned. And we know that becoming Pirate King is only a step of that plan in order to achieve his dream. Makes me wonder if this was an early hint. Probably only with the benefit of hindsight, though with Oda, who really knows? I think there's something to learn in how Kuro is the first villain that Luffy really dislikes. Sure, he wants to clobber Buggy, but he seemed pretty nonchalant towards Alvida and Morgan. But he can't stand Kuro. It shows that Kuro is a really versatile villain, being a mirror to Usopp as explored last part, but also showing us a lot about Luffy. Luffy doesn't like his style. He actively says he'll never become a pirate like Kuro. He's so angry that in that moment with Nami, he even reiterates that I hate them, they're no good. Luffy usually doesn't care. Being a pirate is about freedom. Obviously, he admires Shanks more than others, but he doesn't judge how other pirates pirate. That is their decision. But Kuro is so far the exception. So let's figure out why. I think it's different than Kuro calling himself an ex-pirate. Gaimon called himself an ex-pirate, and that didn't bother Luffy. It's that Kuro is a quitter. While we can piece together panels to show the proof, Luffy thankfully states it outright himself after he's defeated Kuro. You think I'd let a pirate who gave up his name and quit the sea beat me? Luffy's got a lot of emotional intelligence, a lot of understanding for people, but he just does not get Kuro. How could anyone become a pirate and not expect to get a reputation? How could you get tired of the pirate life? In Luffy's mind, that's getting tired of freedom and adventure. Kuro does piracy all wrong. The other big reason Luffy can't stand Kuro is how he treats his crew. Now, we've seen pirate captains mistreat their crews before, but Kuro is by far the worst. The way that he describes his crew as pawns, that they live and die by his command, how once he's done with them that he just plans to kill them all, this culminates in his out-of-the-bag attack where he indiscriminately starts attacking everyone and Luffy is horrified. We could have assumed it before about Luffy, but now we know he's never going to treat his crew as expendable. He'll never sacrifice his crew to obtain his goals. His reaction here is proof of it. And that's Luffy covered. I'm not going to cover Kaya this arc, though it is admirable how she's willing to give up her wealth without a second thought, and there's a bit of ambiguity about it, but I think it's implied that she's in love with Usopp, but doesn't try and stop him from leaving so he can pursue his dream. Meanwhile, the live action doesn't like ambiguity very much. The Usopp pirate crew are a solid bunch of kids, but their role is more to show Usopp's leadership qualities. I especially like the scene when they've got the opportunity to call it quits to pretend like they're out of the fight, but they are inspired to follow the example set by their captain and continue to put their lives at risk to protect Kaya. Then there's the final crew member this chapter. Of course, I wasn't going to forget about the Going Merry, a little doofy looking before the stem head got a little more weight to it, but we love her all the same. There's not much we can say about her just yet, but this little ship is going to do great things. I like that she's named after Merry the butler. I wonder if it was an intentional choice that someone who has guided Kaya and looked after her is the name of the ship who will look after the Straw Hats as they sail into the Grand Line. And it works perfectly with the secondary meaning of going merry, or to be merry, cheerful, happy, a fitting name for the ship who's going to deliver a joyful boy from place to place. So with the characters out of the way, let's get on to world building. I've already mentioned the implications of Django's hypnotism powers and how that opens the doors for non-Devil Fruit supernatural abilities. I think the other thing to mention is Kuro's ability, his bursts of speed that are so fast that it seems as though he disappears. It isn't just a case of Kuro is really fast, it's a technique, the pussyfoot maneuver. It won't be for a while that we see a similar technique, but it is the first time we see it in One Piece. I've also already talked about the existence of the cover story and what that tells us, but something potentially even cooler contained within the pages of this arc is found within Kuro's flashback, Morgan's rise to power. This is something that will become commonplace in One Piece, but this is the first time we witness it. New information that provides additional context to past events, done in a non-explicit way. This is what makes rereading One Piece such a rewarding experience, because Oda doesn't always give us all the information up front. Sometimes he'll drip feed it to us over the course of hundreds of chapters. So now we know that Captain Axehand Morgan is a fraud, then he most likely rose up the ranks to become a Marine captain due to a big lie. All his gloating about rank makes right, and how he is so great is shown to be hollow. If I take my Morgan as an analogy for the Celestial Dragons idea from part 2 and add this information to it, well, isn't that an interesting thought with some of the information we've been getting from the latest chapters, which, for context, is 1116 at the time of writing. Finally, let's cover our themes, which I talked about pretty extensively the previous part. The power of lies or the power of stories, their ability to hurt, to heal, to inspire and repress. We also get themes of leadership, shown with how Kuro treats his crew and how Usopp treats his. Kuro obviously wants to kill his crew, sees them as pawns, thinks that their only role is to fulfill his plans. Usopp sees his crew as people, he inspires them to be braver, to follow their dreams, he tries to keep them from harm, and we can see who succeeds. Kuro's 3-year plan using his crew as pawns, or Usopp's hastily thrown together plan to protect his village in Kaya. I'd even dare say that for a brief moment, Zoro and Luffy became part of Usopp's crew. They said so themselves, he made them protect the village, not because they were ordered to, but because Usopp inspired them to. Once again, it's time for the Luffy Liberation Loop. Of course, by defeating Kuro, he's liberated Kaya from his oppressive influence, but I think what's more important is his liberation of Usopp. Luffy's visit is what gives Usopp that final push he needed in order to start his journey to become a brave warrior of the sea, liberating Usopp from his own mental restraints and allowing him to start becoming the man he wants to be. And let's get our 2 revised questions we are supposed to ask every arc. What does this arc tell us about pirates? And why does the antagonist, in this case Kuro, lose against Luffy? Pirate-wise, this arc tells us that it's actually very hard to stop being a pirate. Gaimon only manages because he was stranded on an island, and odds are he wasn't particularly notorious. Kuro, meanwhile, has to fake his own death to even attempt to stop being a pirate. But the key point of this arc is about pirate bravery. It's the whole reason Usopp wants to become one, and why he admires them. Going out onto the dangerous ocean and risking their lives for what they believe in, that's the pirate way. Which flows nicely onto the second question, why does Kuro lose against Luffy? Like I said before, he's a quitter. He runs away from the pirate life and by extension stops being a brave warrior of the sea. Luffy ain't no quitter. The way he manages to pin Kuro down and land the final blow is by taking a direct hit in order to grab Kuro. Even in his fights, Luffy is firing on all cylinders, putting his life on the line. As mentioned last part, Kuro loses because he's inflexible in his plan and refuses to modify it. And while that reflected more on Usopp's ability to plan and think on the fly, it'd be remiss of me not to mention that Luffy is literally a rubber man. Flexibility is what he does. And finally, Kuro loses because, like so many other villains in the East Blue, he doesn't trust his crew. He controls his crew, expects them to do what he commands or die. That restricts everyone around him. He's a control freak. Luffy rarely directly commands his crew, and never to the precise extent that Kuro does. It's almost because Luffy trusts his crew, and because he's not much of a commander, that his crew are independently capable and can make their own decisions. Luffy just facilitates them. The moment of Kuro saying, "Who gave you permission to climb this slope?" and Luffy responding, "I did," comes to mind. Kuro restricts, Luffy permits. And I think, with that, Syrup Village can finally come to an end. So, let me get it out first. We aren't talking about Sanji this part, he's going to get a part all to himself just like Usopp. We're not going to talk too much about Luffy either. The focus here is how Oda starts preparing us for the Grand Line. And to do that, we have to talk about someone that generally people aren't a big fan of. We have to talk about Don Krieg. We don't see Krieg for a while. We see his combat commander first, who we'll talk about next part along with Sanji. We see rumors about him and his 5,000-man pirate armada, and we see how terrified everyone is of the thought that he is coming. And then we see his ship. The translation sound effects obscure the Merry a fair bit, but look at the absolute enormity of it compared to the Merry. Krieg's ship looks like it could hold the Merry in its masthead's mouth. And this ship is a wreck. We've heard from Gin that the Grand Line is horrifying, and we quickly learn that yes, the reason that this gargantuan vessel is in its current state is due to its experience on the Grand Line. Sure, we've heard the rumors and seen a vague image from Gaimon describing men that return from the Grand Line, but now we're seeing it firsthand. Then we finally see the Don himself, weak from hunger, crying, bargaining, promising that he'll leave once fed, desperately thanking Sanji for giving him food. And in what I think is one of the fastest turnarounds I've ever seen, we get a page of warning about Krieg's duplicitous nature, and then immediately on the next page he gives Sanji the clothesline. Like, Oda, please, it's been like 5 panels, even Kuro got a couple of chapters before his heel turn. Anyway, we get the reveal of how he fights, his speech on how strong he is, and that sums up Krieg's character. Now let's talk about why Krieg's character is the way he is, and why I think that's why he isn't well liked. It's because Don Krieg is a character that exists to show us readers what fails on the Grand Line. He is a narrative tool, the remaining checklist items of traits that Oda wanted to show off in the East Blue villains with the flavor of Grand Line failure. Unlike Alvida, he is quite strong and manages to take a few hits from Luffy. Unlike Accent, he has a loyal crew, and he doesn't particularly mistreat them. Yes, he obviously tells Gin to die, but Gin is blatantly going against his orders. Unlike Buggy, he isn't blinded by greed. Yes, his whole conceit is trying to take over the Baratie, but it's more of a necessity to him. And unlike Kuro, he doesn't abandon the pirate life. On the contrary, he's ready and willing to return to the Grand Line and explicitly states his goal to be Pirate King, or at least to capture the One Piece. Don Krieg has a large armada, lots of crew, lots of tools, a giant ship. Gin, his combat commander, is almost fanatically loyal to him. But where Krieg fails is his perception of strength and what it takes to succeed on the Grand Line. What Krieg thinks he needs is things. Things will make him Pirate King. Any setback he comes across will be solved by things. When he comes across Mihawk, he doesn't even register it as a personal failure. He's just like, no way he's actually that strong, it's probably a devil fruit. A thing. When he thinks he was unprepared for the Grand Line and what was there, his solution is to take Zeff's logbook. Another thing. His strength isn't in any technique that he's learned, any skill that he has, but by his accumulated things. His Woot's steel armor, his diamond fists, his weapons, oh Nika, his weapons. Whenever a weapon he has is overcome, his solution is to pull out another, greater weapon, because he can't conceive that he has made a mistake, that he was too weak. No, that thing wasn't good enough, and another thing will be the solution. So of course he is defeated by single individuals. First Mihawk, who, while certainly has some great fashion and a very large sword, doesn't have a crew, doesn't have a large ship, doesn't have a multitude of weapons. All Mihawk is a representation of strength in its purest form. And then Krieg is defeated by Luffy, whose crew aren't around him, who is currently in debt, whose ship has been stolen, and who only uses his body to fight. We're skipping right to the question I normally ask at the end. Why does Krieg fall short when he comes up against Luffy, and ultimately, why does Krieg fail when he comes up against the Grand Line? Why does Luffy, in Zeff's eyes, stand a chance? Because Luffy believes in himself, improves himself, pushes himself, overcomes his past self. When Luffy comes up against an obstacle, he doesn't think that he needs a thing to overcome it. He'll take it head on, get stronger while doing it, and break through the obstacle or die trying. As Zeff says, Luffy has got grit. Oda pummels this message into us in the fight between Krieg and Luffy. The battle is, Krieg uses a thing, Luffy overcomes that thing, so Krieg uses another thing and Luffy overcomes that thing, and repeat until Krieg has been defeated. It's for this reason that Luffy punches through his spike armor, breaks his spear, and smashes through Krieg's Woot's steel armor. Luffy overcomes these things that Krieg uses. Ultimately, this, in my opinion, is why people don't like Krieg, because underneath all his armor, behind his crew and his weapons, he is empty. He's that annoying kid on the playground showing off their cool new toy, thinking that this is what will get people to be impressed by him, not realizing that no matter how many things that he has, the person that has it is still lacking. That's not what's going to get him to succeed on the Grand Line. And those kind of people are just plain annoying. So who does succeed on the Grand Line? Who has the fame, the prowess, the style? Of course, it's time to talk about the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Mihawk is the anti-Krieg. He has no men, his ship is minuscule, he wears no armor, and unlike Krieg's many hidden weapons, Mihawk has just the one on full display for everyone to see. Mihawk, figuratively and literally, dismantles Krieg's ideal of what it takes to sail the Grand Line and represents one end of the spectrum of Grand Line success, that of pure and overwhelming strength and skill. He's so strong that he is bored and he's chasing Krieg from the Grand Line simply for his own entertainment. It makes me wonder if Mihawk saw Krieg's 5,000 crew armada and thought humiliating someone like that would be fun. And of course, Mihawk's appearance serves the additional purpose of informing us readers that this type of person is who Luffy and the crew will come across when they enter the Grand Line. People with the strength to tear a ship asunder, to reduce a crew of 5,000 to 100. And that this person, an inhabitant of the Grand Line, is someone who Zoro must overcome to achieve his dream. We're taking a break from talking about the Grand Line because it's time to talk about the character-defining moment for Zoro in the East Blue, his duel with Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. Zoro is by no means weak. Every single fight he's had this entire series, he's been handicapped in some way. He's starving, he's taken by surprise, he's been injured, he's had his sword stolen, he's never been granted an honorable one-on-one swords fight. His duel against Mihawk is his first, and Zoro's sword skills are humiliated, though his spirit is not. Mihawk is unimpressed by Krieg and his blathering, he's bored by the world, but he sees in Zoro that he has the mindset to go the distance, to be able to one day potentially give Mihawk the challenge he wants. So let's pinpoint some key moments from their duel. First is Mihawk's reaction to Zoro's sword skills, and Mihawk initially only has one comment about them. Such heavy-handed swordplay. And look at that expression when he does it. We see a lot of unimpressed Mihawk, but this is even a level below that. He almost looks disgusted. But, there is one time I do think Mihawk is impressed, or at least surprised, when Zoro cracks open his secret move, 3,000 Worlds. Sure, Mihawk doesn't get injured or anything like that, but we do get one small panel of Mihawk reacting with something more than just disdain. Heck, he even has a sweat drop. I think a lot of people focus on Zoro getting absolutely bodied in this fight, but it's important to recognize that at least one attack of Zoro's did make an impression. Though the far more gripping part of this fight is Zoro changing Mihawk's opinion of him, and it goes in 3 stages. First stage is of course the previously mentioned Zoro shows off his swordsmanship phase, where Mihawk is bored, disgusted, etc, etc. We can assume that many people fancying themselves as swordsmen have challenged Mihawk, and their skills have elicited a similar reaction. Then, when Mihawk stabs Zoro, we enter phase 2, I prefer death to defeat. Now Zoro's strength of spirit has impressed Mihawk, and he asked for Zoro's name. Zoro's challenge is no longer just some upstart wanting to test his strength. Mihawk finally recognizes Zoro as a swordsman, not due to his skills, but his attitude, and thus honors the duel properly by using his actual sword. Though Mihawk hasn't decided not to kill Zoro just yet. It may have been a while since Mihawk has come across someone so brave, but only a while. If anything, Zoro has earned the right to be killed by Mihawk's weapon, and we can see that Mihawk intends to follow through with this as he turns to land the final blow on Zoro. But that's when we enter phase 3. Wounds on the back are a swordsman's shame, and we see Mihawk smile for the first time. Magnificent. And I think this is the key line here. Zoro isn't aiming to be the greatest fighter in the world, and Mihawk isn't known as the strongest warrior on the sea. It's all about being a swordsman, and it's Zoro's commitment, even in the face of death, to being a swordsman, dying as a swordsman. That is what impresses upon Mihawk that Zoro has what it takes. Sure, it's one thing to call yourself a swordsman, but only those who have the capability to pursue swordsmanship with their whole heart and mind can ever hope to reach the peak that Mihawk has. Zoro, of course, has his own evolution from this fight. He quickly learns that he, as Mihawk puts it, is just a frog in a small pond, and as Mihawk tells us, the weakest pond, the East Blue being apparently the weakest of the 4 seas. He starts having his life flash before his eyes, reminiscent of when he thought he was about to die at the hands of Haxhand Morgan, though this time the final scene we see is that of Luffy. The man who saved his life, the one who not just accepted his dream but encouraged it, made Zoro double down on it. The king of the pirates needs the world's greatest swordsman on his crew. His captain, the one Zoro gave his word to serve under, needs him to be the greatest. And in that moment, Zoro gets stabbed, and he and Mihawk discuss what defeat is. It's to retreat, for your vows, ambitions, and everything you care about to be shattered. It's something that causes you to lose your dreams forever. Remember this description of defeat? I'll be bringing it up again shortly. With Zoro's final attack, he thinks, greatest in the world, or death. In his mind, if this attack does not work, he has failed and his dreams are over. So he pulls out a move we've never seen before, 3,000 worlds, and he and Mihawk cross swords. In the final clash, the one sword that doesn't break is Kuina's. I mentioned in a previous part that Zoro only takes up the three-sword style upon Kuina's death, and her sword is the one that he holds in his mouth, the sword that he vowed upon. I saw this as Kuina's dream being added to Zoro's, not overriding or replacing it. So call it a stretch or reading too much into it, but this moment when Zoro has admitted defeat and is prepared to die, Kuina's will has not been broken. And on this same sword that he swore with tears in his eyes to become the greatest in the world, Zoro makes an additional vow to Luffy. And note, this is to Luffy, separate to his promise to Kuina. Once again, he sheds tears, he shows vulnerability, and he makes a vow. I will never lose again. Let's unpack that promise, because I've seen the memes, I'll never lose again, except against Mr. 3, Kuma, Kaido, etc, etc. What does it mean for Zoro to lose? First, you could read it as to another swordsman. That would be the most generous reading for Zoro, though I don't think I'd agree. Personally, I think lose is the wrong word. I think the better word is defeated. Zoro will never be defeated again. It links better to his and Mihawk's brief discussion about what defeat is, to retreat, to have his vows and ambitions shattered, to give up on his dream. I don't think Zoro is stupid. He's goofy, he can be an idiot, but he's not stupid. Zoro knows his limits, or rather he's been freshly introduced to them. He doesn't think if Mihawk forced him into a round 2 after his wounds recover that he's not going to get absolutely clapped. He now knows that there is a long way to go, and that there are going to be many others further along that journey than he. So when Zoro says he won't lose again, I think it means that he will never back down. He will never say that it is over. Why do I think this? Well, we're going to skip ahead to the next arc. The idea of not losing is fresh in Zoro's memory, and when he fights Hachi, he goes the distance and wins. But against Arlong, Zoro only thinks he can last a maximum of 30 seconds. So does that mean Zoro has admitted defeat? No, I don't think so. I'm really bungling it, I get that, but there's something deeper to Zoro admitting to a loss than him simply getting beaten. It's a question of will, of spirit, those sort of shonen anime tropes. It's about overcoming, getting back up and trying again. That's the difference. With Mihawk, Zoro admits defeat. He accepts death. He understands that it's well and truly over. He is ready to die. It's the end of his dream. He has failed. And so when he is overcome with emotion, the bitterness of being truly defeated, that he was about to break his promise to Kuina, the shame that he was spared by his opponent, and the relief that he somehow manages to get a second chance, he breaks down, becomes vulnerable for the first time since Kuina's death, and swears to his captain that he will never lose like that ever again. He won't give up ever again. He won't accept defeat ever again. He will fight. He will continue on. Even if he is battered and broken, even if he gets knocked down, he will get back up and try again. He will never again accept death. But that answer may not satisfy some people, and fair enough. That's just my interpretation, so if you've got a different one, let me know in the comments down below. At the conclusion of the duel, it's important to recognize that Mihawk also recognizes Luffy, first for not interfering in the duel, and then he accepts Luffy's goal to become Pirate King, and also importantly, acknowledges that it's harder than becoming the greatest swordsman. When he leaves, he doesn't say, "I hope to encounter you again someday, Zoro." It's specifically, "you too," referring to Luffy as well. There's something about Luffy that Mihawk also acknowledges as special. There's more to say about the duel, mainly about Sanji and a bit about Luffy, but I'll keep that for the next part since Zoro's duel is actually very important to Sanji's character. Whew. Only 3 pages on Zoro's duel, that's about as short as I can make it. What were we talking about? The Grand Line? Where were we? We've covered what Krieg tells us about the Grand Line, what Mihawk tells us, so now it's time to talk about Zeff. Zeff is the story of someone who has experienced the Grand Line and doesn't seem to be scarred from the ordeal. He gained enough notoriety that Krieg knows of him, but he didn't remain there as Mihawk does. His logbook, which Krieg thinks will reveal some sort of secret about how to survive on the Grand Line, holds value to Zeff as a testament to the life that he lived as a captain, as a pirate, and of his crewmates. We don't know why Zeff left the Grand Line. He was only there for a year, but Zeff plays the role of an older, more experienced pirate who knows what it takes to stand a chance, and he provides Sanji and us, the readers, a commentary on Luffy and Krieg's fight. Most of the commentary he provides is to affirm that Luffy's grit, his determination, his willpower, is what matters more than Krieg's things, and we can extrapolate that to mean that this also applies to pirates of the Grand Line. The final thing that Zeff tells us about the Grand Line, though, is that for some, it is a place of dreams. Remember, up to this point, from Koby, from Gaimon, from Krieg's own crew, the Grand Line is a hellish place. But Zeff, who has been there but didn't find what he was looking for, he still thinks this is where Sanji's dream is. It's a tough place for sure, and pirates may come back broken, but for some, the Grand Line is where they can follow their dreams. It's where Zoro will once again face Mihawk, where Luffy will become Pirate King and take another step towards his unknown dream, and it's where Zeff thinks that Sanji will find his dream. And that sums up what this arc tells us about the Grand Line, a little sampling of what will come in another 30-odd chapters. So let me rapid fire some other stuff, since I'm sure the next part covering Sanji won't have time for it. First, let's get Johnny and Yosaku out of the way. They add the smallest bit of additional detail to Zoro's backstory, but let's get it straight that they exist for a couple of very specific reasons. They show us how important nutrition is on the Grand Line, so Oda doesn't have any of the Straw Hats suffer from scurvy. They lead the crew to the Baratie. They, or at least Yosaku, guide Luffy and Sanji to Arlong Park, and then they serve a couple of roles during Arlong Park. I guess they also show that Luffy doesn't interfere or let others interfere with Zoro's duel with Mihawk, and it's their wanted posters that trigger Nami to leave the crew. I mean, aside from those things and the fact that they call everyone brother, do you remember anything else about them? They've got a very specific narrative purpose, and they fulfill it. Speaking of which, Nami. She makes a swift but dramatic exit this arc, taking the ship, seemingly betraying the Straw Hats. During her betrayal, we see a familiar expression. It's this smile again, that facade that she puts up to deceive others, though this time she's putting up the facade after the betrayal has occurred. She should have no reason to hide her true feelings, but we can also tell it's not easy to keep it up this time. Look how tired she looks in this panel, how exhausted she is of betrayal, and especially in this case. At the end of this same chapter, we see her true feelings, and we've never seen her cry like this. She really, truly enjoyed her time with Luffy and the crew, and she wishes that she was free to be with them. Good thing a certain liberator will be coming her way very soon. Usopp has a couple of moments as well. He's the one that properly paints out the crew's emblem. Luffy did design it as best he could though. We can see that Usopp is also multi-talented, though in a more creative sense than Nami is. Let's see how he uses this creativity in the future. We see that Usopp's sniping skills with his slingshot apparently also carry over to cannons, which clues us in that Usopp may be talented with other ranged weapons. A small but important detail is that after the crew discover that Nami has made off with their ship, Usopp calls it Kaya's ship. It shows that Usopp has a more sentimental attachment to the Going Merry since it was provided to them by Kaya. Finally, Usopp does a good job staying surprisingly calm under pressure as he treats Zoro's wounds, even as Johnny and Yosaku are losing their minds. Then he takes point as the crew splits to chase after Nami. I said it last time and I'll say it again, Usopp can be very dependable. I guess I'll throw a little bit of Luffy in this part since it won't flow with the rest of the Luffy stuff for next part. It's the establishment of a pattern. Luffy really wants a musician. Pirates have to sing. This isn't the first time and it won't be the last. Luffy even thinks it's important enough that it's a position needing to be filled before they enter the Grand Line. We know Luffy loves his food, but in his requirements of what is needed on a pirate crew, musician comes before a cook. Anything else? Wait, what's that? Find Panda Man? Of course, how could I miss one of One Piece's most prolific characters, Panda Man? Those who somehow don't know, this is a character that is like the Where's Wally, or Waldo if you're American, of One Piece, popping up where you'd least expect him, hidden in various panels throughout the manga. He doesn't have a story purpose, but it's in this arc that he makes his first appearance. I knew I'd have to mention him, or someone else would. Alright, now I'm done. What does it mean to dedicate your life to someone? To owe someone your life? These are the questions that Oda gets us to consider when introducing the next member of the Straw Hat crew, Sanji. And in typical Oda fashion, he doesn't just get us to consider these questions through only Sanji, but from the point of view of Don Krieg's battle commander, Gin. Oh, and Luffy's here as well. So let us return to the Baratie to consider the most important question of them all: what is the point of East Blue? Let's talk about our boy Sanji. In his introduction, it's easy to get swept up in his outward-facing traits, his foul mouth, his cool demeanor, his hatred of wasting food, and his, love of women. But I noticed something with Sanji's intro chapter. We don't see him cook. In Usopp's introductory chapter, we see him tell tall tales and confront pirates, albeit Luffy and the crew, to protect his village. In Nami's, we see her intelligence and weather savviness, and her stealing from and deceiving pirates. In Zoro's, we see him honorably taking punishment because he believed Helmeppo's word. These are all core components of these characters. But with Sanji, we never see him cook. Instead, in his opening chapter, his opening panel, he is serving food. Even in his next chapter, we see him serving the rice to Gin. We don't see him cooking it. I think this is Oda setting us up for something that will become clear through this arc, that Sanji at this point in the story is living his life serving others, and more specifically in service to Zeff. We learn why with Sanji's flashback. Zeff saved his life, twice. First by saving Sanji from drowning, then by sacrificing his legs so that Sanji had food to eat. Sanji realizes the enormity of this sacrifice, and from that moment on, he has his life revolve around Zeff. So, with that context in mind, Sanji's introductory arc is as follows. It is the story of a man who has resolved himself to dedicate his life to someone else, and the start of his journey to learn that his own life has value. Every part of this arc is about Sanji. Even Zoro's life-defining duel against Mihawk has ramifications in the story of Sanji, though no part better complements Sanji's story than Don Krieg's battle commander Gin. Unlike Sanji, where we learn why he's so dedicated to Zeff, with Gin, we're not actually sure why he's dedicated his life to Don Krieg. Gin describes it himself as admiration, and I guess that's good enough for us. You don't have to dedicate your life to someone just because they saved yours, you can also do it because you admire them. But both Sanji and Gin start this arc at the same point. They are both willing to sacrifice themselves for the person they serve. Gin will use himself as bait to protect Krieg, and is more than willing to die for Krieg if Krieg says so. Sanji too, when Zeff's life is at risk, he is willing to be beaten to death for Zeff. So let's circle back to the beginning and talk about Luffy. Yes, he's the last of the trio I said I would cover this video. We're talking about why he wants to recruit Sanji, and I think this time it's the most obvious. And we also get a good example of what Luffy's not looking for. It's this scene when Gin first makes an appearance and asks for food, and when Patty asks if he can pay and then gets threatened, Patty beats him down. Luffy's initial reaction is acknowledging that Patty is strong. However, when it becomes obvious that Gin is starving, Luffy looks on unimpressed, even as the rest of the restaurant's clientele cheer. I said it with Zoro and I'll say it again here, Luffy is not looking for strong people. It's a nice bonus, but it's never his criteria for crew members. It's when Sanji gives Gin a plate of food, not asking for anything in return, just telling Gin to eat, smiling when Gin thanks him, that's when Luffy decides that he's found his cook. And this scene is important. We see Sanji's selfless kindness when previously we saw his rough attitude towards Full Body. This kindness of Sanji profoundly affects Gin, and we'll see later on in this arc. And Luffy decides to recruit Sanji as the Straw Hat's cook, mind you, without even tasting his food first. We see his classic selfish Luffy attitude when he rejects Sanji's rejection of his invitation, and from Sanji we get the first hint of why he cares about protecting the Baratie so much, because it's Zeff's treasure. That being said, when he's laying the romance on thick with Nami, he does let it slip that he kind of wants to be a pirate, and look how panicked he is when Zeff overhears and understands that Sanji's dedication to Zeff is an obstacle to that. He tries to cover up with, "I'll cook here forever," but note the add-on of, "until you die." Zeff is what is keeping Sanji on the Baratie. When we get to the pages of Sanji's philosophy, we can also assume, with the knowledge of Sanji's backstory, that this too is a result of Zeff. It may be solely because of his experience of hunger, and the same reasoning that Zeff gives when questioned, But I think Sanji's reasoning is that it's because despite Zeff not knowing Sanji, despite Zeff being an apparently bloodthirsty pirate, what they were didn't matter when they were starving. That's why Sanji justifies his decision with, "It's my job to feed people, not judge them." Sanji's kicking skills are another thing that he's inherited from Zeff. While Red Shoes Zeff may be no more, he's either taught Sanji directly or indirectly how to fight with his feet. I'm sure the reasoning that Sanji gives is the same reasoning that Zeff has for fighting the same way. We can even assume that Sanji's current arsenal of recipes and cooking skills are inherited from Zeff. When Zeff insults the soup Sanji has made, Sanji asks how Zeff's soup is any different from his. We can extrapolate that that's because this soup is a creation of Zeff's that Sanji has inherited and likely cooked in the exact same way. Even in the final chapter, as we see Sanji growing up with Zeff when the two think of their time together, we see why Sanji picked up smoking. Not because Zeff was a smoker or encouraged it, rather he discouraged it, but because a young Sanji thought that starting to smoke made him a bit more of an adult, probably hoping that Zeff would stop treating him like a child. The only thing we can glean from our brief look at a young Sanji is that he dreamed to find the All Blue and that he already had an interest in cooking. He was a cook's apprentice. All his other characteristics are thanks either directly or indirectly from Zeff. Even his cool demeanor. Yes, Sanji is a kid in the flashback, but he's so emotive. His desperation, his tears, but years of being with Zeff has caused him to become outwardly more stoic. It's as Zeff says, a man ought to take his leave quietly, and we can assume from that and how Zeff and Sanji talk to one another that they internalize their feelings and outwardly show either very little emotion aside from anger. Well, aside from Sanji's love of women, and really we don't get an explanation for that this arc, so I guess I'll throw that into the chest for later. But we can see that from his outbursts with women, the way that he's acted in the past, the way that he is when he talks about the All Blue, and his anger when people waste food, Sanji is full of emotion. He is a passionate man for food, for women, and for his dreams. But as I said at the top, he's suppressed his passion, his dream, even his emotions, all for Zeff's sake. Now we can finally get to the start of the change. The very start is when Sanji calls Zoro and Luffy foolish for pursuing the Grand Line, and note his expression when he says it. It's like he's talking to himself here, saying something aloud that he's used to quash his own pursuits. But Zoro agrees with Sanji, saying that he's given himself up for dead in pursuit of following his dream. And Sanji looks frustrated at this, and Zeff looks pleased. Then we quickly get the payoff as Sanji watches Zoro's duel with Mihawk. He sees that Zoro is not all talk and that he really is ready and willing to put his life on the line to pursue his dream. But even then, Sanji is in denial. He lets the truth slip. It's easy. Abandon your stupid dream. Sanji is speaking from experience. He has abandoned his dream. He has dedicated himself to Zeff, and so he cannot pursue the All Blue. But he's being confronted with someone wholeheartedly pursuing their dream right in front of him, someone who would rather die than give up. Imagine having something you've always wanted to do, something you were so passionate about, but over time you grow up. You put time towards other things, other priorities, things that you have to do. That thing you've wanted to do fades into the background, and when you think about it, well, it's too late now anyway. And then you see someone who eschews all those things that they quote-unquote have to do, and they're just wholeheartedly pursuing their passion. It's easy to call them stupid, foolish, not doing the smart thing, but could you help but think, well, what if I gave it my all? To Sanji, Zoro is that guy, recklessly pursuing his dream even when he is completely and utterly outclassed by Mihawk. Zoro calls out to his captain and promises to try again. Sanji sees it. He sees it all, and to me, he looks not just relieved that Zoro has survived, but also captivated. He's reminded of what it means to want something so badly, to be so desperate to pursue it, that you'd foolishly go against someone far stronger than you to make it happen. And the live action stuffs this up. I'm not going to repeat myself, watch my issues with the One Piece live action video if you haven't seen it, but they don't have Sanji witness Zoro's duel. Ugh. Though just because Sanji is being confronted with someone pursuing a dream, that doesn't mean that he's instantly turned around. No, he's still dedicated to Zeff, and we see how damaging this dedication is to Sanji as he endures a terrible beating by Pearl. I've intentionally not mentioned Pearl at all. He's probably hands down my least favorite character in One Piece. He exists to show that Sanji is tough, and Sanji's ideals as a cook, the importance of a cook's tools, and that he doesn't fear flame as a cook. Which, I guess, I'll throw in the chest. That's all the mention that Pearl is going to get. Sanji endures his beating because Zeff is being held hostage by Gin, who, still deeply moved by Sanji's kindness towards him, is only holding Zeff hostage in order to force Sanji and the rest of the cooks to evacuate. Zeff's life, let alone the other cooks, are not in danger, assuming they do as Gin says. But Sanji's dedication to Zeff is so strong. It's not that he only cares about Zeff's life, but, as previously mentioned, the ship, since it's Zeff's treasure. We get an interesting contrast. During Zoro's duel, Sanji says, "It's easy, abandon your stupid dream," but when Sanji refuses to back down, Gin says something similar to him. "It's easy, leave the ship and you'll all be spared." The twisted difference is that Zoro is willing to die for his dream, for his promise, for his honor, but Sanji, it's all for the ship. It's played as a cool moment, but it's so tragic. He's doing it so that, for one moment longer, this place can remain a restaurant. He's acknowledging that his actions aren't going to stop anything. He's implicitly stating that Krieg will succeed in taking the ship. In his mind, his debt and dedication to Zeff are so large that his life isn't even worth a life. But it's only worth a few moments of a thing existing. Now that I write that, it makes me think of Krieg's obsession with his things. Maybe there's a connection, maybe not. Either way, the first reaction we get to this is Luffy. And as Sanji endures, Luffy is torn. We established back in Syrup Village that Luffy is a selfish jerk, but if he likes you, he will do everything in his power to help you, to do, in his mind, what's best for you. With Sanji, there's a contradiction. Luffy really likes Sanji. He's decided that Sanji is going to be his cook, but Sanji is ready to die to protect Zeff's ship. But Luffy understands that that's no way to live. So Luffy's solution? Destroy the ship. We see him agonize over this decision. If Luffy ever had a thought bubble, I reckon it'd go like this. Why is this idiot dying for a ship? I mean, what Sanji wants most is to protect the ship. If I destroy the ship, then Sanji won't have to die protecting it, right? Screw it, I'm destroying the ship. And it's understandable. In the same way that Zeff sacrificed a leg to save Sanji, Luffy remembers Shanks sacrificing an arm to save him. Luffy speaking his mind makes script writing easy. He didn't save your life so you could throw it away. Shanks saw something in Luffy, and Luffy strives to live up to that expectation. Zeff recognized a shared dream in Sanji, yet Sanji, despite knowing this, doesn't pursue the dream that was the reason that his life was saved in the first place. Luffy recognizes that for someone to sacrifice something for you, if you are to die meaninglessly, then their sacrifice is for nothing. And that is why he's so angry. Gin ends up being the first one to break. Sanji may be trying to preserve the Baratie a moment longer, but Gin is still trying to preserve Sanji. He owes Sanji his life and he's trying to repay the debt to him, but also honor his commitment to Krieg. So he fights, he tries to beat Sanji into submission, but again, the Demon Man cannot bring himself to land the final blow. Sanji's overflowing kindness has stopped the merciless battle commander in his tracks. He begs Don Krieg to spare them, to even leave the Baratie alone because he knows that if he continues to insist on taking it, Sanji will stand in his way to stop them. So we see him torn between his loyalty to Krieg and his debt to Sanji, even as Krieg rejects him and tells him to die, and Luffy and Sanji tell him to ignore Krieg and think for himself. Gin rebuffs them. He says he deserves to die, that Krieg is a great man. How ironic that Sanji, ready to meaninglessly die when Zeff doesn't want him to in order to protect the Baratie, is trying to stop another person from meaninglessly dying because of the man that he serves. He just can't see it. Sanji's so kind, he can see the value in the life of someone like Gin, but he fails again and again to see the value in his own life. It culminates in the scene when the poison gas bomb begins to clear, and we see Gin forcing the gas mask onto Sanji's face, and Sanji's fighting him. It's come full circle. Sanji's forcefully having his life saved by a man whose life he saved, at the cost of that man's life. But Sanji's life isn't the only one that Gin saved. He also saved Luffy's life. We've seen Luffy angry in the last arc with Kuro's murder of his own crew, but Luffy in this panel is both furious and fearful. Luffy hates that someone may have just died to save him. So he tells Gin, don't die. And he also tells him that he'll send Krieg flying. Luffy's had to retreat from Krieg's spike projectile attack before, but Gin's sacrifice has awoken something in Luffy. It's made him serious. So true to his word, he ignores the projectiles and the spiked cape and lands his first solid blow on Krieg. The fight is then truly on, and Luffy dismantles Krieg's arsenal outlined in the last part. All good stuff. Meanwhile, Sanji is watching. He's questioning how Luffy can continue on, and most of all, he wonders what drives Luffy to be like this. At the conclusion of the fight, Luffy falls into the water and Sanji dives in to rescue him, and as he drags Luffy back onto the Baratie, he reminisces, first of Zoro, then of Luffy, and then of himself and how he was telling Zoro to give up. He's comparing himself to those two. He's identified what, at this moment, separates them from him. At the end of the story, we are shown two paths. First, we see Gin, despite having been rejected by Krieg, literally takes it upon himself to help Krieg achieve his dream. He hoists him on his shoulders, making the decision that, while Krieg may disagree, is the best choice for Krieg to succeed in the long run. He has come to the realization that yes, he is still dedicating his life to this man in spite of it all. He has taken the path of absolute commitment to the man he's chosen to serve. He even says that he'll see them again on the Grand Line when previously he was so fearful of returning there. Gin has gone through his ordeal and has become more resolute to serve Don Krieg. He's become resolved to face his fear of the Grand Line for the sake of the man he serves. Has no dream of his own, rather, Krieg's dreams have become his. And so, what path does Sanji take? Does he redouble his commitment to Zeff? First, when Luffy wakes up inspired by all these people recklessly chasing their dreams, Sanji divulges his dream of the All Blue to Luffy. And look at that smile. We haven't seen Sanji smile so brilliantly this whole arc. And Zeff can see that too. It's a little late, but it's time to bring up how Sanji, as well as the rest of the Baratie cooks, talk. I've heard it described in many different ways, but I'll throw my hat into the ring and say that the way they communicate is very Aussie. I totally understand and appreciate absolutely slagging the people you care about, so let's not get confused here. Sanji and Zeff really care about each other. So Zeff does all he can to stop Sanji. He's insulted Sanji in half-hearted attempts to make him leave, but he goes all out here. He respects Luffy and thinks that he's the type of person to help Sanji pursue his dream, so he breaks his ideals. Zeff wastes food, and he lays his hands on Sanji. He can't communicate with Sanji honestly. He's so used to hiding how he feels about Sanji, he can only try and forcefully push him away. He's trying to sell Sanji in this terrible don't be honest about your feelings way that he needs to go out and see the world. He needs to expand his vision, but all that comes out is you'll never be able to cook like me. I've cooked on all the oceans of the world. But as soon as Sanji is out of the room, Zeff is able to speak honestly to Luffy, and it's a softer, gentler Zeff that Sanji overhears that gives Sanji the final push that he needs. All the insults of not needing Sanji, not wanting him, saying that he's a bother, all of that has never worked, but Sanji hearing and understanding that Zeff wants him to follow his dreams, that Zeff cares about his dreams, about him, that's what Sanji needed to hear. Of course, Sanji plays it cool, his stoicism turned up full blast. Look at his face here, he's just said he's going to pursue his dream and join Luffy's crew. This should be a triumphant and celebratory moment, but it's rendered as if Sanji just threatened to take Luffy's life. He exchanges his usual sarcasm with the cooks and Zeff and, well, it's time to leave. Only at the last possible moment does Zeff finally let it slip. And what does Zeff call the boy who he's raised all these years? Sanji. Keep your feet dry. It's not baby eggplant. Zeff has finally called Sanji by name. And Sanji, poor passionate Sanji, finally breaks his stoic tough guy facade in front of Zeff, and he too calls him by his name and his title, Chef Zeff. Sanji struggles to see the value in his own life. That's why he's been so willing to throw it away. And living with Zeff who communicates with insults probably hasn't helped that problem. It's probably the reason that Zeff saying that he's not needed has never worked. Sanji needs to feel valued, to feel cared about. That's why Zeff showing that he cares about Sanji and his well-being, not hiding it behind layers of insults and stoicism, it cuts right down to Sanji's tender core. And I think now is the time to put Sanji's lack of self-worth in the chest. Sanji finally takes a different path. He has been freed of his servitude, but not his gratitude. He's been shown a way where, yes, he owes Zeff his life and he cares deeply for Zeff, but the best way to show his appreciation to Zeff is by living his life to the fullest, to pursuing his dream. Luffy was waiting for Sanji to make this decision. Luffy, since the beginning, knows what people need. He knew Zoro needed trust, that Nami needed mutual benefit, that Usopp needed respect. Sanji has been a tough nut to crack, but Luffy has recognized that there's nothing he can do for Sanji to get him on his crew. Sanji needs to make the decision himself, even if his hand takes a moment to catch up with his brain. So Luffy is ready to leave once he hears his crew needs him, ready to leave Sanji behind. When Sanji says he'll join him, Luffy hesitates for a moment. It's only when Sanji says that he'll chase his dream with Luffy and then ask permission to join, now Luffy celebrates. But he's not fully satisfied just yet. I think he can tell that something still needs to be said between Sanji and Zeff. So look at his little smile when Zeff tells Sanji to keep his feet dry. After Sanji has poured out his heart and thanks to Zeff, Luffy calls it. We're off, set sail, what's needed to be said has been said, now they can leave for the next adventure. And that's the story of Sanji, of Gin, and the future Pirate King. Though Sanji's story is still far from over. There's a lot of stuff he needs to deal with in the future. He may have managed to start pursuing his own dream, but that doesn't mean he fully sees the value in his own life just yet. Before we wrap up, let me throw in a few more bits. First, some extra Luffy moments. Luffy may be selfish, but as mentioned previously, he's got a strong sense of responsibility. The fact that he totally is ready to commit a year of working at the Baratie for something that he frankly wasn't responsible for is very admirable. Even if Luffy is so useless at so many things unrelated to fighting. And while Luffy is working, put that in the largest quotation marks you can find, it's sweet that he thinks of Koby. It shows that though it's been a little while since they've parted ways, Luffy does fondly remember Koby. I briefly mentioned it in the last part, but Luffy clearly doesn't interfere with his crewmates' dreams, even if it could mean their deaths. In Zoro's duel with Mihawk, Luffy is freaking out, but he knows that this duel is the most important thing in the world to Zoro, and he refuses to interfere or let others interfere. As a result, we see the blind panic that Luffy falls into when he thinks one of his crew members has been killed. Luffy is impulsive, he does what he wants, but this reaction is a first. It's emotional, and Luffy's reaction is reckless. Luffy's never been careful exactly when he fights, but this sort of emotional and thoughtless attack is a first. Let's throw that in the chest for later. Some of my favorite Luffy moments in this chapter is him sticking it to Krieg. When Krieg is bloviating about how strong he is and, haha, you see, aren't I suited to be the ruler of the seas? Luffy's just like, nah mate, you don't have what it takes. And especially his point of, you're not strong, there's just a lot of you. Probably a point better suited for the last video, since Luffy is directly going against Krieg's perception of things being strength, but still worth the mention, and it's hilarious. Also, I forgot to throw Zoro's commitment to not accept death anymore in the chest last episode, so thank you Naviro for reminding me, so I'll throw it in now. And with that, we wrap up the Baratie. Hang on, Editing Blobbert here, editing less than 9 hours before this video is meant to go live, and I realize I missed something, so let me speed out this section. I forgot to go through the world building and the themes. How could I? So, world building. A lot of this relates to the last part, but we learn a lot. First, from Mihawk, we learn the 4 seas and that the East Blue is apparently the weakest. We learn about a place called the All Blue where these 4 seas apparently meet. We technically learn about pirate armadas. We hadn't seen any up to this point. We see another naval rank in Full Body. We get an expansion on the Grand Line as being somewhere that people pursue at their dreams. Very importantly, we get to take a glimpse at the power ceiling in One Piece through Mihawk, though it's definitely the case that everyone else around him is so weak that we've barely scratched the surface of the upper echelons of strength in the series. We get to see the wide variety of types of ship there are, as well as size. We see a tiny Mihawk ship and a massive Krieg ship, but the fact that the Baratie has mechanical components to it with its fins and detachable head is probably the more important thing, seeing the wild functionality that ships can potentially have. I'm also going to point out that this is the first mention of disease. Yosaku catching scurvy does tell us that in a world-building sense, that you do in fact need good nutrition, and that the very real disease scurvy is part of the pirating equation. But outside of those nasty anime colds that show up in every manga, it's rare for a fantasy adventurous shonen to really talk about disease. So from this point on, disease as a dangerous concept have officially been introduced in One Piece, and we'll learn that that's far more important a fact than we'll realize right now. Speeding onto themes, the largest and most important theme of dedicating yourself to someone or something, and what that means is a large part of this arc, through Sanji, through Gin, through Zoro's duel with Mihawk. Then there's the theme specific to what it means to be a cook. We've talked about both this video. There's the theme covered the last video of things and how Krieg's reliance on things is what caused him to fail against Luffy. Then there are the East Blue themes, both of which are present this arc, of personal treasure and dreams. And it's not an arc without the classic Luffy liberation loop. He not only liberates the Baratie from Krieg's tyranny, but he inspires Sanji and helps liberate him from his mental chains that kept him from pursuing his dream. Anything else while I'm recording this insert? Luffy's reaction to seeing the mechanical component of the Baratie, I guess? That is something we see a lot later on when it comes to robots. I think that's it. Resume the original recording. We've finally reached it. We have breezed through the first 68 chapters of One Piece. We've seen pirate captains of varying creeds. We've seen the heights of strength and bizarre fighting styles. We've explored dreams and personal treasure, and most importantly, we've learned a lot about Luffy and his first 4 crew members, though one seems to have betrayed them, at least for the moment. Yes, it's time to tackle what many consider the best arc of the East Blue Saga, Arlong Park, where, as one commenter aptly put it, thank you Rich, Arlong Park is when you realize you're locked in. So what makes Arlong Park so special? What do we learn? What do its characters reveal to us? And what more do we learn about Nami? And as always, what is the point of East Blue? I think it's best to start, as we often do, with the opening chapter. And what a first chapter it is, jam-packed with things we're going to explore. First, we get introduced to the concept of the 7 warlords of the sea, pirates who are, in essence, government-sanctioned in return for a cut of their loot, Mihawk being one of them, and we saw just how strong he was in the last arc. We also learn the name of another one, Jimbei, so let's throw that in the chest. And where Luffy is going, what they're likely to face is Jimbei's equal, though we don't know if that means equal in strength or in standing or something else. Similarly, we're introduced to the concept of fishmen and Fishman Island, which is another thing to throw into the chest, as well as mermaids. As we cut away from Luffy, we see an immediate illustration of what the 7 warlord system is like, though not with an actual warlord, but with Arlong. Yes, it may be unsanctioned, and it's a clear example of marine corruption, but I think having a description of the 7 warlord system, government receiving payouts from pirates, and following that up immediately with a pirate giving a cut of money to a marine, well, let's keep that in mind. This is only the second time we've seen Marines in action, so in the same way that Captain Morgan could be seen as an analogue to the Celestial Dragons, Captain Nezumi may also enlighten us to another side of the world government. Next, we see what fishmen are. Putting aside the specifics of individuals, we can see 3 things. First, that fishmen are varied. Sure, people can be varied, they can have different designs, but fishmen are different from each other in ways beyond different shaped noses and eyes. Some have sharp teeth, others have multiple arms. We then see that they are large. Look at how Hachi towers over Nezumi and the Marines. And finally, and perhaps most obviously, they are all about the water. Hachi is able to carry Nezumi and the Marines with speed enough that it causes large splashes, and when Arlong announces Nami's return, we see a crowd of them bursting from the water. It also cannot be understated what a major change-up this is. There is a different race of humanoid, sentient, intelligent creatures. We can guess that mermaids are also real based on Sanji's description, but it now opens the door to other intelligent races existing in the One Piece world outside of humans. And wait, Sanji knows about Fishman Island and about mermaids? Interesting that Sanji seems to know a little about the Grand Line. Did he hear it from Zeff? Let's chuck it in the chest just to be sure. Finally, we see our girl Nami. And what's the first thing we see her do? Glares at a child, mercilessly beats him, and then gives him money? The boy calls her a witch, and it's revealed that she is a member, no, an officer in Arlong's pirate crew. This is not the Nami we've come to know. The closest thing we've had of Nami interacting with children is her time in Syrup Village and the Usopp pirates, and she seemed to like them. She found them cute, she held them back from attacking Kuro. It's hard to gauge her fondness of children from those interactions, but with the benefit of hindsight, we know that Nami has a soft spot for kids. However, we've never seen Nami lash out so violently before, and most certainly, we've never seen her give out money. But what's this we see on her face when she talks to Arlong? Oh yes, it's that smile again. That calculating smile she wears when she's in the middle of a deception. That smile she wore when she was hiding how she felt about having to betray Luffy and the crew. She may have the same tattoo as Arlong's pirate symbol, but something isn't quite right here. Something does not add up. And speaking of that tattoo, if that's the symbol of the Arlong pirates, what's this sun mark that Arlong, Hachi and this third fisherman seem to share? Looks like yet another thing we'll need to throw into the chest for later. That's the setup coming into this arc. Marines on the side of pirates, Nami hiding her feelings and acting completely different, large, intelligent beings called fishmen. So where does Oda go from here? I'm going to break my routine and do a brief second chapter analysis. Really, it's tempting to do each chapter one at a time. With chapter 1, we find the baseline, and in chapter 2, we raise the stakes. We establish that Zoro is understandably still wounded from his encounter with Mihawk, and then he gets taken to Arlong Park after Usopp and Johnny tie him up. Johnny and Usopp also get split up. We see that the Mary is moored at a place called Cocoa Village, though Usopp and Zoro are unable to stop there due to a trio of fishmen standing guard. This tells us that the island's ports are watched by fishmen, that this island is quintessentially locked down by Arlong's crew. We then see the aftermath of an attack by Arlong's crew. It's an absurd visual, but the houses have literally been torn from their foundations and placed on their roofs. We've been told that fishermen are strong, but this is a great visual showing that. We also meet Nami's stepsister, Nojiko. Through her, we start to piece together that no, we have not been deceived by Nami this entire manga, if Nami's crying last arc wasn't proof enough of that. Although the boy we saw getting beaten in the last chapter by Nami hates her, Nojiko contextualizes that her harsh response saved the boy's life, in the same way that Nojiko knocked out Usopp to save his. Nojiko also hints at something, a child who faced a life worse than death and chose to live anyway. It's pretty obvious that that child was Nami. But with those first couple of chapters of context, let's talk about our characters. After reading through the first 12 chapters a couple of times, I realized something important. Arlong Park is the culmination of the East Blue. As such, we don't learn too much more about the characters we've already been introduced to. Usopp is still nominally a coward, but is willing to put his life on the line to protect others. Just like in Syrup Village, he shows remarkable bravery. He stops running to protect a woman and a child, and again, just like in Syrup Village, though his legs are trembling in fear, he provokes Arlong to protect Genzo. When captured, he uses his wit, storytelling, and acting to think on his feet and protect himself. It's good to get confirmation that Usopp's bravery wasn't just in order to protect the village of his birth, but also complete strangers. But aside from the relatively minor revelation, this is all Usopp that we shouldn't be surprised about. The main change about Usopp is... has his nose gotten longer and more cylindrical? Sanji too. Last arc we learned how his philosophy as a chef means that he will feed the hungry regardless of who they are, and then beat them up after. We see this extends to animals as well, even a potentially hungry giant sea cow. Just like how Sanji kicked Patty out of the way to feed Krieg, he kicks Luffy and Yosaku to feed Mumu, thinking that it may be injured and hungry, also showing his kind and compassionate side. When it comes to women, it's another extension. Rather than just treating women kindly and showing favoritism, we see that he's willing to defend a woman's honor, and that his first reaction is to protect and trust in them. He didn't really get the opportunity last arc to show this side of his infatuation with women, but now we know. One thing we do get introduced to is the Sanji-Zoro dynamic. It's really only hinted at here, but the core of it seems to be emotions versus... logic's not the right word? Maybe reality? Truth? Sanji obviously is the emotions. He's passionate, he leads with his heart. Zoro is the opposite. He analyzes things coldly, tries to glean the truth as he sees it without being swayed by feelings. It doesn't mean that Zoro is always correct, or that he isn't sometimes swayed by his emotions, but in the grand scheme of things, that's how Zoro analyzes situations. I think this is actually an important enough point that I'm going to throw this handy-dandy panel which sums up the pair quite nicely into the chest. Speaking of Zoro, he's also consistent with what we've known about him so far. He's cool under pressure, he does his best attempting to protect Usopp, even though he's really just trying to find him, and of course he's faithfully fulfilling the wishes of his captain to the best of his ability. Luffy said Nami is their navigator, so Zoro, despite his misgivings, he's promised he'd bring her back. So he tests her, and he tries his best to navigate the situation to fulfill his word to his captain. And as for Luffy, well, we're going to leave him until next part. It's going to be all about him and Arlong. No, it's finally time to talk about who this first half is all about. Let's talk about Nami. Since Nami's introductions, we've learned a lot about her goals, her desires, what she thinks about pirates, her ideology. It's another reason why you can't just start One Piece at Arlong Park. Oda has been carefully building up to this point so that we the readers can understand who Nami is, what she is, and how she is. But now he reveals the full extent of the why Nami is who she is. We understand why Nami acts the way she does, why she refuses to kill, why she'd assist in defending Usopp's village, why she'd kept Luffy and the crew at arm's length, and why she had to betray them. Nami, over the last 8 years, since she was a young girl, has been bearing the weight of the lives of her village. Only her sister knows, as far as Nami is aware, but she's never been able to help her in any material way. Nami has bared the burden of being hated, of betraying anyone she's ever been close with, forced to be subordinate to the person who she hates most, all whilst hiding her emotions from others. As Nojiko said, Nami has faced a life worse than death for 8 long years, knowing that if she slips up at any point, if she gets caught, killed, or runs away, then everyone she's ever cared about will die. So during the first half of this arc, we see Nami being pushed to her absolute mental limits. Just like when we first met her, Nami is using her intelligence to try and navigate her way through the situation without anyone getting killed. It, of course, starts with Zoro. He immediately causes problems as he cuts right through her lies with his test, forcing her to save his life and proving to him that Nami is the same as she's ever been. Then, when confronted with Usopp, the stakes raise once more and Nami stabs her own hand in order to protect him. It would be easier if Nami just let them die, let Arlong kill Usopp. As she thinks to herself, she is so close to achieving her goal. She's worked so hard to get the money to buy her village back, but she is so committed to her ideals that she cannot let anyone die, especially people she cares about. When she attacks Usopp, note that she predicts him. She's smart, yes, but she's been traveling with Usopp for a while. She's fought by his side. She's put in the effort to understand him. She also understands that he's smart enough to take the hint to play dead. When she confronts Luffy and co, laying it on thick that she doesn't intend to travel with them, that they're broke, that she's not interested, etc., etc., even then she's framing it in a way for Luffy to achieve his goal. Take the Merry, find another navigator, and find the One Piece. She can't hide that she still cares. So of course, Luffy does what he does best and breaks through Nami's facade. Just like the first time he met her, she couldn't maintain her cool then and certainly can't do it now. So all she can do is leave them be, letting loose her emotions on her childhood home. Even still, Nami holds on. She's so close. So close. She can bear this additional weight. After all, she won't need to bear it much longer. She'll soon get everything back, and soon she'll be able to once more pursue her dream. Look how tired she looks, and look at all these other panels too. Nami's expression is always a goldmine of subtlety. Extra eye wrinkle here, a sweat drop there. All throughout this arc, Nami's veneer has been cracking. It's showing us that she is reaching her breaking point. And then Oda hits us with the flashback. I would love to go through this entire flashback panel by panel, but if I did, we'd be here all day. It's truly excellent. So instead, I'll just try and keep to only the key things that we learn. First, young Nami. Just like young Sanji, our peek into Nami's past shows us what is naturally a part of her character. She has a keen interest in navigation and has been drawing maps from a young age. We also learn that her dream is to make a map of the whole world. We also see that she's had a disposition towards thievery since her younger days, though notably without her modern-day caveat that she only steals from pirates. Though Nami's stealing is framed differently. Rather than stealing in order to acquire wealth to buy her village, Nami steals because, in her mind, it's the way she can get things without being a burden to her mother Bellemere. It's an overlooked part of Nami's character, but it's important to remember that this flashback tells us that Nami has been brought up in relative poverty. Her clothes are hand-me-downs. Bellemere doesn't eat much other than tangerines because they can't afford to buy enough food for the three of them. And in the end, it's because they are poor that Nami's mother dies. Although that's skipping a bit too far ahead. But yes, Nami resents the fact that they are poor, not because she doesn't love Bellemere, but rather because she does. She sees her existence as a reason that Bellemere is poor, that having wealth is associated with being free. Keep that in mind. Then she learns a valuable lesson from Genzo, that the bonds between Nami, Bellemere and Nojiko are deeper than blood, that Nami's smile gave Bellemere the strength to live on. Genzo firmly establishes the theme of found family. I've gone through this whole series so far without mentioning this core theme of One Piece. The Straw Hat Crew are a disparate group of weirdos who have found each other and trust each other, that their bonds are deeper than that of a family. It's here where it's mentioned explicitly for the first time, and it's in relation to Nami. Nami knows the strength and importance of a found family. She's grown up in one all of her life. Then, mere moments after this revelation, it all gets taken away. Let's talk Bellemere, Nami's mother, an example of a morally upright marine, though a little rough around the edges. Actually, you know what? Throw the fact that Nami's mother is a marine into the chest. It's through her we can see more of the traits that Nami exhibits, 8 years on. How she acts flirtatious to get the things that she wants, her tough-as-nails attitude, the fact that she hits people in oddly violent outbursts. Then there are the lessons that Bellemere has taught her about being strong, keeping on through the hard times because the happy times will surely come, and the importance of laughter. When Bellemere confronts Arlong, we see that she isn't just talk, that her family, her found family, is more important to her than her life. She refuses to deny that Nami and Nojiko are her daughters. Even when Nami was rejecting her, she shows her daughters that she'll never reject them. Even with her arm crushed, broken and bloody, she lifts it up to wrap it around Nami. Then, defiantly, with her arms crossed, gun to her head, knowing she's moments from death, she says her last words.
大好き.
There's a lesson that Bellemere tries to teach Nami here, that money doesn't matter, wealth doesn't matter, that to her the only thing that mattered was the well-being of Nami and Nojiko. But a young Nami learns a different one instead. If they had money, they could still be a family. If they had money, Bellemere would still be alive. Then this poor young girl who just saw her mother die in front of her cries out to stop the rest of the village from being hurt. She's already burdened Bellemere, already cost her her life. No one else should get hurt because of her. As she's taken to Arlong and the villagers prepare to storm in to rescue her, willing to sacrifice their lives in order to save this one little girl, she stops them. She makes a deal with the devil. If money can save the people she cares about, then she'll make money. She'll make as much as she has to. She will bear the shame. It doesn't matter if people look down on her decision. Being good, being poor, means that people will die. When we first met Nami back in Orangetown, we examined the difference in her apparent greed versus Buggy's. We could tell that it was different because Nami understood personal treasure, but now we finally have our answer. Buggy's greed was for greed's sake, for amassing personal wealth, and now we have a clear understanding that Nami's greed, her love of money, is not for the sake of having money, but using it as a tool, something that enables her to save others. Money gives her freedom. In the same way a classic shonen protagonist learns a new skill or gets a new weapon to overcome an adversary, Nami uses money to overcome adversity. Because that's what her past has taught her, that some problems can only be solved with money, and without it, well, then you may just lose everything. Throw that one in the chest. So this young girl decides all by herself that she'll live by Bellemere's ideals. She'll be strong, she'll keep laughing, she won't cry anymore. And Nojiko echoes that declaration. No one has seen Nami cry, and true to her word, we, the audience, have only seen her cry once, when she was alone. Though coming out of the story of Nami's past, we see Nami smiling. She is anticipating her freedom, the completion of her goal. Just 7 million left. Her suffering, her last 8 years, it's nearly complete. But then it all comes crashing down. The corrupt Marine Captain Nezumi and his faceless subordinates, tipped off by Arlong, confront Nami and attempt to seize her treasure, shooting Nojiko for impeding the search. Nezumi isn't subtle about why he's here, and Nami rushes off to confront Arlong. Filled with fury, she yells at him that he isn't honoring his promise to her, and as Arlong silences her by covering her mouth with his hand, it all finally dawns on Nami. The betrayer has become the betrayed. Arlong never intended to let her go, and he can deny that he's broken his promise. After all, he didn't take her treasure, it was the Marines. Arlong doesn't respect her. He respects her talents, her skills, but not Nami. and in the face of his overwhelming strength, Nami is powerless to go against him. In the span of a chapter, everything around Nami collapses. 8 years of blood, sweat and tears taken away, her sister shot, and more than any of this, the realization that this will happen again and again and again. Her relief that 8 years of burden are nearly lifted instead turn into the horrifying realization that you'll have to do it all again and again and again. So 8 years since someone last saw her shed a tear, helpless, powerless Nami cries in front of Arlong. But even in this moment of weakness, Nami knows that there's more at stake than just her suffering. She can save it. She can stop the worst case scenario. So once again, mirroring her attempts to stop the village 8 years ago with a smile on her face, Nami confronts her village. Yes, the cat's out of the bag, but what can be done once can be done twice. Heck, maybe it will be easier this time. The village knows of her plan, so maybe her burden will be a little lighter, now knowing that the village doesn't actually hate her. But no. In a tragic twist, what should be Nami's greatest happiness instead turns into what finally breaks her. Nami has been unable to form connections with others, unable to reach out for help, unable to share her burden in the fear that if she did, those around her would suffer. She has been totally and utterly alone, thinking that everyone around her, aside from her sister, hates her. However, in this moment, Nami learns that despite playing the betrayer all of these years, she is trusted. The woman who has been called a witch, a thief, a traitor has been trusted by her village for the last 8 years, so much so that they've put their lives in her hands. And more than just trust, she is loved. They pretended not to trust her, not to love her, because if at any point Nami decided it was all too much, they wanted her to feel as if she could leave them behind. They trust her enough to put their fate in her hands, and love her enough to accept their fate if need be. And now it's not that they've lost trust in Nami, but they care so much for her that they're taking away her choice. They will not let her suffer anymore. They are sacrificing their lives so that Nami can be free. Just as they were about to 8 years ago, Cocoa Village is ready to die to save one little girl. And they're smiling too. They are resolute. They have accepted their fates to die, but as long as Nami can be free, then that is enough. Genzo hugs her, thanks her, and then he, along with the rest of the town, go to face Arlong. Nami has lost everything. The money that she had saved for 8 years, gone. The village she spent 8 years protecting and trying to rescue, marching off to certain death. Every betrayal, every broken relationship, for naught. The person she hates most, who she foolishly thought she could trust to honor their bargain, well, he's betrayed her in a way that he can justify, and she's powerless to push back against him. Nami has failed, and she can do nothing. So she screams impotently, trying to gouge out the mark of the man who has taken everything from her. And Luffy grabs her hand. During the events of the East Blue, Nami has had these moments with Luffy. She was the one to see him help Chouchou. She was the only one to witness Luffy and Gaimon. When Zoro and Usopp had run off to save Kaya, Nami was the only one left to see Luffy be furious with Kuro, the only one to see how much Luffy cares about his crew. This moment when Nami is at her lowest, her last 8 years stolen from her, when her village and the people she was determined to save are about to be destroyed, when her wit and intellect have not provided her a way out of this predicament. After 8 years of betrayal, 8 years of lies, 8 years of deception, Luffy appears before her, the barely a captain strange rubber boy that she too ultimately betrayed. Someone she knew for, what, a couple of weeks at best? She really enjoyed her time with him, saw in him a different kind of pirate that blew away all of her expectations, but why would he help her after all she's done? She never said she was part of his crew, even if he insisted on saying that she was. This moment is a culmination of the last 80 chapters. Everything we know about Nami, everything we know about Luffy, all the time the two have spent together. You can't just start One Piece at Arlong Park and expect to understand the depth of what Nami has seen of Luffy, how he's surpassed her expectations of what a pirate is, how fond Nami has become of him. What this arc has been about is that Nami has been alone. Yes, Nojiko and her childhood home have been a brief respite for her, but aside from assisting in hiding the money, Nami has done it all herself. It's too dangerous for anyone else. Arlong is too strong for anyone else. So in a desperate bid to protect even one thing she cares about, Nami pushes away Luffy too. He doesn't know what she's been through. He's got nothing to do with this island. She is a stranger to him. But in her lowest point, with nowhere else to go, Nami does something she's never done before. She asked for help. From the captain she betrayed, she opens herself up to him, shows him her tears, her real emotions, and puts her trust in Luffy, puts in his hands everything she desperately wants to protect, what she's never let herself share with anybody, the burden of her last 8 years. And Luffy has been waiting. He repays her trust with his own ultimate form of trust, and doesn't just gently place his treasure on her head, but thrusts it down. Nami has touched the hat before, she's repaired it, she's passed it to Luffy after his fight with Kuro, but we've never seen Luffy give anyone his hat. Then not with a whisper, not a gentle, caring word, not a quiet affirmation, Luffy booms it out. Okay. The world needs to hear that he will help Nami. She is his navigator through it all. Luffy never gave up on her, and same with all his crew, he will do everything in his power to help them. And the rest of the crew is waiting. It's not just Luffy who is willing to help. Everyone is here for her. From before Nami met Luffy, while Nami was with them, and even after Nami had betrayed them, without a moment's hesitation, they're ready to put their lives on the line for her. Nami is their navigator, no one else. She is part of this crew. And this realization that she's found a place where she belongs, not just a person but multiple people she can trust that are willing to put their lives on the line for her, are willing to bear her burden, well, Nami's eyes in this moment, seeing her crewmates like this, it almost looks as if the sun is rising. Luffy has never seen Arlong, is unaware of his strength, his feats, or anything about him because it doesn't matter to him. Nami has asked for help, so Luffy is going to give it no matter who or what he's up against. So with no plan, with nothing other than the desire to help Nami, Luffy breaks down the door to Arlong Park, flexes his fist and asks, which one is Arlong? Because it's time to take him down. The members of the Straw Hat crew are united, ready to face Arlong and his pirates. Their navigator has asked for help and Luffy is going to provide it. He smashed down the door of Arlong Park and asked for the Fishman himself. But we have to go back to the start of the arc to ask a couple of questions. Who is Arlong, and why is Luffy here in this moment? And of course, what is the point of East Blue? Last part I established that Arlong Park is a culmination of the East Blue. So what type of villain suits this sort of story? Well, a culmination of all the worst parts of the East Blue. Notably, its villains. Arlong has shades of each villain that we've faced so far, but with a twist. We'll work our way backwards. Don Krieg was all about obsession with things. He determined that strength was from what he had in his possession, his weapons, his armada, even the knowledge at his disposal. Arlong doesn't define his strength from his tools, his weapons, not even his crew. No, he defines his strength by his genetics. What makes him strong, what makes him superior, is the fact that Arlong is a fishman, that he has natural strength, powerful teeth, an unbreakable nose, his abilities in the water. This is what makes him the best, what makes him suited to rule over others. Kuro was about taking advantage of others, lying to them, betraying them. In the case of Kaya, Kuro isolated her. Arlong deceives Nami and isolates her from the village, takes advantage of her skill in cartography and ultimately betrays her. From the beginning, he intended to make her draw maps for him until she was no longer convenient. His promise to free her village was a lie all along. Buggy had taken up residence in a village that he destroyed at his pleasure. He was also someone obsessed with wealth. Arlong has taken up residence on an island and demonstrably has destroyed villages within it. He's been accumulating wealth there for the last 8 years. And he says that money is the only thing you can believe in when communicating with Nezumi. We don't know Buggy's end goal for his wealth, but Arlong claims that he will use his to eventually rule the East Blue. Oh, and they're also both pirates that have come from the Grand Line. Morgan ruled by fear and demanded tribute from the citizens. His son could strut around Shell's town doing as he pleased due to the citizens fearing retaliation from Morgan. Arlong certainly rules by fear, and all fishmen can essentially do as they please, with the villagers fearing retaliation if they do anything to them, and those that fail to pay Arlong's tribute, they die. And as for Arlong's shade of Alvida, well, both of them get punched in the face by Luffy. Then, as mentioned in the last part, Arlong also demonstrates the warlord system moments after it's introduced, in an unofficial capacity. And I think it's a pretty apt demonstration from what we experience of the warlord system in the future. a pirate abusing immunity from marine prosecution and causing devastation on whichever island they take up residence in. Arlong even uses the Marines to further his nefarious goals, which again we'll see from warlords in the future. It's pretty common knowledge at this point to point out that the 7 warlords were not part of the original plan for One Piece, but I think it's no coincidence that Arlong mirrors future warlords we see so closely. Rather, I think it's in the definition of Arlong that I personally think Oda used to shape the warlords, not the other way around. While I'm on the topic, I think it's also worthwhile to mention Nezumi and the role that he serves. I explicitly pointed out last part that the Marines that serve under him are faceless. We don't see their eyes. This is different from when we met Morgan and the Marines that served under him. While Nezumi and Morgan are both villainous Marine captains, in Morgan's case, the Marines that serve under him are humanized. They're following orders out of fear, and some even go against him. In Nezumi's case, it's the opposite. This time the Marines that serve under Nezumi are not supposed to be shown as people. They are the faceless military machine of the world government. Nezumi has a face. He can be singled out as a bad guy. He can become a target of ire. But the faceless Marines that serve under him are just as culpable as him. Axe-Hand Morgan is at least strong. He's imposing. If you go against his orders, you will get cut down. But Nezumi? He certainly doesn't demonstrate any degree of strength. Without obedient drones, Nezumi could do nothing. Nojiko wouldn't have gotten shot, and Nami's treasure wouldn't have gotten taken away. It is the faceless, humanityless Marines that perform these acts in his name. So what does Nezumi teach us about the world government? That they have power because the people under them follow orders without thought or feeling. That the ordinary men and women of the Marines could become the reserve police battalion of the One Piece world. That got a bit heavy, but one last thing about Nezumi. He is the one that is responsible for Luffy's first bounty, for turning Luffy into a wanted man. And for what? Not for defeating Arlong, that's for sure. No, Luffy gets his first bounty because he put a stop to Marine corruption. He stopped Marines from abusing their power against civilians. I just found it interesting, so I thought I would point it out. Back to Arlong. Something unique to Arlong is his underlying motives behind his actions. His hatred, specifically his racial hatred. Arlong hates humans, he despises them. He seems cordial when interacting with Nezumi, but that's just because it benefits him. When he has no reason to be polite, his true feelings come out. Puny, pathetic, weak, worthless. That's what humans are to him. Fishmen are superior, evolved, the master race, lords of creation. Due to this hatred he has of humans, Arlong has become the object of his hatred and taken on the likeness of a celestial dragon, espousing superiority and requiring tribute from those beneath him. Though I won't go further than that. Instead, I'll just throw Arlong's hatred of humans into the chest. Luffy, on the other hand, well, he's just Luffy. There's no history of hatred, no feelings of superiority. He has joined this fight for one reason only, because Nami asked him for help. And more personally for Luffy, Arlong made Nami cry. That's it. I'll try to keep from repeating points from previous parts, but Luffy isn't here for any bigger reason than that. To put it bluntly, he doesn't give a damn about Cocoa Village or the island under Arlong's rule. Why should he be? His response when he sees Marines entering the village? He doesn't have one. He's more interested in Genzo's pinwheel. When Nojiko gets shot, he's not particularly perturbed, but he hears Nami shouting, so he comes over and asks if she wants his help. Of course, she rejects him, but even his response to that is, what's her problem? Like, Luffy, my guy, read the room, but no, Luffy doesn't do that. He's just like, I asked if she wanted help, she didn't need to yell at me, jeez. And that's the whole point. Luffy doesn't care about any of it. It's all extra stuff that doesn't matter. It seems a bit odd when Luffy goes for a walk instead of sticking around to hear about Nami's backstory, but that was his position back when he first met Nami over 60 chapters ago. The person Luffy met then, the one who had strong enough ideals to put her life on the line, the one who put herself in harm's way to try and protect Luffy. Ever since that moment when Luffy declared that she was their navigator, the Nami who exists in the present is the one that Luffy cares about. That's why he furiously rebuked Johnny when he said Nami killed Usopp, because the Nami that Luffy knows would never do that. It doesn't matter where she's from, what she's done, any of that stuff. The Nami of today is Luffy's navigator, and the only reason Luffy is here is to get her back. The more I read it, it's actually startling how short of a time Luffy is on the island before Nami asks him for help. He literally crash lands, gets told Nami killed Usopp, gets rejected by Nami, has a nap, Usopp reappears, then Luffy goes for a walk, sees Genzo, follows him, I assume just watches as the whole Marine steal Nami's treasure situation happens, offers help, gets rejected again, Nami runs off, and then shortly after, watches again as the villagers prepare to fight Arlong, Nami tries to stop them, and then, as Nami starts stabbing herself in the arm, Luffy stops her. It's probably been like, what, 3 hours? All he's heard of Arlong is Yosaku's explanation on the way here, which he barely understood, Zoro saying that Arlong had Usopp, Johnny saying Nami is part of Arlong's pirates, Nojiko saying that they'll never defeat Arlong, and that's it. The only reason Luffy knows that Arlong is who he needs to beat is because Nami was shouting his name while stabbing herself. So when Luffy busts down the door and says, "Which one is Arlong?" Yeah, it's badass, but quite literally like, who is he? Luffy has no idea. And so we find ourselves at Arlong Park, and Luffy has one mission: beat the snot out of Arlong. It's hilarious at the start. Luffy just walks up to Arlong, introduces himself, knocks out a couple of dudes, and then just socks Arlong right in the face. Luffy is angry. Arlong made our navigator cry. The panel gives me a similar vibe to the laugh at Usopp and I'll kill you one. If Luffy cares about someone, he will allow no disrespect. And pretty much the whole chapter is Luffy just repeating the idea of, I'm here to beat up Arlong. He doesn't care about the other fishermen, about Mumu, he just takes care of them in the fastest way he can think of because he's here to clobber Arlong, not them. That is Luffy's setup for the fight half of this arc. Arlong is also getting riled up, but for different reasons. There's only one thing we know Arlong hates more than anything else: getting disrespected by those inferior humans. His first genuine rage was when Usopp dared to attack him, and seeing the aftermath of his fellow fishermen getting decimated by Zoro made him so angry that he wasn't even sure that killing Usopp would make him feel better. And then this guy comes strolling in and pushes all of Arlong's buttons, first disrespecting him by punching him in the face, and then making it worse by taking out the rest of the fishermen. Though we should note, I'm not seeing any blood from the first blow landed on Arlong, or no mark at all really. It's a good visual way of showing that Arlong really is a cut above all the other villains that Luffy has punched in the face up to this point. The next chapter is probably one of my favorite comedy chapters, as Luffy's rash behavior has resulted in him getting completely stuck, and Oda introduces us to our fight pairings. I also love that Luffy being stuck is the initiator for them as well. Sanji jumps in to protect Luffy from getting smushed, which impresses Kurubi. Then Zoro stops Hachi to protect the stuck Luffy. Then Usopp accidentally lets go of Luffy, launching him into Chu, who chases down Usopp as a result. It almost feels as though Luffy's anger has been tempered a little as he realizes his predicament, resulting in some hilarious panels. But then Arlong comes along and raises the stakes, throwing the stuck Luffy into the water, adding a time pressure to the rest of the crew to rescue him. We'll return to our two captains shortly, but let's talk about some standout moments from the fights. We'll start with Sanji. I like that he's the first one to be concerned about Zoro's wounds. I think it goes to show that, firstly, Zoro's duel with Mihawk did leave such a strong impression on him that it's still in the forefront of Sanji's mind. He even brought it up to push Zoro's buttons earlier. But also that Sanji is caring and is thinking about Zoro's well-being before his own. He's in the middle of his own fight after all. He's so concerned about Zoro that he ends up taking quite a blow, a fishman karate blow. I think that's the first we've heard of fishman karate, so let's throw it in the chest. We do also see that Sanji hasn't lost his streak of self-sacrifice, jumping into the water mid-fight against a fisherman to make sure that Zoro does not. Next, our boy Usopp. I think this fight is very important for Usopp as it shows a bit of a turning point. We start off with Usopp at his lowest. He's playing dead, rubbing dirt on himself so he can pretend that he tried harder than he actually did. He's already preparing responses to the crew, his apologies, his excuses, his deflections. And as he does, he thinks about his brave crewmates, the brave villagers, people risking their lives in front of him, Luffy asking, "Aren't we a team?" He realizes that if he is to change, he can no longer be the person that he once was. He left his village declaring that he would become a brave warrior of the sea, and the only way to do that is to change himself, to not live in fear but to live wholeheartedly, to become a crewmate worthy of his brave shipmates. So, in classic Usopp fashion, his legs begin to shake and he faces his fears. If he loses, he dies, and that's what it means to be a pirate. He isn't about living a life of safety anymore. And that's what makes this fight great. Usopp isn't smooth, he isn't cool, he isn't graceful, but what can Usopp do? He'll do what he can. It's messy, it's underhanded, but it's Usopp using everything in his arsenal. Alcohol, fire, hammer, a rubber band of doom. Even his final blow panel is a fake out. His actual final impact of the fight is off-screened. But the real success panel is this. Even I can win if I try. This moment of realization that he can actually do it, his joy at being able to tell in one small panel, stumbling over his words that, Nami, I beat one of Arlong's officers. Me. The happiness at the fact that he's not lying. Nami, while not having a physical fight, resolves her inner conflict. Yes, it was in desperation that she asked Luffy for help, but having calmed her tears, she races to Arlong Park. When hope seems lost and Arlong confronts her with another choice that will trap her for the rest of her days, like when she was watching Luffy, the sun rises in her eyes once more. She grabs onto the treasure that Luffy entrusted her with and consciously chooses to believe in Luffy. More than that, she finally lets go of her burden, the driving force that has been keeping her with Arlong, the fear that her village will die. So, smiling, she asks the village she's been trying to keep safe for 8 years, that she's tried stopping twice from marching to their deaths. Fight and die with me. And of course, the village cheers. Zoro is fresh off of his loss to Mihawk and a declaration to Luffy, and we see him reflecting on it throughout his fight. He declares that he cannot die until he confronts Mihawk again. When Hachi comes at him with 6 swords, he knows that it's not about the number of swords. Mihawk could stop his 3 with just a tiny dagger. It's about the swordsman wielding the sword, the weight of their conviction. And Zoro cannot fall, he cannot die, he has to live to defeat Mihawk. Then he flashily defeats Hachi. But that's not all to say about Zoro. I think his best moment is actually here, when Arlong has him by the throat and tears off Zoro's bandages to reveal his wound from Mihawk, and Zoro glares at him. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about Zoro not losing ever again. Sure, you can look at this situation and say, oh yeah, Zoro is dead to rights here, he's totally lost to Arlong. Well, tell that to Zoro. He hasn't conceded yet, and I'm inclined to take Arlong's word for it. Are they the eyes of a dying man? Arlong is a Grand Line pirate, a member of the infamous Fishman pirates. He has sailed with legends, and when he looks into the eyes of a man who, by all accounts, should be passed out if not dead from his wounds, he thinks, I'd better finish him off right now. Arlong recognizes Zoro as a threat, even in his current condition, that Zoro staying alive is dangerous. Remember, this is the dude who has been looking down on humans this whole arc, and he sees a nearly dead Zoro and thinks, I'm not gonna risk leaving this guy alive. That doesn't sound like a defeat to me. Luffy finally gets freed from his predicament and, what is this translation, trade you places, what? Either way, hilariously, Luffy launches the nearly dead Zoro into the sky with absolutely no regard for his well-being. Arlong has demonstrated he is a cut above other fishmen, and is furious from seeing his fisherman comrades getting defeated one by one. Luffy has a quick warm-up, throwing several iconic blows, a bell that defeated Kuro, a whip that took out a group of marines, a bullet that knocked out Alvida, and a Gatling that took out a souped-up Black Cat pirate crew. Yet Arlong gets up, seemingly unaffected. And finally, the real fight between Arlong and Luffy can start. Well, not quite yet. Instead, we get some of the best Luffy characterization we've had since the start of the series. Luffy often has ideological clashes with those he fights against, but it's shown more through moments throughout the fight. This time, we get it laid out at the start. Arlong tries to get Luffy to start talking about racial differences, and Luffy, well, he does, but he does it in a way that dismisses Arlong's ideology. Arlong wants Luffy to say that they're different because Luffy is a human and Arlong is a fishman, and so Arlong is bigger, stronger, better in water, etc, etc. Instead, Luffy does point out the racial differences, but in a way that diminishes their importance. Noses, chins, webbed toes, and webbed toes is the last thing he mentions. Luffy can care about appearances. He likes Genzo's pinwheel, for example, but he's never assigned superiority or inferiority based on it. When Luffy makes a comment about appearance, it's either in a matter-of-fact way or he finds it cool. So talking about racial differences in a superficial way angers Arlong, who once again tries to outline his racial superiority to Luffy, who once again takes it superficially. Yeah, sure, your teeth can crush stone, but so can my fists, so it's not that impressive. So once more, Arlong keeps spouting off. Humans are weak, stupid, foolish, they can't swim. And how does Luffy respond to this third attempt to drag him into a fight contextualized by race? Maybe I can't do anything, but I have friends who will rescue me. Arlong talks about groups, in this case species, and Luffy talks about individuals. Then we get my favorite Luffy line. I don't know how to use a sword, I don't know how to navigate, I can't cook, and I can't tell lies. I know I can't live without help from a lot of people. I love this so much. It's not just the fact that Luffy is realistic about his shortcomings, or the fact that he's demonstrated numerous times up to this point that, yeah, he's pretty much useless on his own. It's the fact that it reveals how Luffy thinks about his crew. He isn't just finding people he likes to fill up the ranks, but he knows and appreciates what everyone else can do that he cannot. That quite literally, he cannot become Pirate King without his crew. But what can Luffy do? Well, it goes all the way back to Chapter 1. The safety of the entire ship and crew rests on a captain's shoulders. And what does that mean to Luffy? Why is Luffy suited to be the captain of a crew more capable than he is? Because Luffy can beat Arlong. Now, finally, we can fight. The fight is great, but what do we learn from it? I think this is a great example of Luffy's creativity while fighting. Some creativity that works, and some that does not. Luffy has great flexibility and imagination when fighting. I hope he'll get some ability that lets him take full advantage of this in the future. Surely it won't be too long until that appears. Otherwise, the theme of this fight is very reminiscent of Luffy's fight with Krieg. While Krieg was obsessed with this weapon, so over the course of the fight Luffy dismantled them all, Arlong is obsessed with his racial traits, his invincible teeth that can shatter rock, so Luffy breaks his teeth and mocks them too, making them look goofy. Arlong can launch himself from the water with great speed. Well, let's catch him in a net and spear him like a fish. Arlong's prized, unbreakable, unscratchable nose? Luffy bends it. When Arlong pulls out a terrifying weapon, his shark saw, well, Luffy crushes a part of it with his bare hands too. In the same way the fight with Krieg was Oda saying again and again, it's not about what you have, it's about who you are. With Arlong, the message is, it's not about what you are, it's about who you are. When fighting brings Luffy and Arlong into Nami's room, or the chart room, whichever you prefer, the fight shifts. Luffy wonders what the room is, and Arlong, quite charitably may I add, explains that this is the room where Nami draws all of her charts. And here we learn what makes Luffy and Arlong different, in a way that's different from the previous East Blue villains. Remember, Arlong has traits of all the previous East Blue villains, and each villain taught us about Luffy, why they fell short when they came up against him. From Alvida we learned that a crew needs to trust their captain. From Morgan we learned that Luffy trusts his crew. From Buggy we learned that Luffy values personal treasure over material wealth. From Kuro we learned that Luffy will never sacrifice or betray his crew. From Krieg we learned that Luffy has grit and improves himself rather than relying on tools. When Arlong is talking about Nami, he's saying things that on first glance seem fine. He's praising her skills, calling her a genius, and these things are true. There's nothing more tragic and stupid than wasting one's gifts. I think some of my teachers said similar sounding things in school, so sure. Drawing charts for me allows Nami to do the thing she loves best. That for me part is a bit suspect. Think you can use that girl as well as I do. Use? From Arlong, this is what we learn about Luffy. He will never use his crew. He values and treasures their skills, recognizes that they make up the difference where he falls short, but he'll never make them do these things for him. Luffy will joyfully have his crew do what they do best, use their gifts, do what they love, but he won't restrict them. He may be their captain, but he'll never abuse their love of swordsmanship, cooking, navigating, or even lying to get them to do things that they don't want to do. To Luffy, being a pirate means being free, and that freedom should extend to his crew. So, as soon as Luffy learns what Arlong thinks about Nami, what this room is used for, Luffy stops attacking Arlong. He came here because Nami asked for help, because she was crying. He thought that because she was shouting Arlong's name, he was the problem. After all, he hasn't been on this island very long. But now Luffy understands what Nami needs to be free. It's not Arlong's defeat. It's the destruction of this room. She may have chosen to join Arlong's crew, chosen to draw maps for him, but to Nami this chart room was a prison, so it must be destroyed. Starting with the desk, then bookshelves, chairs, stacks of ocean charts. Even when Arlong pins Luffy down, Luffy doesn't concern himself with freeing himself from Arlong's grip, he instead destroys more of the room. Arlong says that Luffy's destroying 8 years of hard work, but in Luffy's mind he's destroying 8 years of Nami hating doing what she loves, destroying 8 years of horrible memories. He's erasing the history of her oppression. When Luffy brings the battle axe down, he isn't even aiming at Arlong, he's facing away. He's focused on destroying the room, Arlong just got in the way. When Luffy emerges from the rubble, he doesn't ask Nami but tells her, "You're one of us now," or better said, "You're no longer part of Arlong's crew, you are free." And she is. And now it's time for the wrap-up part of the arc. Let's speed through it. Once again, this dang Luffy fella, when asked about a position in his crew that he's missing, once again talks about how he wants a musician first. Come on, man, Zoro is literally getting stitched up in front of you. You need a doctor. We also get our first instance of a post-Luffy liberation party featuring all the staples, music, dancing, booze, this weird chopstick nose thing, and importantly for Luffy, meat. Our monster trio is doing their thing. Zoro's drinking, Sanji's taking it easy and sampling the local cuisine, and Luffy is stuffing his face with as much meat as he can hold. Usopp, ever the storyteller, is likely embellishing his own tale of heroism, but with the rest of the crew uninterested in recounting the events of the day, I suppose he's the only one who will. We cut to Nami having her Arlong crew tattoo removed, and in a simple but profound way she dwells briefly on the fact that it'll never be completely gone, that a time with Arlong will leave a scar, certainly on her body, but also in ways that aren't physical. Scars may fade, and the horror of Arlong may become a distant memory, but it's a part of Nami's life that she'll always carry with her. But what can help hide a scar of this nature? The things that bring Nami joy, a tattoo which symbolizes things that make her happy, a tangerine for her family, and the pinwheel Genzo wore to make her smile. That may mask the physical scar, but what about the emotional one? Well, I think it's a cool detail that Genzo is still wearing his pinwheel when he talks to Luffy at Bellemere's grave. When we see him next, he's without it, and we see that he's left it at Bellemere's grave. I think the reason he leaves it there is because Luffy says he'll never do anything to make Nami unhappy. Genzo originally wore the pinwheel to make Nami smile and laugh, but now he's handed over that responsibility to Luffy and the crew. They will be in charge of getting her emotional scars to fade. And so, after a night of partying, we get to Nami's farewell. In my issues with One Piece live action video, where I go into detail about why I think they made a few massive missteps during Arlong Park, which is why I held my tongue during this part, one of the biggest arguments in the comments was, does Nami steal from civilians? Specifically, if it was in character for live action Nami to steal from Kaya. Now, definitively, using only the manga as reference, up to this point the answer is a firm no. However, Nami obviously steals the wallets of all the residents of Cocoa Village when she leaves, as many on the opposite side of the argument point out. So does that mean the fact about her character has changed? If you're looking only on the surface level, maybe you can interpret it that way. I think the real answer is much more meaningful. Putting aside the fact that Nami left the 93 million she collected, and the fact that the island has access to the money Arlong was collecting, to answer why she stole their wallets, we have to think back on two things. First, when was the last time Nami stole anything from the village? Well, it was that book 8 years ago, the day that Arlong arrived on her island, the last day she was able to laugh from her heart. The village knew her as a little troublemaker, a thief, but it was that young troublemaker that was the happy little scamp that they cared about. Once Arlong came along, all of that changed as she took on her burden. So reason number one why she steals their wallets. It shows them that finally, after 8 years, Nami is free. She can be who she was before Arlong. She can finally be herself again. I feel like that first reason is obvious, but the second reason is more my opinion and related to the question, why didn't Nami steal from civilians? Well, because she realized how important money can be to civilians. That when pirates come and say, your money or your life, if they don't have enough money, then it could indeed cost them their lives, just as it did for Bellemere. She can't have that possibility on her conscience, ergo she doesn't steal from civilians, even rich ones like Kaya. Pirates get their money from plundering the innocent, at least in her experience, so to steal from them is fine. So what is she saying when she steals from her village? Her village has been scraping together the tribute for the last 8 years, suffering and living in fear under Arlong. They've all surely been worried every day, will we have enough money this time? So Nami stealing the wallets is saying, you no longer have to pay Arlong. You no longer have to be fearful of not having enough. You no longer have to be burdened by the tribute. You are safe. And I think that message is worth the cost of a wallet. Genzo gets Luffy to reaffirm his promise, Nami gives her village a genuine beaming smile, and Luffy and the crew sail off onto their next adventure. Whew, that's a lot of stuff, so let's get to our end of arc items. what this arc teaches us about characters, world, and themes. I'll skip talking about characters since the last video and this video were all about the characters and jump straight into world building. Let's summarize what we've learned. That other sentient races exist in the world of One Piece, which opens the door for other sentient races to exist. Specifically in this arc, fishmen and mermaids, if Sanji is to be believed. The introduction of the 7 warlords of the sea, and an illustration on how damaging such a system can be for the places inhabited by these pirates. We learn a place called Fishman Island on the Grand Line. We see Denden Mushi for the first time, or as the translation calls them, telesnails, showing that the One Piece world contains methods for long-distance communication, which are apparently snails. Why snails? Dunno. They can also function as a fax machine. We're also getting a brief glimpse into the Navy bureaucracy, what we learn will be, bounty process and how that happens. And we also learn that Marines aren't always forced to follow immoral orders, that the hierarchy that may have been defied during Morgan's introduction may just be followed. It's important that Arlong and his crew are pirates from the Grand Line. With this victory, Luffy and his crew have defeated a Grand Line pirate crew. In a way, it's Oda telling us that after all their trials and tribulations on the East Blue, they're finally ready to take on the Grand Line and the pirates they'll find there. On a more meta world-building level, in the same way we learned that Oda drip feeds us context through how Morgan appeared during Kuro's flashback, we learned that Oda does the same thing with his character designs. That something that may seem strange, like Genzo's pinwheel or Nojiko's tattoos, will often get revealed to have more significance than just Oda wanted to design some wacky guy with a pinwheel in his hat. It teaches the audience that we shouldn't be looking at a character's design at face value, and we should instead ask why a character has a certain design, since Oda may take 20 chapters or even more to give us a reason. There is also a new cover story, this time covering Koby, though I'll cover its contents next video. Either way, we learned that cover story with Buggy wasn't just a one-off occurrence. Finally, our themes. We'll start with the ever-popular Luffy Liberation Loop. And this time we can add a 4th step to the usual 3-step structure. Once Luffy has completed a liberation, it's time to have a giant party. This is also Luffy's largest liberation so far. Not only does he free Nami from Arlong, liberate her from the shackles of her burden, but he also inadvertently ends up liberating an entire island. I'll say it again, Luffy did not go and confront Arlong to free Cocoa Village and the rest of the island, he only went there for Nami. The rest of the island being free is completely incidental to him, though he's not going to turn down the resulting party. A surprising theme that one wouldn't expect from their goofy pirate manga is that of racial supremacy, or rather how racial supremacy is dumb. That sure, you may have a bit of an advantage due to your natural inclinations, but with tenacity, hard work and creativity, you can overcome those differences. It's interesting that Oda introduces this concept first from the perspective of fisherman superiority, when we'll later learn that it's a completely different supremacy which is really the cause of many of the One Piece world's issues. And those questions, what does it mean to be a pirate, and why does Arlong fall short when coming up against Luffy? Well, Luffy's just about to get his first bounty, the true sign of a pirate, or at least being recognized as one by the world government. And why does he get it? Yep, as I mentioned before, it's because he did something the Marines didn't like. It doesn't matter if what he did was good, if it made others happy. A bounty is a reflection that you're doing something the government doesn't approve of. And why does Arlong fall short of Luffy? Well, does he? Let's think back to what I said about Arlong and what he teaches us about Luffy. That Luffy recognizes his shortcomings while Arlong thinks voicing these shortcomings out loud makes you lack dignity. Sure, Luffy manages to defeat Arlong, and you could say that Arlong lost to Luffy because he relied too much on his racial characteristics, and was too sure that racial superiority was enough to have him defeat Luffy. But that's too much like the lesson we learned from Krieg. Rather, I think the real lesson is that Arlong falls short not because of Luffy, but because of the people supporting Luffy. If Luffy was alone, he would have drowned, that would have been it. But the combined effort of his crew, as well as assistance from Genzo and Nojiko, meant that he survived and was able to come back and defeat Arlong. And I think I'll end it on that note. The start of a new arc, no matter how short, means a first chapter analysis. What seems to be getting set up? Well, after quickly establishing that Nami still wants money, though now for herself, and that she's bought 3 of her family's tangerine trees along on the Going Merry that Sanji protects for her, and while Usopp is creating a new projectile from hot sauce, Nami opens up a newspaper to find a cutaway to Navy headquarters. We catch a glimpse of the dominant Navy philosophy being taught at headquarters: absolute justice. We get some context on the bounties of the East Blue, as well as the bounties for Buggy, Krieg, and Arlong, also noting that they are well above the average bounty for what Mihawk termed the weakest sea. And we get the reveal that Luffy's bounty is larger than all of them. I mentioned last time that Luffy's bounty is a result of stopping marine corruption, and now we learn his amount is defined by the enemies he has defeated. Kind of. Buggy was blowing up a town, Krieg was committing war crimes, and Arlong had an island under subjugation. It's reasonable to assume that their bounties were reflective of their terrible actions. Luffy's bounty amount is not because of any great evils he has committed, it's a preemptive amount. The Navy views pirates as evil, and in their sense of absolute justice, pirates are an absolute evil. Luffy says he is a pirate, and so he must be evil, and if he has managed to defeat these three evils, then he's likely to become an even greater threat himself. Luffy is, of course, thrilled with this. We learned back with Kuro that Luffy finds it ridiculous that you could become a pirate and try not to have your name be known. Additionally, Usopp is also thrilled as the back of his head has made it into Luffy's poster. And we know that Usopp wants to become a brave warrior of the sea, which in his mind is a pirate, and he's always talked himself up because he wants to be admired. Having his head appear in Luffy's poster is proof that, in his eyes, he is being recognized as a pirate. So what's the first thing this arc is going to be about? Luffy being a pirate with a bounty, becoming someone relatively known, being able to walk in and around towns without being recognized is now a thing of the past. This is reinforced by the interaction between Shanks and Mihawk, notably Shanks' dramatic line, "So you're here, Luffy." Luffy has made his entrance on the world stage with his bounty poster reveal. There is a lot more to talk about in the Shanks and Mihawk interaction, but I'll save it for the world building section. As the island comes into view, Luffy for the first time has shown an interest in seeing something that isn't related to food, and as they land, Luffy goes off to see the execution scaffold where the Pirate King died. The rest of the crew go off to do their own thing. Sanji goes for ingredients, Usopp for equipment, and Nami for something we'll find out later. But in this first chapter, we follow Zoro as he comes across a female swordsman being confronted by two what we can assume are pirates, since their boss is in jail and they were aiming to go to the Grand Line. She quickly dispatches them, and as Zoro gives her back her glasses, her very familiar face gives him pause. Usually this woman is seen with a monster, though that monster isn't with her right now. It's not much to go off, but getting a few extra pages dedicated to whatever Zoro is doing, which as well requires him to borrow some money from Nami, and coming across a swordsman who bears a resemblance to his deceased childhood friend, we're likely going to see some swordsman-related things this arc. And hearing about a monster, well, we can guess that that monster will soon make an appearance too. Finally, as we cut away to Luffy's hometown, Windmill Village, we see the news has spread even here, and we see some familiar faces reacting. Makino is as supportive as ever, and the mayor as grumbly as ever. And then we get an interesting line that closes the chapter. In response to Makino saying becoming a pirate was Luffy's dream, the mayor responds, his dream or his destiny. First, what do you know, old man? But also, destiny. It's an interesting word to use, and the first that I recall hearing it in this series. And the fact that a chapter was ended on it means it's likely more than a simple throwaway line. Luffy is someone defined by his love of freedom, and something like destiny could be seen as an inevitable conclusion, the opposite of freedom. We'll keep in mind that destiny has been mentioned for the rest of this arc. Since this is only 5 chapters long, let's continue chapter by chapter. First we follow Zoro and we quickly learn that he's after a pair of new swords to replace the one shattered by Mihawk. He finds himself in a weapon shop with 100,000 berries to spend, an unimpressive amount for spending on a sword according to the shop's owner. However, what catches Matsu's eye is Zoro's remaining sword, Kuina's sword. He attempts to swindle Zoro out of it, and when Tashigi, though we haven't yet learned her name, unintentionally intervenes, we learn several things. That swords have grades, and that Kuina's sword that Zoro now wields is one of 21 excellent grade swords called the Wado Ichimonji. This has a few interesting implications. Firstly, the fact that Kuina was the owner of such a high-grade sword, and the fact that her father allowed Zoro to take it after her death, when the sword itself is worth over 10 million berry. More interesting from a character standpoint is that Zoro, more or less, doesn't particularly know or care. He doesn't know that it's an excellent grade sword, nor does he know its name. All Zoro knows and cares about is that it's Kuina's sword, and that makes it priceless to him. When Zoro goes through the barrels of cheap swords, Tashigi points out another sword, Kitetsu III, a fine grade sword, and also, apparently, a cursed sword. Zoro shows off that, despite him not knowing anything about grades or anything like that, he can tell that it's a cursed or bewitched sword. In spite of that, Zoro takes a liking to it and tests the strength of the sword's curse against his own luck, risking his arm to prove he's worthy to be the wielder of this blade. Matsu, seeing that Zoro is a real swordsman, then brings out his shop's finest sword, yet another fine grade. There's only 40 of these things, yet this shop in the east has 2 of them. And he says an interesting line, "A sword chooses its owner," as if swords, or at least swords like these, have minds of their own. Let's throw that revelation in the chest. Zoro then leaves with 3 swords, an excellent and 2 fine grades hanging on his belt. We get one last line from Matsu. What's wrong with a man entrusting another man with his dreams? Matsu's not that significant a character, but in the same way Zoro has entrusted himself with Kuina's dream when he took her sword, Zoro has now taken on Matsu's dream, not knowing what that may be, when he received his finest sword too. In amongst all this talk of swords, we hear what this monster that Tashigi works under is. A devil fruit user called Captain Smoker. Tashigi already expressed that pirates are evil, so he's not a captain in that sense. Rather, he is a marine, and the first devil fruit user we've heard of since Buggy. And as we close out the chapter, we finally get Tashigi's name. But more interestingly, we see that woman with a familiar hat from Buggy's cover story, and you know what that means, Buggy should be here too. The next chapter begins and we catch up with the other Straw Hats. Sanji is getting some seafood, Usopp is getting some cheap eggs, and Nami, likely for the first time in a long time, spends some money on herself. Last chapter she was trying on some fine clothes, though not buying any, and this chapter buying a stack of regular clothes for herself. I do want to point it out explicitly, since last arc Arlong said he looks after Nami and will even buy her all the beautiful clothes that she wants, but now she's reclaiming even this portion of her life back from him, buying her own clothes and rejecting the beautiful ones that Arlong likely would have purchased for her. Of course, some tension is brought into the arc as Nami, showing off her skill with the weather for what I think is the first time since her introduction, notices a change in the air and predicts that a storm is on its way. Then we see Luffy, bold as ever, standing atop the execution scaffold, thinking about how this was the last thing the Pirate King saw before his execution, which again, it's interesting to see that Luffy holds a bit of reverence for someone he's never met. Then the lady with a familiar hat swings a familiar weapon and greets Luffy. I'll skip to the chase. It's Alvida, a very different looking Alvida, that's to be sure. Heck, she must be beautiful if even Luffy acknowledges it, just as bluntly as he acknowledged her last time. Everyone else is, however, taken by Alvida's beauty, men and women alike. It's important to note that Luffy isn't. His utter non-reaction to what is apparently a stunning beauty, that should be thrown in the chest too. Alvida's transformation is due to her consuming a devil fruit, the Slip fruit, an ability that causes things to slip right off her, as demonstrated when a large piece of rubble launched directly towards her seems to almost slide past her. The fact that the devil fruit has radically altered her appearance is certainly something of note. It's the first time we've seen it, albeit it's the third devil fruit we've ever seen. Also, I feel like it's worth pointing out that Luffy's first 2 pirate antagonists now both have the power of the devil fruit. I just find that neat. Then the man of the hour appears, the showman, the legend, the clown, rocking a new face paint design. Kabaji then appears from literally nowhere, locking Luffy into place on the execution scaffold. Literally, where did this come from? We cut once more to Smoker as we get a proper introduction to his character. His face shadowed, his men intimidated. This is our 3rd Navy captain we've been introduced to, and if Axehand Morgan and Nezumi are anything to go by, surely this captain will also be rotten to the core. Except, he's not. Much like with Zoro's introduction, where everyone around him was calling him a demon, treating him as if he were some great evil, when a small girl runs into Smoker and stains his pants with ice cream, though the girl's father reacts like the members of Shellstown, Smoker is kind. He pats her head, or I guess puts his hand gently on her head, and crouches down so he can communicate with the girl at eye level. He apologizes even though he did nothing wrong. He says something quite cute, "My pants ate up all your ice cream." That's so cute, and a thoughtful way to communicate with a young child. Then he gives the girl some money to get 5 scoops of ice cream to make her feel better for losing 3, showing a degree of generosity. Unlike the 2 captains before him who didn't give a damn about the villagers under their purview, or even took advantage of them, and in Morgan's case was more than happy to have a little girl killed for disobeying him, Smoker, despite his intimidating demeanor and rough way of communicating with his subordinates, is a good guy that cares about the civilians under his jurisdiction. Tashigi wasn't wrong when she said Smoker was not a monster. He's just an honest marine that cares about people, and efficiently does his job of taking down pirates, which is why Matsu was complaining that less bad guys were coming into his shop. The Straw Hats, sans Luffy, meet up with one another and quickly learn that Luffy is on the execution scaffold, and Smoker gets informed of his targets and informed of the size of Luffy's bounty. Yep, while previously he may have gone under the radar, heck, maybe in this situation Smoker may have attempted to save him if he didn't have a bounty. Those days are over. As the first chapter implied, Luffy now has a bounty, he's officially a pirate in the eyes of the world, and there are consequences to that. Next chapter, which starts with a line from a disembodied narrator. Legends that endure in the future were events that took place in the distant past. I won't throw it in the chest, but if anyone is up to date with One Piece, that line certainly hits a bit different now, eh? Buggy is about to execute Luffy in grand style, still ever the showman, and Usopp and Nami race back to the ship as Nami explains a massive storm is about to hit. Lion Tamer Moji has also made his way to the Going Merry, preparing to burn it. Smoker shows his cool head as he waits to let the situation with Buggy and Luffy resolve before stepping in to capture whoever remains. Buggy tells Luffy to say his last words, and Luffy booms out confidently that he is going to be king of the pirates, even in this position. He calls out to Zoro and Sanji for help, as the emotional wing and the stoic, thank you Carl, wing of the future Pirate King are united in their goal to bring down the execution platform. As Buggy brings the sword down, Luffy calls out to his 4 crew members by name. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami, and with a beaming smile on his face, he apologizes. He's a goner. While Zoro and Sanji react in horror, Smoker reacts in a different sort of horror. He laughed. A lightning bolt hits the execution platform, bringing it down, as well as Buggy, in flames. Luffy picks up his hat and bluntly comments, "I'm alive, lucky me." And, hang on, Luffy's clothes and skin are a little seared from the flames of the execution platform, but Buggy is scorched. The fact that the lightning didn't affect Luffy? Let's throw that in the chest. Sanji, of course, reacts emotionally, thinking that such an occurrence must be a result of a higher power. Zoro, skeptical of such things, says that that's nonsense. Then the 3 of them skedaddle. Then we find out the reason for Smoker's reaction. The last person to laugh at their execution was the Pirate King 22 years ago. According to the Marine soldier, every man trembles in fear of certain death, but not Luffy and Roger. Let's throw that in the chest as well. As the storm has caused Marines to leave the port unprotected, and as the same storm provides tailwind for an escape, much like Sanji, Smoker thinks, it's as though some kind of force is willing this man's survival. Just like the mayor in the opening chapter of this arc, is it Luffy's dream to become a pirate, or his destiny? Then we've reached the final chapter, chapter 100, bearing the title The Legend Begins, and rather than the musings of a nameless narrator, we get a quote from the King of the Pirates. "These things cannot be stopped, an inherited strength of will, one's dreams, the ebb and flow of the ages. As long as people hunger for freedom, these things will exist." Along with this quote is an unfamiliar man with a face tattoo, smiling and saying, "A pirate, eh? Not a bad idea." It's important to note that this is the second thing we've ever heard Gold Roger say, and the last thing he said started the Great Pirate Era, so let's break it down. There's a familiar concept in this quote, dreams. Dreams have been a big part of the story so far, with each of our characters having a dream that they are pursuing. The ebb and flow of the ages is interesting to mention, but it hasn't been something that has really been mentioned before, beyond the fact that the story is taking place in an age of piracy. Knowing what we know now 1,000 chapters later, this quote takes on whole new meaning, but the seed of that meaning is planted here. An inherited strength of will. This is another thing that hasn't yet been explicitly mentioned, but is a core theme of One Piece in the future. We've seen glimpses of inherited will, Zeff saving Sanji because they had the same dream, and now Sanji has taken on his will in pursuit of the All Blue. Zoro inherited both Kuina's sword, and along with it, her will to become the world's greatest swordsman, not to mention his interaction with Matsu, and taking on his dream, albeit unknowingly as well. Again, it's another thing introduced here for the first time that will take on new meaning later on in the story. As long as people hunger for freedom, these things will exist. Well, we know from chapter 1 that pirates are all about freedom, or at least the type of pirate that Luffy wants to be. So, for some, and fittingly for a quote from the Pirate King, it implies that piracy will never stop as long as people want to follow their dreams and be free. Either way, let's put this whole quote in the chest. Let's get on to this final chapter. First, we see Buggy and Alvida starting their unconventional pursuit using the devil fruits in creative ways, but then we get the reveal of Smoker's devil fruit, the Plume fruit, which appears to give Smoker control over Smoke. He is even able to turn his body into smoke. Though Alvida could make a giant piece of rubble fly off of her, even she's powerless against this new devil fruit power. We see Buggy and Alvida in a net, and Buggy seems to know what it is, a prison bullet, made to use against devil fruit people, and now we're just common criminals. So it looks like there's something that can counteract devil fruit that the Navy has a supply of. Following on with the idea of fate, we see that the sudden storm has stopped Moji from burning down the ship, and the power of Usopp's shaky legs causes the animal tamer to knock himself out. Then Usopp uses one of his freshly purchased eggs to... he uncharacteristically misses his target, but it distracts Richie the lion regardless. Zoro comes face to face with Tashigi, the pair now knowing who each other are, and Sanji reacts poorly to Zoro getting into a fight with a woman. We've never seen Sanji react to someone fighting a woman before, but needless to say, he's not a fan. Looks like something we'll have to throw in the chest. Zoro handily defeats Tashigi, and he finally reveals that, yes, Tashigi reminds him very much of Kuina, and because of it, Zoro acts uncharacteristically emotional when talking to her. I think it goes to show that Zoro can't think rationally when it comes to Kuina, that the girl he made that promise to all those years ago means far more to him than just a memory. But enough of the couple's quarrel. Smoker confronts Luffy, and we see more of what his devil fruit can do as his body turns to smoke, making him immune to Sanji and Luffy's blows. It's different from Buggy's immunity to blades, Luffy's immunity to blunt blows, and whatever it is that Alvida did. Smoker is able to turn his body into smoke either partially or entirely, seemingly without any restriction. And Luffy is absolutely powerless against this ability. Smoker may be a captain, same as Morgan and Nezumi, but he's by far the most powerful opponent Luffy has faced thus far. All hope seems lost as Smoker draws his weapon to presumably finish off Luffy, until that man from the start of the chapter appears once more. Smoker recognizes him, and Luffy, conveniently, does not see him. He then says a very cryptic line, "The world is waiting for our answer," and who on earth knows what that means? Someone shouts, "Wind blast!" I'll note that it doesn't look like the man, his mouth is closed in this panel, which blows Luffy and the Marines, aside from Smoker, away. As the monster trio make their escape, the man comments once more, "Go ahead if that's your way." Then Smoker asks the man why he's helping Luffy, and as he does, reveals the man's name, Dragon. Dragon responds cryptically yet again, saying he's got no reason to interfere with another man's voyage. Dragon is a man of mystery. He says seemingly nonsensical lines, but we know two things for sure: that the government is after him, and that he seems to have an interest in Luffy. In regards to his interest in Luffy, he talks as if he is gratified by Luffy's decision to become a pirate, that he is pleased that Luffy has chosen this path, but also that he doesn't wish to restrain Luffy. Indeed, by stopping Smoker, Dragon has granted Luffy freedom to continue his journey, though once again we have to think back to the mayor. If someone like this appears to be watching out for Luffy, could it be destiny that things turned out this way? As Luffy and Co get back to the Merry, we see that Smoker isn't called White Chase for no reason, as he has decided to pursue Luffy. It's not just that Luffy has managed to get away, but Smoker sees Luffy as a far greater threat than his current bounty may imply. Someone like that, like the Pirate King, could smile in the face of death? Such a pirate cannot be allowed to roam free. Tashigi also wants to join him as she wishes to capture Zoro. Now, here's another thing that is important about Smoker. As a Marine warns him that the Grand Line is outside of Smoker's jurisdiction, what does Smoker say? "You don't tell me what to do." This is another case of the meaning of a panel getting lost in the coolness of a panel. Yes, this is very cool. Smoker is getting set up as a great antagonist to Luffy, but we need to remember something. The Marines, as we've seen so far, are all about hierarchy. Morgan defined his superiority by his rank, and Nezumi had power because the Marines under him followed his orders without question. With this line, Smoker, the first morally upright captain that appears to care about civilians, establishes that he does not care about the hierarchy. He'll fulfill the obligations of his station, but because he cares about innocent people, he won't follow orders if it means putting innocent people at risk. We know Luffy wouldn't just go around murdering and pillaging, but Smoker doesn't know that. He's bought into, for one reason or another, the marine idea of all pirates are evil and must be destroyed. So when he sees the potential for Luffy to become another king of the pirates, that evil must be stopped. What his superiors say, what the hierarchy commands, be damned. Who else decides to follow Luffy? The great Captain Buggy, of course, and we get a full confirmation that, indeed, Buggy has been to the Grand Line before. It was heavily implied when we first met him, but now it is clear. In our final scene of this mini arc, while the storm rages about them, Nami lets the crew know that a lighthouse that they see is an indicator that they are approaching the entrance to the Grand Line. Sanji pulls over a barrel and the crew states their dreams, except for Luffy, that tease. Based on the translation, I'm not sure how they knew what they were doing here, though I suppose Sanji initiated the ceremony for lack of a better term, and the fact that he acts as though this is what you're supposed to do when you're about to enter the Grand Line makes me think that it's another thing he's learned from Zeff. So at the end of chapter 100, we hear the crew's dreams and goals plainly. Sanji is going to find the All Blue, Luffy is going to be king of the pirates, Zoro is going to be the world's greatest swordsman, Nami is going to draw a map of the world, and Usopp is going to become a brave warrior of the sea. With the guiding light pointing towards their destination, the crew prepares to enter the Grand Line. That was a lot of stuff, and the ride doesn't stop here. It's time to get into the world building, and let me say that for a 5-chapter mini-arc, 100 chapters into the manga, there is so much that is introduced and expanded upon. So in no particular order, and in relative rapid fire, how is the world expanded with these 5 chapters? There are newspapers delivered by Bird. And not only is it a bird, it's a sentient bird. It seems to understand language. It also wears a cute hat. We haven't seen any animals wearing clothing before this point, so it's just another thing to make note of. It's also a clever way to explain how people around the world, and especially the Straw Hats, can keep up to date with events, even if they're in the middle of the ocean. We get our first proper naming of the government, the World Government. Previously, everything was labeled as Marines. Yosaku mentions government-sanctioned pirates, but he's never used the phrase world government, which left it a bit ambiguous. It's only in the context of under direct control of the world government, letting us know that the Navy is part of the world government, but is not itself the world government. Also, it's interesting that the execution scaffold is under the jurisdiction of the world government and not the Navy. The coup d'etat in Vera. This implies that while the government is a world government, perhaps their control over the world isn't as solid as they'd like, that certain places aren't so satisfied with their governance. I literally don't know if the coup d'etat in Vera is specifically important, but I'll throw it in the chest anyway. If you know, you know. It may literally just be mentioned because, spoilers, Dragon is a revolutionary, and mentioning Vera could be a hint in that direction. We get a more detailed look at pirate bounties and the bounties of the East Blue. We see the East Blue average reward is 3 million. We get the bounties of Buggy, Krieg, and Arlong, seeing that they're over 5 times the average. And Luffy is at 30 million. Also worth noting is that Higuma, the bandit from the first chapter, had a bounty of 8 million, so while his bounty may have been less than Buggy and Co., it was still above the average for the East Blue. We get our first look at Navy headquarters. First we see the dogma, the justification for their actions. And note, there is nothing about protecting the citizens. Yes, they mention it's not the fault of citizens if they fall prey to cutthroats, but the dogma is all about crushing pirates, in the name of absolute justice. I've mentioned forms of justice previously as a concept, but this is the first time we're explicitly hearing a type of justice named, and it's the type being preached at headquarters. Finally, the scale. We've only seen Captain Rank so far wearing this sort of outfit, sans the justice written on the back, and we're seeing rows and rows of them here. The meeting between Shanks and Mihawk tells us a lot in brief 3 pages. We can infer that they've fought before. Shanks assumes that Mihawk is here to challenge him, which means that this isn't the first time. Though since Mihawk says he doesn't challenge one-armed has-beens, they haven't fought since Shanks lost his arm. Shanks and Mihawk have known each other for a long while, since even if they haven't fought since Shanks lost his arm, he's known Mihawk before then and been familiar enough to see him afterwards. The fact that Shanks thinks Mihawk is here to challenge him means 2 things. Shanks views himself as someone Mihawk would challenge, which means he sees himself on par with the greatest swordsman in the world. And we know that Shanks uses a sword, so by extension, his sword skills are almost certainly going to be top tier. Shanks remembers Luffy fondly.
He seemed to be in a bad mood initially, though it appears though that was due to a hangover, which shows us Shanks is still the hearty, boozing, partying type. But when he hears about Luffy starting to make a name for himself as a pirate, he calls for further celebration. He even calls Mihawk to drink with him, showing that he's still friendly with hostile parties. Swords and sword grades. Swords can, apparently, have grades: Supreme, Excellent, and Fine. Not all swords have grades, but graded swords are limited in number: 12 Supreme, 21 Excellent, and 40 Fine grade. Swords apparently have minds of their own, or at least they can choose their wielder. As an extension of that, they can also be cursed and bring misfortune to their wielders. And Zoro's new Kitetsu sword is the third of 3, with its predecessors being Excellent and Supreme grade swords. Now, the fact that this was explicitly mentioned means I just have to throw that info into the chest, but it also shows that swords can be related to one another. We get introduced to something that can cancel out a Devil Fruit's abilities that the government has control over. We learn that, bluntly, marine ranks are not an indicator of marine strength. It's not completely separate. You can assume that a higher rank is stronger than a lower rank, and most of the time you'll probably be correct. But there's a power gap between Smoker and Axe-Hand Morgan, and an even larger gap between the two of them and Nezumi. So just because we see a marine of a certain rank does not mean that we can take them for granted. On a meta level, we learn something that is actually crucial for One Piece's success: that the world keeps going on without the Straw Hats' involvement. And this is shown through the fact that Buggy's cover story has consequences, that his adventure actually happened, that he met Alvida during it, and they had wound up here in pursuit of Luffy. This changes One Piece from a villain of the week story into a cohesive world. Buggy's cover story ended a little bit into Arlong Park, over 20 weeks before, in real time, this arc started, and now he appears again, and it seems as though he, along with Alvida, as well as Smoker, will be following Luffy into the future. Speaking of which, there's one thing I haven't mentioned yet: Koby's cover story. I wonder if it was planned that at the climax of Koby's cover story, him disobeying orders to risk his life in order to protect Helmeppo was to coincide with Smoker's reveal. I wouldn't be surprised as we're seeing a similar trait in the two of them. The two most morally upstanding Marines we've met disobey orders to protect others. It's also good to see that Koby, now in the Marines, hasn't bent to the propaganda and is still true to his beliefs. We also see Helmeppo's turnaround. The brat living off his father's name gets changed by the sincerity of Koby, and impressed by their attitude, this new character, the highest ranking Marine we've seen so far, Vice Admiral Garp, takes the two boys under his wing. Now that we know these cover stories mean something, that the world keeps going even while the Straw Hats aren't around, since Buggy has shown back up, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Koby, Helmeppo, and this Garp fella in the future. Let's get our themes ironed out, and frankly, Loguetown bucks the trend of themes of the East Blue, and for good reason. It's preparing us for what is to come. We get an exploration into what it means to be a swordsman, with a focus on the relationship between swordsmen and their blades. We hear mention of the first time of destiny, and for sure several things happen to go exactly right for Luffy to be able to continue his journey. Gold Roger's speech mentions other themes that will become relevant later in the story: inherited will, the ebb and flow of the ages, that people yearn for freedom. We do get one of our old themes addressed: what it means to be a pirate. Well, now that Luffy has a bounty, he's getting the full pirate treatment. He's now a wanted man, and he's now getting pursued by the Marines. And devastatingly, we do not see a Luffy liberation loop this arc, though funnily enough, we do see a Luffy getting liberated. Indeed, it is Dragon that does the liberating this time, freeing the captured Luffy from Smoker, which allows Luffy to continue pursuing his dreams. I don't think it's a coincidence that in Dragon's introduction, we see him freeing someone. And as this short arc comes to a close, there is only one chapter left. I love One Piece. Controversial statement to start off the finale of a 12-part One Piece series, I know, but it still needs to be said. It's the reason why I started this series. I saw the live action, and while I'm happy it exists, something just didn't click for me. Something was missing. Its focus on getting to Arlong Park made me remember a sentiment I saw that newcomers to One Piece should just start from there, that the rest of the East Blue is a bit of a drag. So I thought if I'm going to reread the East Blue saga for the umpteenth time, I should make a series of it. And now, after several months of writing, drawing, editing, that series is about to come to an end. But there's one chapter left. Chapter 101.
So let's get through it, the last chapter before Luffy and the crew enter the Grand Line, and we'll wrap up by going through everything this first saga of the One Piece story has taught us. You can't skip the last chapter after all, just like you shouldn't skip the end of this video. We are, once and for all, going to finally figure out what is the point of East Blue. To put it bluntly, Chapter 101 doesn't have too much to it. It's the finale of the journey so far, and the start of the grand adventure into the unknown, so I'm going to keep it brief. Oda finally answers the question, why can't we just sail directly into the Grand Line, why does there have to be an entrance, and it's because of something called the Calm Belt that surrounds it, somewhere where no wind blows, so you'd have to row to get through it. But rowing would be difficult because, well, Oda shows us rather than tells us. The largest sea monsters we've seen thus far, far larger than the creature that took Shanks' arm and much larger than Mumu. These are Neptunians and they dwell in the Calm Belt. So you have to use the entrance, which is up a mountain. This of course seems ridiculous, though Sanji once again shows a glimmer of knowledge about the Grand Line that other crewmates lack, saying that he's heard of this before, but it's fitting for an entrance to somewhere like the Grand Line, something that would have to be experienced to be believed. Then we see the Red Line for the first time, disappearing up into the clouds, surrounded by fog. We've seen it depicted on maps before, but the scale is something else entirely. We can't see the top. Then the currents pull the ship in, and the Mary is dragged towards the entrance. Her whipstaff breaks as Sanji and Usopp try and fight the current. The Straw Hats nearly crash, but Luffy manages to rebound the ship from certain doom. Also, I think it's a neat detail that he throws Zoro his hat. Zoro does his job in watching over Luffy and pulls him back aboard, and the Mary with all the crew safely on board ascend Reverse Mountain, exploding at the peak. The chapter ends as the crew begins their descent, barreling towards the unknown, into the fog, entering the waters of the Grand Line. And that's where the East Blue ends. The crew, all with great big smiles, excitedly looking at the Grand Line, moments before truly beginning the adventure of their lives. Nothing huge is introduced. Well, literally huge, yes, but not figuratively huge. No massive revelations, just explanations. Though maybe a question or two, like, what are the designs in the Reverse Mountain entrance gates? But either way, that's the end of Chapter 101. So let's get to the real meat of this video, summarizing the entirety of East Blue. I had a mission statement that I established all the way back in Part 1. I had to prove that all the arcs of East Blue had a reason to exist. I had to answer the question, what is the point of East Blue? So take it away, past me. Now I'm going to preempt some comments. Well duh, East Blue is all about Luffy recruiting his first 4 crew members and getting his first bounty. And yeah, that's the surface level of it. But an intro to a story, especially fantasy stories, which One Piece is, has 3 goals. Building characters, especially the main cast, building a world, or at least setting the stage for one, and introducing the core themes that will hold the story together. Now, yep, the point of East Blue is to introduce the characters, world building, and themes for the story, and to paraphrase another line from Part 1 and Red Letter Media, Oda weaves so much detail into these first 101 chapters that while you may not be consciously aware of everything he introduces, your brain notices. So let's start answering the question, starting with the most important characters coming out of the East Blue, the Straw Hats. Monkey D. Luffy. As the series' main character, we've learnt a lot about him. First, we've learned about his past and his inspirations for becoming a pirate, Shanks. Through Shanks and his crew, we see the values of pirating passed on to Luffy, which he carries into the future. Mainly a love of partying, adventure, and freedom. When we see Luffy in the future, we find that he's woefully terrible at pirating. He has no skills that are useful for being a pirate. However, we also learn that he's perfectly aware of this shortcoming of his, and that's why he needs his crew. When it comes to his crew, Luffy has a selection criteria that has been revealed during the East Blue. It's not about strength, it's not even a demonstration of ability. He neither sees Nami navigate or tastes Sanji's cooking before inviting them to the crew, but rather their quality of character. Luffy best judges this quality of character by seeing how they stick to their ideals, whether they're willing to put their lives on the line, willing to go against a crowd in order to fulfill their beliefs. After all, if he's competing against other pirates to become Pirate King, he needs crew members willing to put their lives on the line. We learn through Luffy's confrontation with each arc villain what he won't be and do, how he'll never abuse his crew, he'll never use his crew, sacrifice his crew, that he'll trust in his crew. We learn of Luffy's own character, that he's not actually a traditionally virtuous guy. He doesn't care about doing good for people he doesn't know. However, what we also learn about Luffy is that he cares an extreme amount about people he likes, and will do whatever he thinks they need in order to be free and happy. That he's willing to overcome any obstacle in order to bring them joy. Luffy is quite emotionally intelligent, and if he cares about someone, he communicates with them in a way that they need. He can also cut through people's facades and has the ability to wait for the person to come to him if he judges that's what they require. Luffy does, however, lack tact. He's very straightforward, and despite his emotional intelligence, he's not particularly smart. So he'll often come across as rude or even thoughtless when he thinks he's doing the right thing in a given situation. In combat, Luffy is versatile and creative, able to come up with new moves seemingly on the fly depending on the situation. He's got grit and endurance to spare, though he does fight quite recklessly with little regard to his own physical safety. It is also a sign of Luffy's greatest shortcoming, his reckless and often emotional attitude. While he held himself back during Zoro and Mihawk's duel because he knew how important it was to Zoro, as soon as it was over, he recklessly rushed to fight Mihawk immediately afterwards. Thankfully, Mihawk didn't murder him on the spot. Similarly, with Arlong, he didn't think it before digging his feet into the ground to throw Mumu around. These reckless and emotionally driven decisions have the potential to cause massive problems for him and his crew. Luffy also really wants a musician. Roanoa Zoro, the first crewmate that Luffy recruits. Zoro is someone who lives with a singular goal in mind, becoming the world's greatest swordsman, something that he'd promised he'd achieve to his dead rival Kuina. Because of this promise, Zoro is someone who takes his own word very seriously. If Zoro promises to do something, he will do it. The reason he has become a pirate is because he promised Luffy. Rather, he swore to be part of Luffy's crew. This also means that Zoro takes his pride very seriously as well. Zoro is a stoic character. He analyzes situations with as little emotion as he can and acts accordingly. He often takes on the role of protector of his crewmates and appears to get distressed when he's unable to fulfill that role. However, just because Zoro is stoic doesn't mean he's always unemotional. When he's around the crew and is able to relax, he is perfectly capable of being funny, reacting in extremes, and all of that good stuff. He may default to serious mode, but that's not how he is all the time. An exception to his stoic judgment is when it comes to his deceased friend Kuina. When he comes across Tashigi, who reminds him of her, he's unable to keep a cool head, and he sees that as a weakness. Zoro is more than just a sword wielder, he's a full-fledged swordsman. How he views and treats swords and how he treats duels between swordsmen are evidence of that. This is confirmed both by Mihawk, who sees great potential in Zoro, and Matsu, who entrusts a true swordsman like Zoro his prized sword. In combat, Zoro uses three-sword style. However, he won't always use three swords. He's capable of using a single blade, and if he doesn't need full power, he often defaults to two. However, if Zoro is getting serious in a fight, he puts on his bandana and equips all three of his blades. Zoro has a variety of techniques at his disposal with his three blades, one of which was able to make Mihawk sweat. He is also very strong and quite durable, able to fight with incredible wounds. Speaking of which, we've only seen one fight where Zoro was at full strength, his duel with Mihawk, which he lost. All other fights, Zoro has been at a disadvantage, either recovering from wounds, starving, or having his sword stolen early in the fight. It wouldn't be inaccurate to say we probably haven't seen his full strength just yet. Sanji. The Straw Hat Cook is a foul-mouthed, kick-happy womanizer, and a contrast to Zoro. Sanji is an emotional man, filled with passion. On the surface, he doesn't seem too emotional, as his upbringing with Zeff has made him take on Zeff's philosophy of what it means to be a man, mainly not showing your emotions aside from displeasure. His smoking habit was also something he only picked up in hopes that Zeff would treat him like a man. It seems like much of what makes Sanji the man he is today is the influence of Zeff's upbringing, his fighting style, his bad mouth, his sarcastic attitude, and more. Despite this, his dream of finding the All Blue predates Zeff, as well as the start of his journey being a cook. However, behind his cocky and cool demeanor is a man who is kind, especially to those who are hungry regardless of who or even what they are. Sanji's care and compassion, however, does not seem to extend to himself. Rather, it seems as though Sanji doesn't value his own life and is often willing to risk or even throw it away. In contrast to his attitude, Sanji needs to feel valued, and that's why he was servile to Zeff all of those years, waiting for Zeff to acknowledge him, that he needed Sanji, and it's only Zeff's blunt acknowledgement that gave Sanji the push to pursue his dream of finding the All Blue. Sanji, as alluded to, loves women, to an unhealthy degree. It's not just flirting, but also serving women, showing them extreme favoritism. The thought of a man fighting a woman makes Sanji immediately angry. The contrast between Zoro and Sanji's way of interacting with the world, Zoro viewing things logically and Sanji processing things emotionally, this seems to be the underlying cause of their disagreements with one another. However, despite their differences, Sanji holds a deep respect for Zoro and was inspired by his duel with Mihawk. Though Sanji may mock Zoro for his loss, watching Zoro's duel left a profound mark on Sanji, though he'd never admit it. Sanji also seems to have more knowledge about the rest of the world compared to the other members of the crew. He knows about Fishman Island, mermaids, and what may be a ritual for pirates entering the Grand Line. This may also be due to things that Zeff, a Grand Line pirate, has told him over the years. In combat, Sanji only uses his legs as his hands are too precious to risk during a fight. He is surprisingly durable, able to take a lot of punishment in battle. He's only been in a couple of fights, but he also seems to be quite clever, able to think his way out of a difficult situation. The last thing to mention is that Sanji is unafraid of fire. If he were, then that would be an issue for a cook. Usopp. Usopp is the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat crew, the son of a pirate on Shanks' crew, Yasopp. Usopp is characterized as a liar, but the more romantic depiction would be that he's a storyteller. He makes things up, exaggerates, and often spins tales from whole cloth. However, the majority of Usopp's lies are about himself, and none of Usopp's lies are to intentionally disparage others. It is explained that Usopp's lies are his way of dreaming, so when he lies about himself, he's bringing forth into the world a dream of what he wants to be. The reason that Usopp lies about himself is that Usopp is a character that is severely lacking in any self-confidence, an issue compounded by the fact that Usopp wants to be admired by others. The tall tales that he spins about himself are to build himself up in the eyes of others. Usopp is a bit tragic in the sense that he also unknowingly lies to himself. He's unable to recognize the good parts of his character, his many successes, and instead fixates on becoming a brave warrior of the sea, which in his mind is a brave pirate with self-confidence. Usopp views himself as a coward. Despite this view of himself, Usopp repeatedly shows remarkable bravery, though not when he's fighting for himself. Usopp's bravery usually manifests when he has someone or something to protect, and in those situations he thinks only of protecting others. He is also someone who is worthy of being followed, and he had once a loyal group of crew members on his island who recognized him as a worthwhile leader. Usopp has a mixed skill set, having some artistic ability, and has been seen experimenting, showing a creative and inventive mind, which makes sense as he has to be creative and inventive to tell his stories. Usopp is pretty fast on his feet, both literally and figuratively, being a surprisingly fast runner. Figuratively, Usopp is someone who can think very quickly in stressful situations, making things up as he goes along and maneuvering as best as he can to avoid physical altercation. That being said, Usopp often reacts emotionally, normally to his detriment. In combat, Usopp does whatever he can. He is a precise and skilled sniper, but instead of relying purely on that skill set, it's just a tool in his arsenal. He'll use whatever he has at his disposal in order to fight, fighting more strategically to overcome the odds that are usually against him. Nami. Nami is the Straw Hat crew's navigator and has experienced a transformation over the course of the East Blue. Nami is very intelligent and strong-willed, able to navigate her way through the last 8 years protecting her village and gathering wealth by deceiving pirates, all while enduring isolation and working under the man who killed her mother. She has incredible mental fortitude. Nami has a variety of useful skills and has had years of experience navigating and sailing the ocean. Nami knows how to use a ship, and she knows what a crew needs. Nami is obsessed with money, and while she was initially pursuing it for her village's sake, she ultimately sees money as a tool, something to enable her to save others. Money, in Nami's eyes, is an avenue for freedom, something that solves problems. Her foster mother, Bellemere, passed on several lessons to Nami and is a source of her strength, though she also seemed to pass on the habit of sudden violent outbursts. Nami also knows the importance of a found family, one not related by blood due to her upbringing with Bellemere and Nojiko. Originally, Nami was someone who didn't rely on others, and instead took on burdens all by herself, though this changed when all seemed lost and Nami entrusted Luffy with her burden. Since then, Nami now seems at ease, though there haven't been enough chapters to really get a grasp on how Nami's attitude has changed. Nami's relationship with Luffy is, what I'd consider, quite developed when compared to the rest of the Straw Hat crew. She has experienced several moments with Luffy and likely best understands his character. She has also made the conscious choice to believe in Luffy, now seeming to have a deeper level of trust with him. Nami has a conviction to not take life after her mother's life was taken, and is willing to put her life on the line to stop others' lives from being taken. She has a soft spot for people under the oppression of pirates, and she also has a bit of a soft spot for children. Nami doesn't steal from civilians due to her experience of lack of wealth resulting in Bellomere's death. Though that's under dispute, watch part 10 for a full explanation. In combat, Nami hasn't done too much. She uses a staff and seems to be decently proficient with it, but not in an outstanding way. Though she currently doesn't have a tool set, she was more than happy to make use of Usopp's tools. Rather, Nami's most destructive ability is her ability to read weather with almost supernatural accuracy. She can predict storms with ease and can feel changes in the air. As well as the main Straw Hat crew members, there are a few other characters worth noting. Shanks, Luffy's inspiration. Not much is known about Shanks. He is apparently on par with Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. He is quite calm and even friendly in the face of hostility. However, if his friends are put in harm's way, he will leap into danger without hesitation. Shanks' crew, and we can assume his, pirating views are that of freedom and adventure, and having a great party. Shanks certainly seems to enjoy partying, and is happy to find any cause for celebration, even if hungover. Buggy. Buggy was the first Devil Fruit user Luffy faced, and is, as such, a contrast to Luffy's fruit. He is immune to blades and can split his body at will, able to function even if his separated body parts are a long distance away from one another. Buggy is a showman, all about style, about visuals. He is a performer at heart, and he is obsessed with treasure and material wealth. He doesn't seem to understand the concept of personal treasure, and thinks things of worth are gold and jewels. Buggy was a crew member with Shanks back when they were kids, and blamed Shanks for him eating his devil fruit, and as a result becoming unable to pursue a certain treasure. Though it seems as though Buggy shares the partying part of Shanks' pirate philosophy, which probably means that was the philosophy of the ship they both served on. Koby. Koby was the first person that Luffy liberated, freeing him from servitude to Alvida, and giving him the courage to follow his dream to become a Marine. Koby is diligent, honest, and wants to join the Marines in order to protect others. He has an idealized view of the Marines, or rather what the Marines should be. Though he's always wanted to become a Marine, he is more than happy to get Luffy to destroy the Marines that are not fulfilling that ideal. He will go against orders if he believes it will protect the innocent. Smoker. Smoker, as the Straw Hats leave the East Blue, is in active pursuit of Luffy. He sees an aspect of Roger in Luffy and thus goes against orders in order to pursue him, hoping to eliminate Luffy's threat before it becomes fully realized. The most powerful Marine we've come across so far, Smoker is also a Devil Fruit user and is able to effortlessly defeat Luffy with his abilities. Smoker is the most morally upright Marine captain we've met in the story, and seems to genuinely care about innocent people, and much like Koby, goes against orders in order to do so. Unlike other Marine captains, he doesn't seem to care about the Marine hierarchy. He may look intimidating and talk rough, but his actions show otherwise, as long as you're not a pirate. That pretty much summarizes the broad strokes of the major players when we leave the East Blue. I definitely glazed over some details, but that's what the last 11 parts were for. You really expect me to compress nearly 4.5 hours of video into like 5 minutes? Now we can talk about world building, what Oda has introduced to us in these first 101 chapters. We're going to have to zoom through it in the broader strokes because there's so much of it packed in here. The period. One Piece takes place 22 years after the start of the Great Pirate Era. Technology seems to be a mixed bag. Photographs, long-distance snail-based phone calls, and snail-based fax machines seem to exist, as well as engines. Print media exists, and there's a newspaper. In spite of these inventions, most people in the East Blue seem to live relatively low-tech lives. The world. The world of One Piece is split broadly into several geographic locations: the East, South, West, and North Blues, the Red Line that splits the world in half, and the Grand Line which intersects the Red Line and further splits the world into quarters. On either side of the Grand Line is the Calm Belt, a place devoid of wind and full of giant sea creatures called Neptunians. The world seems to be covered with water, with the only large interconnected landmass being the Red Line. Most other places have been described as islands, though some islands are large enough to house multiple villages. The people. The people of the One Piece world can broadly be split into 4, maybe 5 categories: civilians, pirates, marines, or members of the world government, though we've only seen marines at this point, and other criminals. Bounty hunters could also be considered another category. There has been no indication that all pirates think the same, or that all Marines think the same. Oda has introduced a spectrum of pirates and Marines to illustrate that end. The One Piece world has at least 3 races of sentient humanoids: humans, fishmen, and mermaids, though there's nothing saying there isn't more. Character designs of people can also vary greatly, from the more normal to the exaggerated and the weird and wacky. Fishmen are even more varied in that regard, though their baseline strength and size seem to be greater than that of humans. The animals. There are a great variety of creatures in One Piece, running the gamut from normal creatures, giant creatures, sea monsters, and weird creature amalgamations. Some creatures can be communicated with and can have minds of their own. Some animals even wear outfits. Though already mentioned, the Denden Mushi, or telesnails, also seem to be living creatures, though they are merged with and used as a technology. Combat and powers. There are a variety of different fighting styles in One Piece. On the more realistic end of the spectrum, there are guns, swords, and hand-to-hand, or in Sanji and Zeff's case, foot-to-foot. However, even these normal methods of combat can have weird and wild implementations. Zoro uses 3 swords, Hachi uses 6, and the strength and range of a weapon is not constrained to its size, such as when Mihawk cleaves a giant galleon in 2. Speaking of swords, we also learn a lot about swords, sword grades, and even the concepts of swords having minds of their own. There are various styles and techniques in fighting, such as fishman karate, and the classic anime trope of named moves. Fighting styles can be more bizarre and weapons more strange, as we see almost supernatural abilities with people like Kuro. Then there are people with powers like Django and his very potent hypnotism. With training and techniques, normal people can perform the abnormal. Then there are the devil fruit eaters, whose powers are supernatural in nature, with most people on the East Blue surprised when they see powers in action. So far, we've seen devil fruits changing the properties of the human body, turning to rubber, splitting apart, making slippery, or turning to smoke. The drawback for eating a devil fruit is losing your ability to swim. All that is to say that Oda seems to be very unconstrained by his power system. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be a limiting factor on how people can fight or what people can do. The World Government. The World Government has been getting introduced as a major antagonist in the series. We've mainly seen the Marines, but through them we've gotten an insight into the worst aspects of Marine culture. We've seen an early illustration into the warlord system and how terrible a government-sanctioned pirate can be for an island. We've seen authority and power abused, demanding tributes from citizens and making them live in fear. An early illustration of the celestial dragons. We've been introduced to their dogma, their forms of justice, and the scale of their military. However, there are good members of the Marines that genuinely do care about people, who will try and stop tyranny when given the chance. The world government doesn't seem to be completely in control though, as parts of the world seem to be under political unrest. Then the Grand Line. We've had contradicting views of the Grand Line. On one hand, it is a place of horror, the pirate graveyard, a place that strikes fear into pirates. On the other hand, it is a place of dreams, where dreams can be pursued, and where the Straw Hats believe they will achieve their dreams. Somewhere on the Grand Line is the location of the Pirate King's treasure, One Piece. The Grand Line itself is a sea route that circles the globe, and its entrance is Reverse Mountain, where all 4 seas come together. Then there is world building in a more meta sense, things related to Oda's writing. We learn that Oda doesn't always reveal things right away, whether that be character motivations, backstories, or even reasons behind their designs. He'll drop hints, but reveals can come dozens of chapters later. This teaches readers to pay attention to minor details in the story. We also learn that the world of One Piece is alive, that things happen that Luffy isn't directly involved with, that the world keeps moving even when the Straw Hats are not in frame, and that these movements can come back to affect the story. The way that Oda can demonstrate this is through cover stories, which we learn in the East Blue are canon, and the characters in these cover stories can reappear in the story dozens of chapters after their conclusion. Something that has made itself known in Oda's writing is the almost mundane dangers of sea travel and adventure. We came across an instance of a character having caught scurvy, meaning that Oda is aware of and is willing to introduce diseases as a legitimate threat in his story. And finally, Oda introduces a variety of themes in the East Blue, the various topics and concepts that Oda incorporates into his stories. Firstly, the themes that were the focus of the East Blue, being a pirate and being a captain. Oda introduces us to a colourful cast of pirates, none of which have a unified philosophy, and that in and of itself is Oda telling us that pirates don't all think the same, that pirates become pirates for different reasons, that they have different goals. I suppose, in that sense, the only shared ideology between pirates is that they want freedom. However, there is one thing that does clearly define a pirate, that they have drawn the ire of the world government. It doesn't matter what you did to gain the government's ire, whether it was a truly heinous act or you did something that the government didn't like. All are pirates and all need to be crushed. And what is being a captain about? We get a variety of views of that as well. Is a captain about being the infallible leader who can use his crew how he wishes? Or is a captain someone who is the strongest, who commands the greatest might? Or maybe the role of the captain is to protect their crew, to be able to defeat the enemies that come against them. Well, we see which type of captain succeeds, don't we? Another theme that has made several appearances in the East Blue was that of treasure, namely personal treasure. We see that there are things more important than gold and jewels, and that the obsession with material wealth can leave you trapped in a treasure chest for 20 years, leaving you terribly alone. We saw the sadness that can come from losing your treasure, and we've seen how fiercely people can defend their or even other people's treasure. Some more arc-specific themes were that of the power of lies, that telling lies or stories can be used to help others, to bring peace and give confidence, but they can also be used to isolate, betray, and destroy. Oda also took on the theme of racism with his depiction of Arlong's self-assured racial superiority, but then also dismantles that same view with Luffy's belief in individualism. Finally are the overarching story themes. We learned about the ties between people which can be stronger than those of blood, the concept of a found family. Then there were talk of dreams, following dreams, and trusting people's dreams, taking on the other people's dreams. Then there were the themes introduced just before the ending of the East Blue that will surely be carried on, that of inherited will, freedom, and the ebb and flow of the ages. And finally, present in all arcs except for the very first chapter and in Loguetown, it's the ever-popular Luffy liberation loop. The fact that Luffy brings liberation wherever he goes, often unintentionally. People are oppressed either physically or mentally, Luffy liberates them from their physical oppression, or he inspires them in a way that frees them from their mental oppression, and then the liberated people are able to live their lives, and often are now free to pursue their dreams, and sometimes as a fourth step, there'll be a giant party afterwards. And that is the point of East Blue. It is the longest prologue ever, the greatest introduction in fiction. It establishes a vibrant, three-dimensional world full of well-realized characters, bubbling with strange creatures and stranger people. It's not just defined what the story will be, but also sets up the scaffolding for even more things to be introduced in the future. So thank you so much for joining me on this journey, because remember, it's not I attempt new things, it's we attempt new things. Thank you for watching. And hang on, what's that?